Imagine a realm where stories come to life, where the boundaries between reality and fiction blur, and where the power to captivate, inspire, and transform lies at your fingertips. Welcome to the world of storytelling, a place where the art of crafting compelling narratives is not just a skill, but a magic that can shape the very fabric of our existence. In this captivating exploration of the storyteller's craft, we embark on a journey that delves deep into the heart of what makes a story truly great. From the intricate tapestry of plot and structure to the breathtaking dance of character and theme, we will uncover the secrets that lie behind the tales that have enchanted humanity for generations. Whether you are an aspiring writer, a passionate reader, or simply someone who has ever been moved by the power of a well-told story, this is a journey that will change the way you see the world. It will open your eyes to the magic that lies hidden in the words we speak and the tales we tell, and it will equip you with the tools and the knowledge to harness that magic for yourself. So step into this realm of wonder and discovery, and prepare to be transformed. The secrets of storytelling await, and with them, the power to change your life and the lives of those around you. Are you ready to unlock the magic within? Introduction: the essence of storytelling. In the realm of storytelling, principles reign supreme over rules. While rules dictate a rigid, formulaic approach, principles offer guidance and wisdom that has stood the test of time. Inexperienced writers may cling to rules out of anxiety, while rebellious ones may break them for the sake of defiance. However, true artists seek to master the form by understanding and applying the fundamental principles that shape the craft. The notion of a foolproof formula for commercial success in storytelling is a myth. A survey of Hollywood films reveals a diverse array of story designs, each unique in its own right. From the high-stakes action of John Wick to the heartwarming tale of Coda, and from the mind-bending science fiction of Inception to the thought-provoking drama of The Social Network. There is no singular prototype for a successful film. Instead, the focus should be on creating works that captivate global audiences and endure the test of time. At the heart of great storytelling lies the power of archetypes, not stereotypes. Archetypal stories tap into universal human experiences and emotions, wrapping them in distinct, culture-specific expressions. They create settings and characters that feel both fresh and familiar, illuminating conflicts that resonate with audiences across borders and generations. In contrast, stereotypical stories remain confined to narrow, culture-specific experiences, relying on stale generalizations and failing to connect with a broader audience. Consider the film Parasite, which masterfully weaves together universal themes of class inequality, family dynamics, and the pursuit of a better life within the specific context of contemporary South Korean society. Director Bong Joon-ho's keen observation of human behavior and social hierarchies creates a story that is both unique and universally resonant, captivating audiences worldwide. Crafting a compelling story requires thoroughness and dedication, not shortcuts. Screenwriters must invest the same level of depth and complexity into their work as novelists do, despite the deceptively sparse appearance of a screenplay. While some may fill pages with haste, true artists understand that brevity and economy of words demand time, skill, and perseverance. Like the French mathematician Blaise Pascal, who once apologized for the length of a letter, explaining that he lacked the time to write a shorter one, screenwriters must learn to distill their story to its essence, expressing the maximum impact with the fewest possible words. The art of storytelling is not shrouded in mystery. Its truths have been accessible for centuries, from the teachings of Aristotle's Poetics to the wealth of knowledge available in libraries and online resources. However, the challenge lies in the execution. As a screenwriter delves deeper into the craft, the intricacies and difficulties of creating a compelling story become increasingly apparent. The unforgiving nature of the camera exposes any weakness or inauthenticity in the story's structure, characterization, or emotional resonance. Yet, with determination and a willingness to study and learn, the puzzle of screenwriting can be solved piece by piece. In the pursuit of mastering the art, writers must focus on honing their skills and crafting original, high-quality stories rather than attempting to predict the ever-changing tides of the marketplace. The path to success lies in creating work that showcases exceptional talent and a unique vision. When a brilliant, original screenplay lands in the hands of agents and producers, it has the power to ignite bidding wars and launch careers. Polished, mature work that has undergone rigorous revision and refinement stands a better chance of maintaining its integrity throughout the production process, minimizing the risk of interference or alteration. Central to the success of any story is a deep respect for the audience. Filmgoers are not passive recipients, but active participants in the storytelling experience, bringing with them a remarkable capacity for emotional engagement and intellectual discernment. They enter the darkened theater, ready to embark on a journey, to inhabit the lives of characters who may seem different on the surface but reflect their own hopes, fears, and desires at the core. As a writer, it is essential to shape the story in a way that not only expresses your unique vision, but also satisfies the audience's longing for connection, insight, and transformation. Originality in storytelling emerges from the seamless fusion of content and form, the distinctive choices of subject matter, and the unique arrangement of narrative elements. Like a sculptor, the writer molds the story's substance with one hand while mastering the techniques of structure and style with the other. The two aspects influence and inspire each other, leading to a work that is greater than the sum of its parts. However, originality should not be confused with mere eccentricity or the blind pursuit of novelty for its own sake. True masters of the craft, such as Bong Joon-ho, Christopher Nolan, Greta Gerwig, and Jordan Peele, are distinguished by their ability to create stories that are both strikingly original and deeply resonant. Their films bear the unmistakable imprint of their unique vision and style, yet they never sacrifice substance for the sake of fleeting gimmicks or shock value. Ultimately, the power of story lies in its ability to illuminate the human experience, to offer a glimpse into the hidden patterns and motivations that shape our world. A well-crafted story is a mirror that reflects our own lives back to us, inviting us to see ourselves and our society in a new light. It is a catalyst for empathy, understanding, and transformation, reminding us of our shared humanity in an increasingly fractured world. As aspiring storytellers, we must embrace the challenge of mastering the craft, not for the sake of adherence to rules or formulas, but for the opportunity to express our unique vision and connect with audiences on a profound level. By studying the principles that underlie great storytelling, honing our skills, and staying true to our authentic voice, we can create works that stand the test of time and make a lasting impact on the world. So let us embark on this journey together, armed with a passion for storytelling, a dedication to excellence, and a deep respect for the audience. May we strive to create stories that not only entertain, but also enlighten, inspire, and transform, leaving a legacy that endures long after the final credits have rolled. Good story means something worth telling that the world wants to hear. Finding this is your lonely task. It begins with talent. You must be born with the creative power to put things together in a way no one has ever dreamed. Then you must bring to the work a vision that's driven by fresh insights into human nature and society, coupled with in-depth knowledge of your characters and your world. All that. And, as Hallie and Whit Burnett reveal in their excellent little book, a lot of love. The love of story, the belief that your vision can be expressed only through story, that characters can be more real than people, that the fictional world is more profound than the concrete. the love of the dramatic, a fascination with the sudden surprises and revelations that bring sea changes in life. The love of truth, the belief that lies cripple the artist, that every truth in life must be questioned, down to one's own secret motives. The love of humanity, a willingness to empathize with suffering souls, to crawl inside their skins and see the world through their eyes. The love of sensation, the desire to indulge not only the physical, but the inner senses. The love of dreaming, the pleasure in taking leisurely rides on your imagination just to see where it leads. The love of humor, a joy in the saving grace that restores the balance of life. The love of language, the delight in sound and sense, syntax and semantics. The love of duality, a feel for life's hidden contradictions, a healthy suspicion that things are not what they seem. The love of perfection, the passion to write and rewrite in pursuit of the perfect moment. The love of uniqueness, the thrill of audacity and a stone-faced calm when it is met by ridicule. The love of beauty, an innate sense that treasures good writing, hates bad writing, and knows the difference. The love of self, a strength that doesn't need to be constantly reassured, that never doubts that you are indeed a writer. You must love to write and bear the loneliness. But the love of a good story, of terrific characters, and a world driven by your passion, courage, and creative gifts is still not enough. Your goal must be a good story well told. Just as a composer must excel in the principles of musical composition, so you must master the corresponding principles of story composition. This craft is neither mechanics nor gimmicks. It is the concert of techniques by which we create a conspiracy of interest between ourselves and the audience. Craft is the sum total of all means used to draw the audience into deep involvement, to hold that involvement, and ultimately to reward it with a moving and meaningful experience. Without craft, the best a writer can do is snatch the first idea off the top of his head, then sit helpless in front of his own work, unable to answer the dreaded questions. Is it good? Or is it sewage? If sewage, what do I do? The conscious mind, fixated on these terrible questions, blocks the subconscious. But when the conscious mind is put to work on the objective task of executing the craft, the spontaneous surfaces. Mastery of craft frees the subconscious. What is the rhythm of a writer's day? First, you enter your imagined world. As characters speak and act, you write. What's the next thing you do? You step out of your fantasy and read what you've written. And what do you do as you read? You analyze. Is it good? Does it work? Why not? Should I cut, add, reorder? You write, you read, create, critique, impulse, logic, right brain, left brain, reimagine, rewrite. And the quality of your rewriting, the possibility of perfection, depends on a command of the craft that guides you to correct imperfection. An artist is never at the mercy of the whims of impulse. He willfully exercises his craft to create harmonies of instinct and idea. The quest for a good story, well told. Crafting a compelling story that captivates audiences is a challenging endeavor that requires a unique combination of talent, passion, and dedication. A good story well told is the ultimate goal for any storyteller, as it represents a narrative that not only resonates with the audience, but also stands the test of time. This chapter delves into the essential elements that contribute to the creation of such stories, exploring the various forms of love that drive writers to pursue their craft, and the importance of mastering the principles of story composition. The many faces of love in storytelling. At the heart of every great story lies a deep love for the art of storytelling itself. This love manifests in myriad ways, each contributing to the writer's ability to create a narrative that truly moves and inspires the audience. First and foremost is the love of story. the unwavering belief that one's vision can only be fully realized through the medium of storytelling, where characters take on a life of their own, and the fictional world becomes a profound reflection of the human experience. Equally important is the love of the dramatic, a fascination with the sudden twists, turns, and revelations that can alter the course of a character's life in an instant. This love drives writers to seek out the pivotal moments that define a story, crafting scenes that leave an indelible mark on the audience's memory. A genuine love of truth is another essential component of great storytelling. Writers must be willing to question everything, including their own motives and beliefs, in the pursuit of authentic, honest narratives. This love of truth goes hand in hand with a deep love of humanity, which compels writers to explore the full spectrum of human emotions and experiences, no matter how painful or difficult they may be. Sensory details play a crucial role in immersing the audience in the story world, and a love of sensation, both physical and emotional, is key to creating vivid, memorable scenes. Writers must also possess a love of dreaming, allowing their imaginations to roam freely and explore the limitless possibilities of storytelling. Humor, too, is an essential ingredient in many great stories, providing a much-needed counterbalance to the darker elements of the narrative. A love of language, with its infinite potential for expression and nuance, is another hallmark of exceptional storytelling. Writers who excel in their craft have a deep appreciation for the power of words to evoke emotion, convey meaning, and create lasting impressions. A love of duality, recognizing that things are rarely as they seem on the surface, adds depth and complexity to a story, while a love of perfection drives writers to continually refine their work in pursuit of the ideal narrative. Originality is born from a love of uniqueness, the courage to stand out from the crowd and tell stories that defy convention. Finally, a love of beauty, the ability to recognize and appreciate the inherent artistry in great writing, is essential for any storyteller. This love is complemented by a strong sense of self, an unshakable belief in one's identity as a writer, which provides the resilience needed to weather the solitary nature of the creative process. The craft of story composition. While a deep love for storytelling is essential, it alone is not sufficient to create a good story well told. Writers must also master the principles of story composition, the technical elements that bring a narrative to life and engage the audience on a profound level. This craft is not a matter of gimmicks or formulaic approaches, but rather a harmonious blend of techniques that work together to create a powerful, immersive experience for the reader or viewer. By focusing on the objective tasks of executing these techniques, writers can free their subconscious minds to explore the spontaneous, imaginative aspects of storytelling. The rhythm of a writer's day is a constant cycle of creation and critique, of entering the imagined world of the story and then stepping back to analyze its effectiveness. This process of writing, reading, and rewriting is essential to the pursuit of perfection, as it allows writers to identify and correct the imperfections in their work. Rewriting, in particular, is a crucial aspect of the craft, as it enables writers to refine their narratives and elevate them to new heights of emotional resonance and artistic expression. The quality of the rewriting process is directly tied to the writer's command of the craft, as it provides the tools needed to diagnose and remedy any weaknesses in the story, the relationship between story and life. One of the most common pitfalls for aspiring writers is the creation of stories that fail to capture the essence of the human experience. These stories often fall into one of two categories: the personal story, bad script, which mistakes surface-level authenticity for genuine truth, and the guaranteed commercial success, bad script, which relies on spectacle and action at the expense of meaningful substance. The personal story, bad script, is often understructured and lacks the depth needed to resonate with audiences on a profound level. Writers who create these stories may believe that by precisely documenting the details of everyday life, they are conveying truth, but in reality, they are merely scratching the surface of the human experience. On the other hand, the guaranteed commercial success, bad script is overstructured and relies heavily on high-speed action, complex plots, and dazzling visual effects to compensate for a lack of genuine emotion and character development. While these stories may provide short-term thrills, they often fail to leave a lasting impact on the audience. The key to avoiding these pitfalls lies in understanding the relationship between story and life. A great story is not a mere recitation of facts or a showcase for technical wizardry, but rather a metaphor for the human experience. It seeks to uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of everyday life, offering insight into the fundamental nature of existence. To achieve this, writers must learn to abstract from life, distilling its essence into a concentrated form that captures the core of what it means to be human. At the same time, they must be careful not to lose sight of the concrete details that make a story relatable and engaging. The goal is to create a narrative that is both universal and specific, that speaks to the broad themes of the human condition while also grounding them in the particulars of a specific time, place, and set of characters. The power of imagination and observation. Successful storytelling requires a delicate balance between two essential powers: the power of observation, which allows writers to capture the nuances of the world around them, and the power of imagination, which enables them to transform those observations into something new and profound. Writers who lean heavily on observation often excel at creating vivid, sensory details that transport the reader into the story world. They have a keen eye for the subtle gestures, expressions, and sensations that define the human experience. And they use this insight to craft scenes that are both authentic and emotionally resonant. On the other hand, writers who rely primarily on imagination are often skilled at creating stories that push the boundaries of what is possible, taking readers on journeys that defy expectation and challenge their assumptions about the world. These writers have the ability to see beyond the surface of things, to imagine new possibilities and explore the uncharted territories of the human psyche. The most effective storytellers, however, are those who can harness both of these powers, using their observations of the real world to fuel their imaginations and create stories that are both grounded and transcendent. By striking a balance between the concrete and the abstract, between the familiar and the extraordinary, these writers are able to craft narratives that speak to the deepest truths of the human experience. The interplay of literary and story talent. In addition to the powers of observation and imagination, great storytelling also requires two distinct talents: literary talent and story talent. These talents, while complementary, are not necessarily dependent on one another, and a writer may excel in one area while struggling in the other. Literary talent refers to the ability to use language in a way that is both beautiful and expressive, crafting sentences and paragraphs that are a joy to read in their own right. Writers with strong literary talent have a gift for finding the perfect word or phrase to capture a particular emotion or sensation, and they use this skill to create prose that is both evocative and memorable. Story talent, on the other hand, is the ability to transform the raw material of life into a compelling narrative that engages the reader on a deep, emotional level. Writers with strong story talent have a natural sense of pacing, structure, and character development, and they use these skills to create stories that are both satisfying and meaningful. While literary talent is relatively common, with many individuals possessing the ability to write beautifully in their native language, true story talent is much rarer. It requires a deep understanding of the human experience, as well as an innate sense of how to shape that experience into a narrative that resonates with readers on a profound level. One of the unique aspects of story talent is that it transcends the written word, encompassing a wide range of storytelling mediums, from theater and film to dance and music. Each of these forms has its own unique strengths and challenges, but they all share the fundamental goal of using narrative to explore the depths of the human experience. Crafting a good story well told is a complex and challenging endeavor that requires a rare combination of talent, passion, and dedication. It demands a deep love for the art of storytelling, as well as a willingness to engage with the full spectrum of human emotions and experiences. To succeed in this pursuit, writers must master the principles of story composition, finding the perfect balance between the technical elements of the craft and the spontaneous, imaginative aspects of the creative process. They must also learn to harness the powers of observation and imagination, using their insights into the world around them to fuel their storytelling and create narratives that are both grounded and transcendent. Finally, writers must cultivate their literary and story talents, honing their skills in the use of language and narrative structure to create stories that engage readers on a deep emotional level. By embracing the challenges and rewards of this demanding craft, writers can create stories that not only entertain and inspire, but also offer profound insights into the human experience, enriching the lives of readers for generations to come. The harmony of story elements. An introduction. In the realm of storytelling, a beautifully crafted narrative is akin to a symphonic masterpiece, where structure, setting, character, genre, and theme seamlessly intertwine to create a captivating whole. Just as a composer must intimately understand each instrument in an orchestra before weaving them together in harmony, a writer must delve into the individual elements of story before blending them into a cohesive and impactful narrative. The structure spectrum, from life story to story told. When a character first emerges in a writer's imagination, they bring with them a vast array of storytelling possibilities. A writer could choose to begin the tale before the character's birth, meticulously following their journey day by day, year by year, until their final breath. A character's life story encompasses an immense tapestry of experiences, each moment rich with complexity and potential. Consider the critically acclaimed film Boyhood, 2014, directed by Richard Linklater. The film follows the life of Mason Evans Jr. from age 6 to 18, capturing the joys, struggles, and defining moments that shape his journey into adulthood. While the film spans 12 years, it is a masterful example of distilling a character's life story into a compelling narrative that resonates with audiences. However, the challenge lies in transforming this expansive life story into the story told on screen. For a feature film, the writer must condense the character's life into a mere 2 hours or so, while still conveying the essence of their journey and the pivotal moments that define them. This is where the artistry of storytelling truly shines, in the ability to select the most meaningful and impactful moments that encapsulate the character's arc and the story's central themes. A prime example of this masterful distillation is the film Moonlight, 2016, written and directed by Barry Jenkins. The story follows the life of Kieran, a young African-American man grappling with his identity and sexuality across 3 defining chapters of his life. Jenkins carefully selects pivotal moments that illuminate Kieran's inner struggles and the external pressures that shape his journey, creating a deeply affecting and powerful narrative that leaves a lasting impact on the audience. The role of events in story design, meaningful change, and story values. As writers navigate the vast landscape of a character's life story, they must make deliberate choices in selecting and arranging the events that will form the backbone of their narrative. But what constitutes an event in the context of storytelling? An event is not merely a happening or an occurrence. It is a meaningful change in the character's life that carries emotional weight and significance. To illustrate this concept, let's consider the film Arrival, 2016, written by Eric Heiserer and directed by Denis Villeneuve. The story follows Louise Banks, a linguist tasked with communicating with extraterrestrial visitors who have landed on Earth. Throughout the film, Louise experiences a series of events that profoundly impact her life and worldview. These events are not merely plot points or action sequences. They are moments of meaningful change that reshape Louise's understanding of language, time, and the nature of existence itself. Central to the concept of meaningful change is the idea of story values. Story values are the universal qualities of human experience that shift from positive to negative, or vice versa, throughout the course of a narrative. These values can be as fundamental as life and death, love and hate, or freedom and oppression. By tracking the shifts in these values, writers can create a sense of emotional momentum and stakes that keep the audience engaged and invested in the story. In the film Get Out, 2017, written and directed by Jordan Peele, the story value at play is the protagonist's sense of safety and belonging. As Chris, a young African-American man, visits his white girlfriend's family estate, he initially feels welcomed and accepted. However, as the story progresses, a series of unsettling events gradually erode his sense of safety, culminating in a terrifying revelation that completely upends his world. By masterfully manipulating the story value of safety to danger, Peele creates a gripping and thought-provoking narrative that keeps the audience on the edge of their seats. Conflict, the driving force of story events. While meaningful change and story values are essential components of an effective event, there is another crucial element that breathes life into a narrative: conflict. Conflict is the lifeblood of storytelling, the spark that ignites the flames of change and propels the character's journey forward. In the film Black Panther, 2018, written by Ryan Coogler and Joe Robert Cole, conflict lies at the heart of T'Challa's journey as he assumes the mantle of king and protector of Wakanda. T'Challa faces external conflicts with the film's antagonist, Eric Killmonger, who challenges his claim to the throne and seeks to upend Wakanda's isolationist policies. Simultaneously, T'Challa grapples with internal conflicts as he questions his own worthiness and the legacy of his father's choices. These conflicts, both external and internal, drive the story forward and force T'Challa to confront difficult truths and make challenging decisions that shape his growth as a leader and a hero. Scenes, the building blocks of story structure. With a foundational understanding of events, story values, and conflict, writers can begin to construct the building blocks of their narrative. Scenes. A scene is a unit of story that typically comprises a series of beats or exchanges between characters, all centered around a central event or moment of change. In a feature film, writers often craft between 40 and 60 scenes to tell their story, each one serving a specific purpose in the larger narrative tapestry. However, the number of scenes can vary depending on the medium and the story's demands. A novelist may include more scenes to fully explore the intricacies of their characters and world, while a playwright may employ fewer scenes due to the constraints of the stage. To illustrate the craft of scene construction, let's examine a pivotal scene from the film Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, 2004, written by Charlie Kaufman. In this scene, Joel and Clementine, the film's central couple, meet for the first time, or so they believe, on a train to Montauk. The scene is a masterclass in subtle character development and the art of subtext. Through their awkward yet endearing exchanges, we witness the spark of connection between these two lost souls, setting the stage for their tumultuous journey of love and loss. The scene turns on the story value of connection, disconnection, as Joel and Clementine move from the initial discomfort of strangers to the first tentative steps of a deeper bond. Beats. The micro moments of character and emotion. Within each scene, writers must also pay close attention to the smallest units of story. Beats. A beat is a single exchange of action and reaction between characters, a subtle shift in emotion or power dynamics that propels the scene forward. In the film Marriage Story, 2019, written and directed by Noah Baumbach, there's a devastating scene where the central couple, Charlie and Nicole, engage in a heated argument that devolves into a brutal verbal sparring match. Within this single scene, Baumbach crafts a series of beats that escalate the tension and emotion to a fever pitch. Each beat represents a shift in the character's tactics and emotional states, from simmering resentment to explosive anger to utter devastation. By carefully calibrating these micro moments of character and emotion, Baumbach creates a scene that is both painfully realistic and emotionally gutting. Sequences, connecting scenes for greater impact. As writers construct their scenes and beats, they must also consider how these individual units of story connect and build upon one another to create a greater sense of narrative momentum and impact. This is where sequences come into play. A sequence is a series of scenes that form a distinct narrative unit, typically revolving around a central goal, obstacle, or emotional arc. In the film Parasite, 2019, co-written and directed by Bong Joon-ho, there is a brilliant sequence where the Kim family, a group of con artists, infiltrate the wealthy Park household one by one. Each scene in the sequence represents a step in their elaborate scheme, from the son posing as a tutor to the daughter pretending to be an art therapist. As the sequence unfolds, the tension and stakes gradually escalate, culminating in a moment of triumph as the Kims successfully ingratiate themselves into the Park's lives. By masterfully weaving these scenes together into a cohesive sequence, Bong creates a sense of narrative propulsion and anticipation that keeps the audience engaged and eager to see what happens next. Acts, the grand movements of story. Moving up the scale of story structure, we come to the concept of acts. An act is a major unit of story that represents a significant shift in the character's journey or the overall narrative trajectory. Typically, a feature film is divided into 3 acts: the setup, the confrontation, and the resolution. In the film The Social Network, 2010, written by Aaron Sorkin, the story of Facebook's creation and the legal battles that ensued is deftly structured into 3 distinct acts. Act 1 introduces us to Mark Zuckerberg, a brilliant but socially awkward Harvard student who dreams of creating something that will earn him recognition and respect. Act 2 follows Mark as he builds Facebook into a global phenomenon, but at the cost of his personal relationships and ethical integrity. Act 3 sees Mark confronting the consequences of his actions as he faces legal challenges and grapples with the weight of his choices. Each act represents a major turning point in Mark's journey, a moment of irreversible change that propels the story forward and raises the stakes. The story climax, the ultimate moment of transformation. At the pinnacle of a story structure lies the climax, the ultimate moment of change and transformation that brings the character's journey to a powerful and satisfying conclusion. The climax is the culmination of all the events, conflicts, and emotional arcs that have been building throughout the story, the final showdown that determines the fate of the characters and the resolution of the central themes. In the film Arrival, the climax occurs when Louise finally understands the true nature of the aliens' language and the purpose of their visit. This revelation not only solves the immediate crisis of communication, but also fundamentally alters Louise's understanding of time, memory, and the interconnectedness of all things. It is a moment of profound transformation that reshapes Louise's entire worldview and brings the story's central themes to a poignant and thought-provoking conclusion. The importance of executing the smallest elements. While the grand movements of story structure, the acts and climaxes are certainly important, it is the execution of the smallest elements, the beats, scenes, and sequences, that ultimately determine the success of a narrative. By crafting each moment with intention and skill, writers can create a sense of emotional resonance and narrative cohesion that keeps the audience engaged and invested from beginning to end. In the film Moonlight, Barry Jenkins demonstrates the power of small moments to convey deep emotional truths. In one particularly poignant scene, the young Chiron sits on a beach with his mentor, Juan, who imparts a simple yet profound lesson about identity and self-acceptance. The scene is quiet and understated, but it carries an immense emotional weight that reverberates throughout the rest of the film. By imbuing each beat and scene with purpose and emotional authenticity, Jenkins creates a story that is both intimate and universal, a testament to the human experience in all its complexity and beauty. The story triangle, mapping the universe of narrative possibilities. Having explored the various elements of story structure, it is useful to step back and consider the larger landscape of narrative possibilities. This is where the concept of the story triangle comes into play. The story triangle is a visual representation of the three primary modes of storytelling: classical design, archplot, minimalism, miniplot, and anti-structure, antiplot. At the top of the triangle sits classical design, also known as archplot. This mode of storytelling adheres to the timeless principles of narrative structure, with a clear protagonist, a central conflict, and a linear progression of events leading to a satisfying resolution. Films like The Godfather, 1972, Star Wars, 1977, and The Lord of the Rings, Trilogy, 2001-2003, are all prime examples of classical design in action. In the left corner of the triangle, we find minimalism, or mini-plot. This mode of storytelling takes the basic elements of classical design and strips them down to their bare essentials, creating narratives that are spare, understated, and often ambiguous. Films like Lost in Translation, 2003, Boyhood, and Roma, 2018, exemplify the minimalist approach, inviting the audience to fill in the gaps and interpret the story's meaning for themselves. Finally, in the right corner of the triangle, we have anti-structure, or anti-plot. This mode of storytelling actively subverts or rejects the conventions of traditional narrative, often employing nonlinear storytelling, fragmented characters, and surreal or absurdist elements. Films like Memento, 2000, Mulholland Drive, 2001, and The Tree of Life, 2011, are all examples of anti-structure in action, challenging the audience's expectations and inviting them to grapple with the story's themes and ideas in unconventional ways. Closed versus open endings, the spectrum of resolution. Another key distinction within the story triangle is the difference between closed and open endings. Classical design tends to favor closed endings, where all the story's questions are answered and all the emotional arcs are resolved. The audience leaves the theater feeling satisfied and complete, with a sense of closure and finality. Minimalism, on the other hand, often employs open endings, where some questions are left unanswered and some emotional threads are left unresolved. The audience is invited to continue grappling with the story's themes and ideas long after the credits have rolled, to find their own sense of meaning and resolution. A prime example of an open ending can be found in the film Inception, 2010, written and directed by Christopher Nolan. The film's final shot shows the protagonist's spinning top, a totem used to differentiate between reality and dreams, wobbling slightly before cutting to black. The audience is left to decide for themselves whether the top will continue spinning, indicating that the protagonist is still in a dream, or topple over, indicating that he has returned to reality. By leaving this crucial question unanswered, Nolan invites the audience to continue engaging with the film's central themes of reality, perception, and the nature of the mind. Conclusion: embracing the symphony of story. In the end, the art of storytelling is a complex and multifaceted endeavor, requiring a deep understanding of the various elements that comprise a narrative and how they work together to create a cohesive and impactful whole. By studying the principles of structure, exploring the spectrum of narrative possibilities, and honing their craft at the level of beats, scenes, and sequences, writers can create stories that resonate with audiences on a profound and enduring level. Whether adhering to the timeless principles of classical design, embracing the understated power of minimalism, or boldly subverting conventions through anti-structure, the key is to approach each story with intention, skill, and a deep respect for the audience's intelligence and emotional capacity. By doing so, writers can craft narratives that not only entertain, but also enlighten, that not only captivate, but also challenge, that not only move, but also transform. In the end, the art of storytelling is a never-ending journey of discovery and growth, a constant striving to push the boundaries of what is possible and to find new ways of connecting with audiences on a deep and meaningful level. By embracing the symphony of story, writers can create works that endure, that inspire, and that ultimately enrich the human experience in all its complexity and beauty. The interplay of external and internal conflict in story design. In the realm of storytelling, the nature and focus of the central conflict play a crucial role in shaping the narrative structure and emotional impact of the film. The two primary modes of conflict explored in this section are external and internal conflict, each associated with distinct story design paradigms: the arch plot and the mini plot. The arch plot, characterized by its adherence to classical storytelling principles, tends to emphasize external conflict as the driving force of the narrative. While characters in an arch plot may grapple with profound inner struggles, the story's primary focus remains on their battles with personal relationships, societal pressures, or the challenges posed by the physical world around them. A striking example of this dynamic can be found in the 2019 film 1917, directed by Sam Mendes. The story follows two young British soldiers tasked with delivering a critical message across enemy lines to prevent a devastating attack. Throughout their perilous journey, the protagonists face numerous external conflicts, from navigating treacherous terrain and evading enemy fire to confronting the horrors of war and the loss of comrades. While the characters' inner turmoil adds depth to their experience, the narrative's central conflict revolves around their physical struggle for survival and the completion of their mission. In contrast, the mini-plot places greater emphasis on the protagonist's internal conflict, delving into the psychological and emotional battles that shape their journey. While external conflicts may still play a significant role, the story's primary focus shifts to the characters' inner transformation, the confrontation with their own fears, doubts, and desires. The 2016 film Manchester by the Sea, written and directed by Kenneth Lonergan, exemplifies this approach. The protagonist, Lee Chandler, grapples with the profound grief and guilt stemming from a tragic past event. As he returns to his hometown to care for his nephew, the story's central conflict becomes Lee's internal struggle to confront his pain, forgive himself, and find a way to move forward. While external conflicts, such as his strained relationships and the challenges of guardianship, contribute to his journey, the narrative's emotional core lies in Lee's inner battle, the power of the single protagonist in classical storytelling. In the classical arch plot, the story often revolves around a single central protagonist who serves as the emotional anchor and driving force of the narrative. This singular focus allows the audience to forge a deep connection with the character, investing in their journey and rooting for their success in the face of escalating conflicts and challenges. A prime example of this single protagonist structure can be found in the 2020 film Nomadland, directed by Chloe Zhao. The story follows Fern, a woman in her 60s who embarks on a journey through the American West after losing her husband and her job in the wake of the Great Recession. As the sole protagonist, Fern's experiences, relationships, and internal struggles form the heart of the narrative, inviting the audience to see the world through her eyes and empathize with her quest for meaning and connection in a time of profound change. The single protagonist structure allows for a focused, emotionally resonant exploration of the character's arc, as their choices, actions, and growth shape the story's trajectory. By dedicating the majority of the screen time to this central figure, the arch plot creates a sense of narrative urgency and emotional intensity that keeps the audience engaged and invested in the outcome of the protagonist's journey. The rise of the multiplot. Multiple protagonists and interwoven narratives. In recent decades, an intriguing variation of the mini-plot has gained prominence in contemporary cinema: the multiplot. This structure deviates from the single protagonist focus of the classical arch plot, instead weaving together multiple storylines, each with its own central character, to create a tapestry of interconnected narratives. The multiplot approach can be seen in films like Crash, 2004, Babel, 2006, and Cloud Atlas, 2012, where a diverse ensemble of characters navigates their own challenges and conflicts, their paths intersecting and influencing one another in unexpected ways. By fragmenting the narrative into smaller, character-driven subplots, the multiplot reduces the intensity of any single storyline, creating a more diffuse and contemplative experience for the viewer. In the 2017 film The Big Sick, written by Emily V. Gordon and Kumail Nanjiani, the multiplot structure is employed to explore the complexities of cultural identity, family dynamics, and romantic relationships. The story follows Kumail, a Pakistani-American comedian, as he navigates his burgeoning relationship with Emily, an American graduate student, while grappling with the expectations of his traditional Muslim family. Simultaneously, the narrative incorporates subplots involving Emily's parents, Kumail's comedy career, and the challenges faced by his Pakistani family, creating a rich and nuanced portrait of the characters' interconnected lives. By weaving together multiple storylines, the multiplot allows for a more expansive exploration of theme and character, offering a kaleidoscopic view of the human experience. While each subplot may lack the intensity of a single protagonist arch plot, the cumulative effect of these interwoven narratives can be equally powerful, inviting the audience to consider the broader tapestry of life and the ways in which our stories intersect and influence one another. The spectrum of protagonist agency, active versus passive characters. Another critical distinction in story design lies in the nature of the protagonist's agency and engagement with the central conflict. In the arch plot, the protagonist tends to be an active, dynamic character who willfully pursues their desires in the face of escalating obstacles and challenges. This proactive engagement with the conflict creates a sense of narrative momentum and keeps the audience invested in the protagonist's struggle. The art of temporal manipulation, linear versus nonlinear storytelling. The structure of time plays a significant role in shaping the viewer's experience and understanding of the narrative. In the classical arch plot, the story typically unfolds in a linear fashion, with events occurring in chronological order and the passage of time clearly delineated. Even when flashbacks are employed, they are often used judiciously and integrated into the narrative in a way that allows the audience to easily place them within the larger timeline of events. The 2013 film Gravity, directed by Alfonso Cuarón, exemplifies the power of linear storytelling. The story follows two astronauts stranded in space after their shuttle is destroyed, and their desperate fight for survival unfolds in real time, with each moment building upon the last to create a sense of mounting tension and urgency. The linear structure immerses the audience in the character's experience, allowing them to feel the weight of every decision and the relentless pressure of the ticking clock. In contrast, the antiplot often employs nonlinear storytelling techniques, such as fragmented timelines, shifting perspectives, and disorienting temporal jumps. This approach can create a sense of mystery, ambiguity, or disorientation, inviting the audience to actively piece together the narrative puzzle and draw their own conclusions about the story's meaning and the characters' journeys. The 2016 film Arrival, directed by Denis Villeneuve and based on the short story Story of Your Life by Ted Chiang, presents a masterful example of non-linear storytelling. The narrative follows Louise Banks, a linguist tasked with communicating with mysterious alien visitors. And, as the story unfolds, it becomes clear that Louise's understanding of time and causality has been fundamentally altered by her encounter with the aliens' language. The film's nonlinear structure, which interweaves scenes from different points in Louise's life, mirrors the character's own experience of time as a fluid, nonlinear entity, challenging the audience's preconceptions about cause and effect and the nature of existence itself. The interplay of causality and coincidence in narrative design. The relationship between cause and effect and the role of chance and coincidence are fundamental aspects of story design that shape the audience's understanding of the narrative world and the characters' journeys. In the classical arch plot, causality reigns supreme, with each event and action logically flowing from the preceding ones, creating a sense of interconnectedness and meaning. The 2015 film The Martian, directed by Ridley Scott and based on the novel by Andy Weir, offers a compelling example of the power of causality in storytelling. The story follows an astronaut, Mark Watney, stranded alone on Mars after his crew mistakenly believes him dead. As Mark fights for survival, each of his actions and decisions has a clear causal relationship to the next, creating a chain of events that propels the narrative forward and deepens the audience's investment in his fate. The film's adherence to scientific accuracy and logical problem-solving reinforces the sense of causality, grounding the story in a believable and interconnected world. In the antiplot, however, coincidence and chance often take center stage, undermining the notion of a rational, orderly universe and highlighting the random, absurd, or meaningless nature of existence. By disrupting the chains of causality and introducing seemingly unmotivated or disconnected events, the antiplot challenges the audience's expectations and invites them to grapple with the fundamental uncertainties of the human experience. The 2021 film I'm Thinking of Ending Things, written and directed by Charlie Kaufman, offers a surreal and unsettling exploration of this theme. The story follows a young woman as she travels with her boyfriend to visit his parents on their remote farm. But as the evening unfolds, the boundaries between reality, memory, and imagination begin to blur, and the characters, identities, and relationships become increasingly unstable and enigmatic. The film's disjointed, non-linear structure and the seemingly random intrusion of absurd or inexplicable events create a sense of existential unease, inviting the audience to question the very nature of identity, time, and the human experience itself. The emotional resonance of internal conflict. A closer look. While external conflicts can provide a thrilling and engaging narrative journey, it is often the exploration of internal conflict that gives a story its emotional depth and resonance. By delving into the protagonist's psyche, their fears, doubts, and desires, the mini-plot invites the audience to connect with the character on a profoundly human level, experiencing their struggles and triumphs as if they were their own. Consider the 2019 film Marriage Story, written and directed by Noah Baumbach. The story follows a married couple, Charlie and Nicole, as they navigate the painful process of divorce and the restructuring of their family. While the external conflicts of legal battles and custody arrangements play a significant role, the heart of the narrative lies in the character's internal struggles. Charlie grapples with his identity as a husband and father, his fear of losing his son, and his deep love for Nicole, despite their differences. Nicole, in turn, must confront her own desires for independence and creative fulfillment, her guilt over the impact of the divorce on their child, and her conflicted feelings for Charlie. By focusing on these internal conflicts, the film creates a powerful emotional connection with the audience, inviting them to see themselves in the characters' struggles and to empathize with their pain and their hopes. The mini-plot's emphasis on internal conflict allows for a deeper exploration of the human experience, the complexities of relationships, and the profound challenges of personal growth and self-discovery. The art of interweaving, the multiplot in contemporary cinema. In the realm of contemporary cinema, the multiplot has emerged as a powerful tool for exploring the interconnectedness of human experiences and the ways in which our stories intersect and influence one another. By weaving together multiple narratives, each with its own protagonist and unique set of conflicts and challenges, the multiplot creates a rich tapestry of character and theme, inviting the audience to consider the larger patterns and meanings that emerge from the collision of these individual stories. A potent example of this approach can be found in the 2016 film Moonlight, written and directed by Barry Jenkins. The story follows the life of Kieran, a young black man growing up in Miami, across 3 defining chapters of his life: childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. However, rather than focusing solely on Kieran's journey, the narrative incorporates the stories of the key figures in his life: his mother, Paula, struggling with addiction; his mentor and father figure, Juan; his childhood friend and love interest, Kevin. By interweaving these characters' stories, the film creates a multifaceted exploration of identity, masculinity, sexuality, and the complex web of relationships that shape Kieran's life. The multiplot allows for a more expansive and nuanced view of the human experience, highlighting the ways in which our individual struggles and triumphs are inextricably linked to those around us. By inviting the audience to consider multiple perspectives and the larger social and cultural forces at play, the multiplot creates a powerful sense of empathy and understanding, challenging our assumptions and broadening our understanding of the world and our place within it. The spectrum of protagonist agency, active and passive characters in storytelling. The nature of the protagonist's engagement with the story's central conflict plays a critical role in shaping the narrative's tone, pacing, and emotional impact. In the arch plot, the active protagonist serves as the driving force of the narrative, their choices and actions propelling the story forward and shaping the course of events. This dynamic, proactive engagement with the conflict creates a sense of urgency and momentum, keeping the audience invested in the protagonist's struggle and rooting for their success. A compelling example of the active protagonist can be found in the 2017 film Get Out, written and directed by Jordan Peele. The story follows Chris, a young black man, as he visits the family of his white girlfriend, Rose, for the first time. As the weekend unfolds, Chris begins to uncover a sinister conspiracy targeting black people, and he must use his wits, resourcefulness, and physical prowess to survive and escape. Throughout the narrative, Chris actively confronts the mounting threats and challenges, his choices and actions driving the story forward and shaping its ultimate resolution. In contrast, the passive protagonist of the mini-plot often navigates the story's conflicts through inner struggle and personal transformation. While these characters may still engage with external challenges, their primary battle is one of self-discovery, emotional healing, or existential contemplation. The passive protagonist's journey is often marked by subtle shifts in perspective, quiet moments of revelation, and the slow, sometimes painful process of growth and change. The 2021 film, The Worst Person in the World, directed by Joachim Trier, presents a poignant example of the passive protagonist. The story follows Julie, a young woman grappling with the uncertainties of love, career, and self-identity. As she navigates a series of relationships and professional challenges, Julie's central conflict is largely internal, a gradual process of self-discovery and personal growth. While external events and relationships shape her journey, the narrative's emotional core lies in Julie's introspective struggle to find meaning, purpose, and authenticity in a world of shifting expectations and societal pressures. The passive protagonist's journey may lack the propulsive energy of the active hero, but it allows for a deeper exploration of character interiority and the subtle, often messy realities of the human experience. By inviting the audience to witness the protagonist's inner struggles and gradual transformation, the mini-plot creates a powerful sense of empathy and identification, reminding us of the universal challenges of self-discovery and the ongoing process of becoming who we are meant to be. The emotional resonance of the nonlinear narrative, exploring time and memory. In the realm of storytelling, the manipulation of time and the exploration of memory can be powerful tools for creating emotional resonance and inviting the audience to grapple with the complexities of the human experience. The nonlinear narrative, a hallmark of the anti-plot, allows for a more experimental and unconventional approach to storytelling, one that challenges our assumptions about causality, identity, and the nature of reality itself. A striking example of the emotional power of the nonlinear narrative can be found in the 2000 film Memento, written and directed by Christopher Nolan. The story follows Leonard, a man with anterograde amnesia, as he seeks to uncover the truth behind his wife's murder and exact revenge on her killer. The film's structure mirrors Leonard's fractured experience of time, with scenes alternating between two narrative threads, one moving backward in time, the other forward. As the story unfolds, the audience must actively piece together the puzzle of Leonard's past and the motivations behind his actions, grappling with questions of memory, identity, and the elusive nature of truth. By disrupting the linear flow of time and inviting the audience to share in the protagonist's disorientation and uncertainty, the nonlinear narrative creates a powerful emotional connection, one that challenges us to confront the fragility of our own memories and the ways in which our perceptions shape our understanding of the world and ourselves. The anti-plot's embrace of temporal manipulation and fragmentation allows for a deeper exploration of the subjective nature of experience and the complex interplay between past, present, and future in shaping who we are and how we navigate the world. The interplay of chance and choice. Coincidence in storytelling. While the classical arch plot often relies on the intricate web of causality to create a sense of meaning and purpose in the narrative world, the anti-plot's embrace of coincidence and chance can be a powerful tool for exploring the random, absurd, or even meaningless aspects of the human experience. By disrupting the chains of cause and effect, and introducing seemingly unmotivated or disconnected events, the anti-plot challenges our assumptions about the orderly nature of the universe and invites us to grapple with the role of chance and choice in shaping our lives. The 2006 film The Butterfly Effect, written and directed by Eric Bress and J. Mackie Gruber, offers a thought-provoking exploration of this theme. The story follows Evan, a young man who discovers he has the ability to travel back in time and alter the course of his life by making different choices at key moments. However, as Evan attempts to rewrite his past and undo the traumas and tragedies that have shaped him, he discovers that each change has unintended and often devastating consequences, rippling out across time and impacting the lives of those around him in ways he could never have predicted. By highlighting the complex interplay between chance and choice, the film invites us to consider the role of coincidence and unintended consequences in shaping our lives. The anti-plot's embrace of randomness and unpredictability can be a powerful tool for exploring the existential questions at the heart of the human experience. How much control do we truly have over our lives? What role does chance play in shaping our destinies? And how do we find meaning and purpose in a world that often seems capricious or indifferent to our struggles and desires? In the end, the art of storytelling is a profound exploration of the human experience in all its complexity, beauty, and contradiction. By understanding the diverse structural elements that shape narrative design, from the interplay of external and internal conflict to the spectrum of protagonist agency, the manipulation of time and memory, and the role of chance and coincidence, storytellers can craft deeply resonant and emotionally impactful narratives that invite audiences to grapple with the fundamental questions of existence. Whether through the propulsive energy of the arch plot, the introspective depth of the mini-plot, or the experimental audacity of the anti-plot, the power of structure lies in its ability to create a meaningful and cohesive framework through which to explore the vast landscape of human experience. By harnessing these tools and techniques, storytellers can create narratives that not only entertain and engage, but also challenge and transform, inviting audiences to see the world and themselves in new and profound ways. In a world that often feels fragmented, chaotic, and uncertain, the art of storytelling remains a vital force for connection, empathy, and understanding. By shaping the raw material of life into narratives of meaning and purpose, storytellers have the power to illuminate the human condition in all its messy, complicated glory, and to remind us of the fundamental ties that bind us all together. So let us continue to explore the boundless possibilities of narrative design, to push the boundaries of structure and form, and to create stories that resonate with the depth and complexity of the human heart. For in doing so, we not only entertain and enlighten, but we also hold up a mirror to ourselves and the world around us, inviting us to grapple with the profound questions of who we are, why we're here, and what it means to be alive. The interplay of consistency and absurdity in storytelling. In the realm of storytelling, the relationship between the fictional world and the reality it seeks to represent is a complex and multifaceted one. While stories serve as powerful metaphors for the human experience, they are not mere facsimiles of the real world. Instead, they are carefully crafted universes that operate according to their own internal logic and rules of causality. This concept of internal consistency is the foundation upon which the notion of consistent realities is built. In a consistent reality, the modes of interaction between characters and their environment are established early on and maintained throughout the narrative. This consistency is essential for creating a sense of believability and immersion, even in the most fantastical or bizarre of settings. Take, for example, the 2022 film Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, directed by Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert. The story follows Evelyn Wang, a Chinese-American woman who discovers she has the ability to access parallel universes and must navigate a mind-bending multiverse to save her family and the world. Despite the film's wildly imaginative premise, it establishes clear rules for how Evelyn's powers work and how the various universes interact with one another. These rules are maintained throughout the narrative, creating a sense of internal logic that allows the audience to suspend their disbelief and fully engage with the story. In contrast, inconsistent realities are those in which the modes of interaction are intentionally mixed and subverted to create a sense of absurdity or surrealism. This approach is often associated with the anti-plot, a storytelling mode that seeks to challenge traditional narrative conventions and explore the boundaries of the medium. A striking example of an inconsistent reality can be found in the 2020 film I'm Thinking of Ending Things, directed by Charlie Kaufman. The story follows a young woman who accompanies her boyfriend on a visit to his parents' farmhouse. But as the evening unfolds, the lines between reality, memory, and fantasy begin to blur. Characters shift identities, timelines overlap and contradict one another, and the very nature of the narrative itself becomes increasingly unstable. By deliberately mixing modes of interaction and subverting audience expectations, Kaufman creates a sense of unease and disorientation that mirrors the protagonist's fragmented psyche. The roots of the inconsistent reality can be traced back to the early 20th century, when artistic movements such as Expressionism, Dadaism, and Surrealism sought to challenge the established norms of representation and explore the inner workings of the human mind. These movements represented a conscious effort to sever the links between the artist, external reality, and the audience, creating works that were often atemporal, fragmented, and chaotic. In the realm of cinema, this legacy can be seen in the works of filmmakers such as David Lynch, whose films often blur the lines between reality and dream, and Yorgos Lanthimos, whose absurdist narratives subvert traditional storytelling conventions. In Lynch's 2001 film, Mulholland Drive, for example, the story shifts abruptly from a seemingly straightforward mystery to a surreal, non-linear exploration of identity and desire. Similarly, in Lanthimos' 2015 film, The Lobster, the world is governed by a bizarre set of rules in which single people are transformed into animals if they fail to find a romantic partner within a set time frame. While inconsistent realities may seem chaotic or incoherent on the surface, they often possess a deeper unity that reflects the subjective state of mind of the filmmaker. By inviting the audience to enter into these distorted worlds, the antiplot challenges us to confront the underlying anxieties, desires, and contradictions that shape the human experience. The fluidity and complexity of story design. As the previous section illustrates, the distinction between consistent and inconsistent realities is just one of many dimensions along which stories can vary. In truth, the vast landscape of storytelling possibilities cannot be easily reduced to a set of binary oppositions or rigid categories. This is where the concept of the story design triangle comes into play. The triangle represents a visual map of the various structural elements that shape narrative design, from the classical principles of the arch plot to the minimalist austerity of the mini-plot, and the experimental audacity of the anti-plot. By acknowledging the fluidity and complexity of these elements, the triangle allows for a more nuanced understanding of how stories can blend and borrow from different storytelling modes to create unique and compelling narratives. Take, for example, the 2019 film Parasite, directed by Bong Joon-ho. On the surface, the film appears to be a straightforward arch plot, with a clear protagonist, a central conflict, and a linear progression of events. However, as the story unfolds, it begins to incorporate elements of the mini-plot, such as a focus on character interiority and a sense of ambiguity and irresolution. By the film's end, it has also taken on qualities of the anti-plot, with a shocking twist that subverts audience expectations and challenges traditional notions of class and social order. Similarly, the 2016 film La La Land, written and directed by Damien Chazelle, offers a more subtle example of how stories can blend different modes of storytelling. The film's central narrative follows the classic arch plot structure of the Hollywood musical, with two protagonists pursuing their dreams and falling in love against the backdrop of a romanticized Los Angeles. However, the film also incorporates elements of the mini-plot, with a bittersweet ending that acknowledges the sacrifices and compromises that often come with chasing one's ambitions. The story design triangle also allows for the existence of hybrid or quasi-antiplot films, which incorporate elements of the antiplot into otherwise conventional narratives. The 2022 film, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, directed by Tom Gormican, offers a playful example of this approach. The story follows a fictionalized version of actor Nicolas Cage, who accepts a $1 million offer to attend the birthday party of a wealthy superfan. As the story unfolds, it begins to incorporate metafictional elements, blurring the lines between reality and fiction and subverting the audience's expectations of the celebrity persona. Ultimately, the story design triangle reminds us that storytelling is a fluid and dynamic art form, one that resists easy categorization or rigid formulas. By understanding the various structural elements that shape narrative design, writers can make informed choices about how to craft stories that are both unique and emotionally resonant. The spectrum of change and stasis in storytelling. Another critical dimension of story design is the way in which narratives deal with the concept of change. In the upper regions of the story design triangle, above the line that separates mini-plot from anti-plot, we find stories in which change is a central and driving force. Whether it takes the form of a character's inner transformation or a dramatic upheaval of the status quo, change is the engine that propels these narratives forward. A powerful example of this can be found in the 2021 film Coda, written and directed by Cian Heder. The story follows Ruby, a hearing teenager born into a deaf family, as she grapples with her identity and the weight of familial responsibility. Over the course of the film, Ruby undergoes a profound transformation, learning to assert her independence and pursue her passion for music, even as she navigates the challenges of bridging the gap between the hearing and deaf worlds. By the film's end, Ruby has not only changed as an individual, but has also affected change within her family and community. At the other end of the spectrum, below the mini-plot anti-plot line, we find stories in which stasis and circularity are the dominant forces. In these non-plot narratives, the underlying condition of the characters' lives remains fundamentally unchanged from beginning to end, even as they may experience temporary fluctuations or upheavals. The 2021 film, The Power of the Dog, directed by Jane Campion, offers a complex and nuanced example of this dynamic. The story follows a wealthy rancher, Phil Burbank, who torments his brother's new wife and her son, Peter, until a series of unexpected events begins to chip away at his hardened exterior. While the film is filled with moments of tension and conflict, the underlying dynamics of power and control that define Phil's world remain largely unchanged. Even as he begins to let his guard down and form a bond with Peter, the specter of his past traumas and the weight of his toxic masculinity continue to shape his actions and outlook. In the realm of non-plot narratives, we can further distinguish between slice-of-life stories, which aim to capture the texture and rhythms of everyday existence, and anti-structured stories, which use absurdity and satire to comment on the human condition. The 2021 film Licorice Pizza, written and directed by Paul Thomas Anderson, offers a nostalgic and bittersweet example of the former, following a teenage boy and a young woman as they navigate the ups and downs of first love in 1970s California. While the characters experience moments of joy, heartbreak, and self-discovery, the film's loose, episodic structure and open-ended conclusion suggest that life is ultimately a cycle of experiences and emotions that we move through rather than a linear progression towards a fixed endpoint. Ultimately, the spectrum of change and stasis in storytelling reflects the fundamental tension between our desire for growth and transformation and our awareness of the cyclical, sometimes absurd nature of the human experience. By exploring different modes of change and stasis, stories can offer profound insights into the complexities of the human condition and the ways in which we make meaning out of the chaos of existence. The politics of storytelling, navigating the divide between Hollywood and art cinema. Beyond the structural and thematic dimensions of story design, there exists a complex web of cultural, economic, and ideological factors that shape the way stories are told and received. One of the most enduring and contentious of these factors is the divide between Hollywood cinema and art cinema, a dichotomy that reflects not only differences in storytelling approaches, but also fundamentally divergent views of the world and the role of the artist in society. At the heart of this divide lies the question of change and stasis, a philosophical contradiction with profound implications for the way stories are crafted and interpreted. Hollywood cinema, with its emphasis on the arch plot and its tendency towards optimistic, uplifting narratives, reflects a fundamental belief in the capacity of individuals and society to change for the better. This belief is rooted in the American mythos of progress and self-reinvention, a cultural narrative that emphasizes the power of the individual to shape their own destiny and effect positive change in the world. In contrast, art, cinema, with its focus on the mini-plot and anti-plot, and its tendency towards ambiguity and irresolution, often reflects a more pessimistic view of change, one that emphasizes the intractability of human nature and the cyclical, often absurd nature of existence. This view is rooted in a European intellectual tradition that has been shaped by centuries of war, upheaval, and existential uncertainty, a tradition that emphasizes the limitations of individual agency and the ultimately meaningless nature of human endeavor. While these philosophical differences are often framed in terms of a simplistic opposition between entertainment and art, or between commercialism and authenticity, the reality is far more complex and nuanced. Many Hollywood films, from The Godfather to Get Out, offer profound insights into the human condition and the workings of power and privilege, even as they operate within the conventions of classical storytelling. Similarly, many art films, from 812 to Parasite, use the tools of minimalism and abstraction to create emotionally resonant and thematically rich narratives that speak to universal human experiences. The danger, then, lies not in the existence of these different storytelling traditions, but in the temptation to view them as mutually exclusive or inherently opposed. When Hollywood films become too formulaic or reliant on spectacle at the expense of substance, they risk alienating audiences and contributing to a sense of cultural emptiness and superficiality. Similarly, when art films become too esoteric or self-indulgent, they risk losing touch with the very human experiences they seek to illuminate and becoming little more than intellectual exercises in form and style. Ultimately, the politics of story design is not about choosing sides in a cultural war, but about finding a way to navigate the complex and often contradictory demands of art and commerce, individual expression, and collective meaning-making. For writers, this means being willing to engage with different storytelling traditions and modes, to experiment with form and content, and to find a way to balance their own artistic vision with the practical realities of the marketplace. One of the most significant of these challenges is the relationship between story design and audience engagement. As the previous sections have illustrated, different storytelling modes and structures tend to appeal to different audiences, with classical narratives generally attracting larger and more mainstream audiences than minimalist or experimental ones. For writers seeking to build a career in the film and television industry, this fact has significant implications for the kinds of stories they choose to tell and the ways in which they tell them. In Hollywood, where budgets can often run into the hundreds of millions of dollars and the financial stakes are correspondingly high, there is often an understandable pressure to create stories that will appeal to the widest possible audience. This pressure have created new opportunities for writers to tell more diverse and nuanced stories, to experiment with form and content, and to reach audiences that may have been previously underserved or overlooked. Shows like Raimi, I May Destroy You, and The Terror Infamy offer powerful examples of how writers can use the tools of serialized storytelling to explore complex themes of identity, trauma, and cultural history in ways that are both artistically ambitious and commercially viable. For writers seeking to navigate this complex landscape, the key is to find a way to balance their own creative vision with a pragmatic understanding of the business realities of the industry. This may mean starting out by writing more conventional, commercially oriented scripts in order to build a track record and establish relationships with producers and executives, while also developing more personal and artistically ambitious projects on the side. It may mean being willing to collaborate with other writers and directors, to adapt to different formats and platforms, and to be open to feedback and revision throughout the development process. Most importantly, it means being willing to persevere in the face of rejection, uncertainty, and creative frustration, to keep pushing oneself to grow and evolve as a storyteller, and to never lose sight of the fundamental passion and purpose that drives one to write in the first place. For while the challenges of building a writing career can be daunting, the rewards, both creative and financial, can be immeasurable, and the opportunity to contribute to the collective storytelling tradition that shapes our culture and our world is a privilege and a responsibility that few other professions can match. In the end, the business of storytelling is not about chasing trends or formulas, nor is it about indulging in artistic self-absorption or navel-gazing. It is about finding a way to create stories that are both meaningful and marketable, that speak to the deepest truths of the human experience while also engaging and entertaining audiences on a visceral level. It is about being willing to take risks and make sacrifices, to collaborate and compromise, and to always strive to be a better and more effective communicator of the ideas and emotions that move us as individuals and as a society. By understanding the complex interplay of art and commerce that shapes the storytelling landscape, and by being willing to navigate that landscape with creativity, resilience, and integrity, writers can build careers that are both personally fulfilling and culturally significant, and can help to shape the stories that will define our shared future for generations to come. The mastery of classical form, a foundation for innovation. In the vast landscape of storytelling, the relationship between classical form and its more experimental counterparts, the mini-plot and anti-plot, is a complex and dynamic one. Far from being independent entities, these latter forms find their roots in the very structure they seek to subvert or challenge. The mini-plot, with its minimalist approach, can be seen as a distillation of the arch plot, stripping away the excess to reveal the bare essentials of narrative. The anti-plot, on the other hand, defines itself through contradiction, actively working against the conventions and expectations of the classical form. This cyclical relationship between the established and the avant-garde is a recurring theme throughout the history of art. Just as the rebellious spirit of rock and roll emerged as a reaction to the sanitized pop music of the 1950s, only to become the new mainstream and face its own wave of opposition, so too do artistic movements constantly evolve and reshape themselves in response to the dominant forms of their time. A prime example of this can be found in the work of filmmakers like Jean-Luc Godard, whose groundbreaking film Breathless, 1960, helped to define the French New Wave and its radical approach to cinematic storytelling. With its jump cuts, handheld camera work, and self-reflexive style, Breathless stood in stark contrast to the polished, studio-driven films of the era. Yet, as the New Wave gained traction and influenced a new generation of filmmakers, its once revolutionary techniques became absorbed into the mainstream, paving the way for a new avant-garde to emerge. In the contemporary landscape of cinema, the use of anti-plot devices has itself become a subject of parody and satire. Films like Deadpool, 2016, and The Cabin in the Woods, 2011, playfully subvert the conventions of their respective genres, breaking the fourth wall and calling attention to the artificiality of the storytelling process. These metafictional techniques, once the domain of experimental film and theater, have now become a staple of mainstream comedy and horror. However, it is important to recognize that the successful subversion of classical form requires a deep understanding and mastery of its principles. Just as the jazz musician must first learn the standards before embarking on free-form improvisation, so too must the writer become proficient in the fundamentals of storytelling before attempting to deconstruct or reimagine them. This is a lesson that the great filmmakers of the past understood well. Ingmar Bergman, for example, spent decades honing his craft within the classical framework before venturing into the more experimental territory of films like Persona, 1966, and Cries and Whispers, 1972. Similarly, Francis Ford Coppola's early works, such as The Godfather, 1972, and The Conversation, 1974, demonstrate a mastery of traditional storytelling techniques, which he would later subvert and reimagine in films like Apocalypse Now, 1979, and One from the Heart, 1982. For the aspiring writer, then, the path to innovation begins with a dedication to the craft and a willingness to engage with the classical form on its own terms. This is not to say that one must slavishly adhere to formula or convention, but rather that a deep understanding of the principles underlying the archplot is essential for anyone seeking to push the boundaries of storytelling. The writer's conviction, authenticity, and the avoidance of pretense. Central to the success of any storytelling endeavor is the writer's own belief in the work they are creating. This is not simply a matter of confidence or self-assurance, but rather a deep and abiding conviction in the truth and validity of the story being told. As the great Russian actor and director Konstantin Stanislavski once asked his students, "Are you in love with the art in yourself, or yourself in the art?" This question cuts to the heart of the writer's motivation and the integrity of their creative process. For the writer working within the realm of the mini-plot or anti-plot, this question takes on even greater significance. These forms, with their emphasis on interiority, ambiguity, and subversion, can easily become vehicles for self-indulgence or empty posturing if not approached with a genuine commitment to their underlying themes and ideas. Consider the work of Charlie Kaufman, whose films like Being John Malkovich, 1999, and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, 2004, exemplify the mini-plot in their exploration of the inner lives and subjective experiences of their characters. While these films are certainly unconventional in their structure and style, they are never mere exercises in cleverness or experimentation for its own sake. Rather, they are deeply felt meditations on the nature of identity, memory, and the human condition, born out of Kaufman's own struggles and preoccupations as an artist and an individual. In contrast, the temptation for many young writers is to adopt the trappings of the avant-garde as a way of distancing themselves from the perceived commercialism or conventionality of mainstream storytelling. They may eschew traditional narrative structures, character arcs, or closure, not out of a genuine belief in the merits of these choices, but rather as a kind of shorthand for artistic credibility or sophistication. The result, however, is often a work that feels hollow or insincere, lacking the depth and resonance that comes from a true engagement with the material. The writer who approaches their story as a kind of intellectual exercise, rather than an expression of their own passions and convictions, risks falling into the trap of pretentiousness and self-parody. To avoid this fate, the writer must be willing to interrogate their own motives and to approach their work with a spirit of honesty and self-reflection. They must ask themselves what it is that draws them to a particular form or style, and whether their choices are born out of a genuine belief in their effectiveness as storytelling tools, or merely a desire to be seen as artistic or unconventional. This is not to say that the writer must limit themselves to only those forms or styles that come naturally or easily to them. On the contrary, the process of pushing oneself beyond one's comfort zone and exploring new modes of expression can be a vital part of artistic growth and development. However, this exploration must be grounded in a sincere commitment to the work itself, rather than a superficial desire to be seen as different or edgy. Ultimately, the writer's belief in their own work is the foundation upon which all else is built. Without this belief, the story will lack the authenticity and emotional truth that is essential for connecting with an audience, regardless of the form or style in which it is presented. The writer who approaches their craft with honesty, humility, and a deep respect for the power of storytelling will be well positioned to create work that resonates with readers and stands the test of time. the interplay of structure and setting, crafting a believable and immersive world. In the realm of storytelling, the relationship between structure and setting is a crucial one, with each element both informing and constraining the other. The setting of a story, with its unique combination of time, place, and social context, serves as the foundation upon which the narrative is built, shaping the possibilities and limitations of the character's actions and experiences. At the same time, the structure of the story, with its own internal logic and rules, must be carefully crafted to fit within the confines of the chosen setting. A story that takes place in a small rural town in the 1950s, for example, will necessarily have a different set of narrative possibilities and constraints than one set in a sprawling, futuristic metropolis. This interplay between structure and setting is perhaps best exemplified by the genre of science fiction, which often relies on the creation of elaborate, fully realized worlds to serve as the backdrop for its stories. In a film like Blade Runner 2049, 2017, the setting is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the unfolding narrative, shaping the characters, motivations, actions, and ultimate fate. The challenge for the writer, then, is to create a setting that is both believable and immersive, while also ensuring that it serves the needs of the story being told. This requires a deep understanding of the internal logic and rules that govern the world of the story, as well as a willingness to explore the ways in which those rules can be tested and subverted. One of the key principles of effective storytelling in this regard is the idea of creative limitation. Rather than seeing the constraints of a particular setting as a hindrance to creativity, the skilled writer understands that these limitations can actually serve as a catalyst for innovation and originality. By focusing on a small, specific corner of the larger world, the writer is able to explore that world in greater depth and detail, creating a sense of authenticity and verisimilitude that draws the reader in and immerses them in the story. This is the principle that underlies the success of films like The Godfather, 1972, and Goodfellas, 1990, which create richly detailed and believable worlds by focusing on a specific subculture or milieu. At the same time, the writer must be careful not to become so enamored of their own setting that they lose sight of the larger story being told. The temptation to include every detail and aspect of the world, regardless of its relevance to the narrative, can quickly lead to a sense of bloat and self-indulgence. The key, then, is to find a balance between the demands of the setting and the needs of the story, allowing each to inform and enrich the other in a symbiotic relationship. For the writer seeking to create something truly original and impactful, the task can seem daunting, if not impossible. The key to overcoming this challenge, however, lies in the power of research and the willingness to dig deeper into the world of the story being told. By immersing oneself in the details and nuances of a particular setting, character, or theme, the writer can begin to uncover the hidden depths and untapped potential that lie beneath the surface of the familiar. This research can take many forms, from the deeply personal and introspective to the broadly historical and cultural. The writer may draw upon their own memories and experiences, mining the rich veins of emotion and insight that lie within their own psyche. They may engage in imaginative exercises, exploring the inner lives and motivations of their characters in a kind of creative role play. Or they may turn to the vast resources of libraries, archives, and online databases, seeking out the factual details and context that can help to ground their story in a sense of authenticity and verisimilitude. Regardless of the specific approach taken, the goal of this research is always the same: to push beyond the obvious and the expected, and to uncover the deeper truths and resonances that lie at the heart of the human experience. By doing so, the writer can begin to create stories that feel both fresh and familiar, tapping into the universal themes and emotions that connect us all, while also offering a unique and original perspective on the world. Of course, the process of research and creation is rarely a linear or predictable one. The writer may find themselves following unexpected tangents and detours, chasing down leads that ultimately prove fruitless or discovering connections and insights that they never could have anticipated. This is the nature of the creative process, and it is important for the writer to embrace the uncertainty and messiness that comes with it. At the same time, it is equally important for the writer to remain focused on the larger goals and themes of their story, and not to become so lost in the details that they lose sight of the forest for the trees. The research and exploration that goes into the creation of a story should always be in service of the larger narrative and emotional arc, rather than an end in itself. Ultimately, the war on cliché is one that can never be fully won, but only fought anew with each new story and each new audience. The writer, who is willing to put in the hard work of research and exploration, and who approaches their craft with a spirit of curiosity, empathy, and originality, will be well positioned to create stories that resonate with readers and stand the test of time. In doing so, they will not only be fulfilling their own creative potential, but also contributing to the larger tapestry of human storytelling that has shaped our understanding of ourselves and our world for generations. The art of research, balancing creativity and authenticity. As the writer embarks on the journey of creating a truly original and impactful story, the role of research becomes increasingly critical. Whether drawing upon personal experiences, engaging in imaginative exercises, or delving into the vast resources of historical and cultural knowledge, the writer must be willing to immerse themselves fully in the world of their story, seeking out the details and nuances that will bring it to life. At the same time, it is important to recognize that research alone is not enough to create a compelling and memorable narrative. While a deep understanding of the facts and context surrounding a particular setting or character can certainly enhance the authenticity and verisimilitude of a story, it is ultimately the writer's own creativity and imagination that will breathe life into the material. This is where the delicate balance between research and creativity comes into play. The writer must be able to take the raw materials of their research and transform them into something new and original, infusing the story with their own unique perspective and voice. This process of creative alchemy is at the heart of all great storytelling, and it is what separates the merely competent from the truly exceptional. One of the key challenges in this regard is knowing when to step back from the research and allow the story to take on a life of its own. It can be tempting for the writer to become so immersed in the details and minutiae of their chosen subject that they lose sight of the larger narrative arc and emotional resonance of the story. At a certain point, the writer must be willing to trust in their own instincts and intuition, allowing the characters and events to unfold in unexpected and surprising ways. This is not to say, however, that research and creativity are mutually exclusive or that one must necessarily take precedence over the other. In fact, the most successful writers are often those who are able to seamlessly integrate their research into the fabric of their storytelling, using the facts and details they have uncovered as a springboard for their own imaginative leaps and creative insights. A prime example of this can be seen in the work of historical fiction writers like Hilary Mantel, whose novels Wolf Hall, 2009, and Bring Up the Bodies, 2012, offer a richly detailed and deeply immersive portrait of life in Tudor England. While Mantel's work is grounded in meticulous research and a deep understanding of the historical record, it is also infused with a sense of vivid immediacy and emotional resonance that can only come from a writer's own creative vision and empathy. Similarly, in the realm of science fiction and fantasy, writers like N.K. Jemisin and Anne Leckie have used their own extensive research into fields like anthropology, linguistics, and political science to create richly imagined and fully realized worlds that feel both fantastical and deeply grounded in reality. By drawing upon their own knowledge and expertise, these writers are able to create stories that are both intellectually stimulating and emotionally resonant, offering readers a glimpse into new and exciting possibilities for the human experience. Ultimately, the key to successful research in storytelling is not simply the accumulation of facts and details, but the ability to transform those materials into something new and meaningful. The writer who is able to strike this balance between authenticity and creativity, between the rigorous demands of research and the free play of the imagination, will be well positioned to create stories that stand the test of time and speak to the deepest truths of the human experience. The role of research in character development, crafting authentic and compelling protagonists. One of the most critical aspects of effective storytelling is the creation of believable, relatable, and emotionally resonant characters. Whether in the realm of fiction, film, or television, the success of a narrative often hinges on the ability of the writer to craft protagonists and supporting characters that feel authentic and fully realized, with their own distinct personalities, motivations, and inner lives. This is where the role of research becomes particularly important, as it allows the writer to delve deeper into the psychological, social, and cultural factors that shape their characters' identities and behaviors. By drawing upon a wide range of sources and perspectives, the writer can begin to build a rich and nuanced understanding of their characters, one that goes beyond surface-level traits and characteristics to explore the deeper drives and desires that animate their actions and choices. One key aspect of this research is the exploration of the character's backstory and personal history. By understanding the formative experiences and relationships that have shaped a character's life, the writer can begin to develop a more complex and multifaceted portrait of their personality and motivations. This may involve delving into the character's family background, education, career, and social milieu, as well as examining the ways in which these factors have influenced their values, beliefs, and worldview. Another important dimension of character research is the study of psychology and human behavior. By drawing upon the insights of fields like cognitive science, social psychology, and evolutionary biology, the writer can gain a deeper understanding of the underlying patterns and processes that drive human thought and action. This may involve exploring topics like decision-making, emotion regulation, moral reasoning, and interpersonal dynamics, as well as examining the ways in which these factors may vary across different cultures and contexts. In addition to these more academic forms of research, the writer may also engage in more experiential and immersive forms of exploration, such as observing real-life individuals and communities that share similar characteristics or backgrounds to their characters. This may involve spending time in specific settings or environments, conducting interviews or focus groups, or even engaging in role-playing exercises to better understand the lived experience of their characters. Regardless of the specific approaches taken, the goal of character research is always to create a sense of depth, complexity, and authenticity that goes beyond mere stereotype or caricature. By grounding their characters in a rich and detailed understanding of human psychology and behavior, the writer can begin to craft protagonists that feel both unique and universal, capable of resonating with audiences across a wide range of backgrounds and experiences. Of course, the process of character development is rarely a straightforward or linear one, and the writer may find themselves continually refining and evolving their understanding of their characters as the story unfolds. As new insights and revelations emerge through the process of writing and revision, the writer may need to adjust their approach or rethink certain aspects of their characters' identities and motivations. Ultimately, the key to successful character development through research is a willingness to remain open and curious, to continually seek out new perspectives and insights, and to allow the characters to evolve and grow in unexpected and surprising ways. By approaching their craft with a spirit of empathy, humility, and creativity, the writer can create characters that feel both deeply human and utterly compelling, capable of capturing the hearts and minds of audiences for generations to come. The power of creative choices in storytelling. At the heart of exceptional storytelling lies the art of making creative choices. the deliberate process of generating an abundance of material and then skillfully selecting the most compelling elements to weave into a narrative tapestry. This process is not a simple matter of devising the bare minimum required to fill the pages of a script or novel, but rather a rich and dynamic exploration of possibilities that ultimately leads to moments of authentic originality. Consider the craft of acting, where the term creative choices is often used as the highest form of praise. When an actor is commended for their choices, it is an acknowledgement that the poignant moments and nuanced performances that captivate audiences are the result of a rigorous process of experimentation and refinement. An actor may explore a scene in a myriad of ways during rehearsal, testing different emotional tones, physical gestures, and line deliveries until they arrive at the perfect expression of their character's truth. The same principle applies to the craft of writing. A skilled writer understands that the path to a powerful story is paved with a multitude of creative choices, each one building upon the last to create a rich and textured narrative world. This process of generation and selection is not a matter of happenstance or luck, but rather a deliberate and disciplined approach to the art of storytelling. Imagine, for example, a writer tasked with crafting a pivotal scene in a romantic comedy. The moment when the two lead characters, who have been circling each other with increasing tension and attraction, finally meet and connect. The writer's first instinct might be to reach for the familiar and the cliched, perhaps envisioning a chance encounter in a trendy coffee shop or a literal bump-in on a busy city street. However, the mark of a truly skilled writer is the ability to push past these initial impulses and dig deeper into the well of their imagination. They might begin by generating a list of potential, meet-cute scenarios, each one exploring a different facet of the character's personalities, desires, and conflicts. Perhaps the characters are both volunteering at a local animal shelter, bonding over their shared love of dogs. Or maybe they find themselves seated next to each other on a turbulent flight, forced to confront their fears and vulnerabilities in a moment of unexpected intimacy. As the writer generates these possibilities, they are not simply looking for the most unusual or attention-grabbing scenario, but rather the one that most authentically reflects the essence of their characters and the themes of their story. They are making creative choices that are grounded in a deep understanding of their fictional world and the people who inhabit it. This process of generation and selection is not limited to individual scenes or moments, but rather permeates every aspect of the storytelling craft. A writer may spend months or even years immersed in the world of their story, exploring different plot points, character arcs, and thematic threads until they arrive at the combination that feels most powerful and resonant. In the 2017 film Get Out, for example, writer-director Jordan Peele reportedly spent years refining the script, generating countless drafts and exploring different permutations of the central concept. The result was a film that seamlessly blended elements of horror, satire, and social commentary, creating a narrative that was both thrilling and deeply thought-provoking. Peele's creative choices, from the specific details of the setting to the nuanced characterizations of the protagonist and antagonists, were all in service of a larger artistic vision that sought to explore the insidious nature of racism in contemporary America. Similarly, in the 2019 film Parasite, writer-director Bong Joon-ho and co-writer Han Jin-won crafted a script that was the result of a meticulous process of creative experimentation and refinement. The film's intricate plot, which follows the members of a poor family as they gradually infiltrate the lives of a wealthy household, was the product of countless drafts and revisions, each one honing the story's themes and deepening its emotional impact. The writer's creative choices, from the specific details of the characters' backstories to the symbolic use of color and imagery throughout the film, all contributed to a narrative that was both entertaining and profoundly resonant. Ultimately, the power of creative choices lies in their ability to elevate a story from the realm of the familiar and the expected into something truly original and impactful. By generating an abundance of material and then carefully selecting the elements that most effectively serve the larger artistic vision, writers can craft narratives that not only engage and entertain audiences, but also challenge and transform them. Subverting cliches, the art of finding original perspectives. One of the greatest challenges facing writers in any medium is the allure of the cliché, the tired trope, the well-worn archetype, the predictable plot twist that feels like a shortcut to narrative coherence. In a culture saturated with stories, it can be all too easy to fall back on the familiar and the expected, to rely on the well-trodden paths of genre and convention rather than forging new territory. However, the mark of a truly skilled writer is the ability to subvert these cliches, to take the familiar and make it fresh, to find new angles and perspectives on even the most well-worn narrative terrain. This process of subversion requires a deep understanding of the conventions and expectations of one's chosen genre, as well as a willingness to interrogate and challenge those conventions in service of a more original and impactful story. Consider, for example, the classic boy meets girl scenario that forms the backbone of countless romantic comedies and dramas. On the surface, this trope may seem like a cliché, a narrative shortcut that relies on a set of well-established conventions and expectations. The characters meet, they fall in love, they face obstacles and setbacks, and ultimately they find their way to a happy ending. However, a skilled writer understands that even within this seemingly formulaic structure, there is room for creativity and originality. By delving deeper into the specific details of the characters and their world, by exploring the nuances of their emotional lives and the complexities of their relationships, a writer can find fresh and compelling angles on even the most well-trodden narrative ground. In the 2020 film Palm Springs, for example, writers Andy Ciara and Max Barbakow take the familiar trope of the time loop story, in which a character finds themselves reliving the same day over and over again, and infuse it with a unique blend of humor, heart, and existential angst. The film follows two characters, Niles and Sarah, who find themselves trapped in a time loop at a wedding in Palm Springs, forced to confront their own fears, regrets, and desires as they navigate the absurdities of their situation. Rather than simply rehashing the conventions of the time loop genre, Ciara and Barbakow use the premise as a springboard for a deeper exploration of the characters' inner lives and the nature of human connection. Through a series of cleverly constructed scenes and exchanges, they gradually peel back the layers of Niles and Sarah's personalities, revealing the hidden depths and vulnerabilities that lie beneath their seemingly shallow exteriors. In one particularly poignant scene, Niles and Sarah find themselves in a moment of unexpected intimacy, sharing their deepest fears and regrets as they sit together in a pool under the stars. The scene is a masterclass in subverting expectations, rather than relying on the cliched big speech or grand romantic gesture. The writers allow the characters to connect through small, seemingly insignificant moments of vulnerability and honesty. Similarly, in the 2019 film Knives Out, writer-director Rian Johnson takes the familiar tropes of the murder mystery genre and infuses them with a fresh and subversive energy. The film follows the investigation into the death of a wealthy mystery novelist, with a colorful cast of suspects and red herrings that initially seem to adhere to the conventions of the genre. However, as the story unfolds, Johnson begins to subvert those conventions in unexpected and thrilling ways. The central mystery is not simply a matter of whodunit, but rather a complex web of lies, secrets, and hidden agendas that gradually comes to light through a series of cleverly constructed reveals and reversals. Johnson's creative choices, from the specific details of the setting and characters to the intricate structure of the plot, all serve to keep the audience off balance and engaged, constantly challenging their expectations and assumptions. Ultimately, the art of subverting cliches is not simply a matter of avoiding the familiar or the expected, but rather of finding new and original ways to engage with those conventions. By delving deeper into the specific details of character, setting, and theme, writers can find fresh perspectives on even the most well-worn narrative terrain, creating stories that feel both surprising and inevitable in their unfolding. The key to this process is a willingness to interrogate one's own assumptions and biases, to question the easy answers and the familiar paths, and to follow the story wherever it may lead. By embracing the power of creative choices and the art of subversion, writers can craft narratives that not only entertain and engage audiences, but also challenge and transform them, offering new insights and perspectives on the human experience. The fundamentals of genre, understanding conventions and expectations. In the vast landscape of storytelling, the concept of genre serves as a crucial organizing principle, a way of categorizing and understanding the conventions, themes, and expectations that shape different kinds of narratives. From the earliest days of storytelling, audiences have been drawn to certain recurring patterns and archetypes, finding comfort and enjoyment in the familiar, while also craving the thrill of the new and unexpected. At its core, the concept of genre is a way of making sense of the seemingly endless variety of stories that humans have told and continue to tell. By grouping stories together based on shared elements, such as setting, character types, plot structures, and themes, we can begin to understand the underlying patterns and conventions that shape our storytelling traditions. One of the earliest attempts to systematize the concept of genre can be traced back to the work of Aristotle, who divided stories into 4 basic categories based on the value charge of their endings and the complexity of their plot structures. A story could end on a positive or negative note, Aristotle argued, and it could follow either a simple or complex structure, leading to a climax and resolution. While Aristotle's system was groundbreaking for its time, the concept of genre has evolved and expanded over the centuries, taking on new forms and dimensions as storytellers have pushed the boundaries of what is possible in their craft. In the modern era, the concept of genre has become increasingly complex and multifaceted, encompassing not just the basic elements of plot and character, but also the broader cultural and social contexts in which stories are produced and consumed. Despite this complexity, however, the fundamental principles of genre remain a crucial tool for writers and storytellers of all stripes. By understanding the conventions and expectations of different genres, writers can make informed choices about how to structure their stories, how to develop their characters, and how to engage and satisfy their audiences. Consider, for example, the horror genre, which encompasses a wide range of subgenres and styles, from the psychological thriller to the supernatural ghost story, to the slasher film. While each of these subgenres has its own unique elements and conventions, they all share a fundamental goal: to evoke feelings of fear, dread, and unease in the audience. To achieve this goal, horror writers often rely on a set of well-established tropes and techniques, such as the use of suspense, the creation of atmospheric tension, and the exploitation of primal fears and phobias. A skilled horror writer understands how to use these tools effectively, crafting stories that tap into the audience's deepest anxieties and fears while also subverting expectations and delivering fresh scares and surprises. In the 2018 film A Quiet Place, for example, writer-director John Krasinski uses the conventions of the post-apocalyptic horror genre to craft a deeply unsettling and suspenseful narrative. The film takes place in a world overrun by blind, predatory creatures that hunt by sound, forcing the human survivors to live in near-total silence to avoid detection. Krasinski's creative choices, from the specific details of the creature's biology and behavior to the use of sound design and visual storytelling, all serve to heighten the sense of tension and dread that permeates the film. By tapping into primal fears of the dark, the unknown, and the loss of control, Krasinski creates a narrative that is both familiar and fresh, satisfying genre expectations, while also pushing the boundaries of what is possible within the horror genre. Similarly, in the 2019 film Midsommar, writer-director Ari Aster uses the conventions of the folk horror genre to craft a deeply unsettling and subversive narrative. The film follows a group of American students who travel to a remote Swedish village to take part in a midsummer festival, only to find themselves drawn into a sinister and violent pagan cult. Aster's creative choices, from the specific details of the cult's beliefs and practices to the use of bright, saturated colors and disorienting camera angles, all serve to create a sense of unease and disorientation in the audience. By subverting expectations and playing with the conventions of the folk horror genre, Aster crafts a narrative that is both familiar and deeply unsettling, leaving audiences questioning their assumptions and perceptions. The concept of genre is not a rigid or inflexible set of rules, but rather a fluid and dynamic framework that allows for endless creativity and innovation. By embracing the power of genre while also pushing against its boundaries and limitations, writers can create stories that are both timeless and timely, speaking to the eternal truths of the human experience while also reflecting the specific cultural and social contexts in which they are produced. The artistry of blending genres, creating rich and multifaceted narratives. While the concept of genre provides a useful framework for understanding the conventions and expectations of different kinds of stories, it is important to recognize that the boundaries between genres are often fluid and permeable. Many of the most compelling and enduring narratives are those that blur the lines between genres, combining elements from different traditions to create something new and original. This process of genre blending is not simply a matter of mixing and matching different tropes and conventions, but rather a deliberate and artful process of selection and integration. By carefully choosing elements from different genres and weaving them together in a cohesive and meaningful way, writers can create narratives that are rich, complex, and emotionally resonant. Consider, for example, the 2016 film Arrival, which blends elements of science fiction, linguistic theory, and philosophical inquiry to create a deeply moving and thought-provoking narrative. The film follows a linguist named Louise Banks as she attempts to communicate with a mysterious alien species that has landed on Earth, using her knowledge of language and communication to bridge the gap between human and alien understanding. Director Denis Villeneuve and writer Eric Hieserer make a series of creative choices that allow them to blend these disparate elements into a cohesive and powerful whole. The film's science fiction elements, from the design of the alien ships to the use of advanced technology, serve as a backdrop for a deeper exploration of language, communication, and the nature of time and causality. By grounding the story in Louise's emotional journey and her relationship with her daughter, the filmmakers create a narrative that is both intellectually stimulating and emotionally resonant. Similarly, the 2019 film Parasite blends elements of social satire, family drama, and psychological thriller to create a narrative that is both entertaining and deeply unsettling. The film follows the members of a poor family as they gradually infiltrate the lives of a wealthy household, using a series of increasingly elaborate and dangerous schemes to secure their own financial and social status. Director Bong Joon-ho and co-writer Han Jin-won make a series of creative choices that allow them to blend these different genres and tones into a seamless and compelling whole. The film's satirical elements, from the biting commentary on class and inequality to the absurdist humor of certain scenes, serve to underscore the deeper themes of power, privilege, and the human cost of social hierarchy. By grounding the story in the complex and often fraught relationships between the characters, the filmmakers create a narrative that is both thrilling and emotionally resonant. In both of these examples, the process of genre blending is not simply a matter of combining different elements in a haphazard or arbitrary way, but rather a deliberate and artful process of selection and integration. By carefully choosing elements from different genres and weaving them together in a way that serves the larger themes and emotional arc of the story. These filmmakers create narratives that are both original and deeply affecting. Of course, the process of genre blending is not without its challenges and risks. When done poorly or without a clear sense of purpose, the result can be a muddled or incoherent narrative that fails to satisfy on any level. The key to successful genre blending is a deep understanding of the conventions and expectations of each genre being used, as well as a clear sense of how those elements can be integrated in a way that serves the larger goals of the story. Ultimately, the power of genre blending lies in its ability to create narratives that are both familiar and fresh, tapping into the audience's expectations while also subverting and challenging them in meaningful ways. By embracing the fluidity and permeability of genre boundaries, writers can create stories that are both entertaining and enlightening, inviting audiences to see the world in new and unexpected ways. The evolution of genres, adapting to changing cultural contexts. Just as the process of genre blending allows for endless creativity and innovation within the realm of storytelling, the larger concept of genre itself is constantly evolving and adapting to changing cultural contexts. As society changes and new forms of media emerge, the conventions and expectations of different genres shift and transform, reflecting the concerns, values, and anxieties of the moment. This process of genre evolution can be seen across all forms of storytelling, from literature to film to television and beyond. In each case, the genres that emerge and thrive are those that speak to the specific cultural and historical moment in which they are produced, tapping into the zeitgeist and reflecting the hopes, fears, and desires of the audience. Consider, for example, the evolution of the Western genre over the course of the 20th century. In the early days of cinema, the Western was a straightforward morality tale, pitting the rugged, individualistic cowboy against the lawless frontier in a battle between good and evil. These early Westerns reflected the mythic ideals of the American West, celebrating the virtues of courage, independence, and manifest destiny. However, as American society began to grapple with the darker realities of its history and the complexities of modern life, the Western genre began to evolve and adapt. In the 1960s and 70s, a new wave of filmmakers began to subvert and challenge the conventions of the genre, creating revisionist Westerns that questioned the simplistic moral binaries of earlier films and explored the darker aspects of the American frontier. Films like The Wild Bunch and McCabe and Mrs. Miller presented a more ambiguous and morally complex vision of the West, reflecting the social and political upheavals of the era and the growing disillusionment with the American dream. These films use the conventions of the Western genre to critique and subvert the very myths and ideals that the genre had once celebrated, creating a new kind of Western that spoke to the anxieties and uncertainties of the moment. Similarly, the evolution of the horror genre over the past few decades reflects the changing fears and anxieties of modern society. In the 1970s and 80s, slasher films like Halloween and A Nightmare on Elm Street tapped into the fear of the unknown and the loss of control, presenting a world in which anyone could become a victim of senseless violence and terror. However, as society has become increasingly interconnected and technology has advanced, the horror genre has begun to evolve and adapt to reflect new fears and anxieties. Films like The Ring and Unfriended explore the dangers of technology and the way in which it can be used to manipulate and control, tapping into the growing unease and paranoia of the digital age. More recently, films like Get Out and Us have used the conventions of the horror genre to explore issues of race, identity, and social inequality, reflecting the growing awareness and urgency of these issues in contemporary society. By subverting and challenging the conventions of the genre, these films create a new kind of horror that is both terrifying and thought-provoking, inviting audiences to confront the deeper fears and anxieties that lurk beneath the surface of modern life. Ultimately, the evolution of genres is a reflection of the ongoing conversation between storytellers and their audiences, a dialogue that is constantly shifting and adapting to the changing cultural and historical moment. By understanding the ways in which genres evolve and transform over time, writers can create stories that are both timely and timeless, speaking to the eternal truths of the human experience while also reflecting the specific concerns and anxieties of the moment. At the same time, the evolution of genres is not a passive or inevitable process, but rather an active and deliberate one that requires the creativity and vision of individual storytellers. By embracing the power of genre while also pushing against its boundaries and limitations, writers can create stories that not only entertain and engage audiences, but also challenge and transform them, offering new perspectives and insights into the world we live in. In this sense, the art of storytelling is not simply a matter of mastering the conventions and expectations of different genres, but rather a constant process of reinvention and renewal, a willingness to question and subvert the very foundations of the craft in pursuit of something new and original. By embracing this spirit of innovation and experimentation, writers can create stories that not only reflect the world as it is, but also imagine the world as it could be, inviting audiences to dream and hope and strive for something better. The Marathon of Screenwriting: Endurance and Inspiration. Crafting a compelling screenplay is not a sprint, but a marathon, a long-distance endeavor that demands unwavering discipline, dedication, and endurance. Unlike the romanticized notion of a script effortlessly birthed over a weekend, the reality of screenwriting is a grueling journey that can span months or even years from initial spark to final polish. The creative labor involved in penning a quality screenplay is akin to that of writing a full-length novel. While a novel may ultimately contain more words, the painstaking economy of language required in a script often makes the process more arduous and time-consuming. Each scene, each line of dialogue must be meticulously crafted to convey the essence of the story, the depth of the characters, and the intricacies of the world. What will keep the fire of inspiration burning when the initial excitement inevitably fades and the finish line seems impossibly distant? The singularity of focus, learning from the greats. In examining the lives and works of celebrated writers, a common thread emerges: an unwavering focus on a single igniting subject that consumes their creative energies. Ernest Hemingway, for example, was haunted by the question of how to face death with courage and dignity. This preoccupation permeated his writing and his life, from his portrayal of shell-shocked soldiers in The Sun Also Rises to his own battles with depression and suicide. Similarly, Charles Dickens was forever shaped by the trauma of his father's imprisonment for debt, a theme that echoes throughout his novels in the form of lonely children searching for lost parents and a sense of belonging. From Oliver Twist to Great Expectations, Dickens returned time and again to this central concern, exploring its myriad facets and implications. Molière, the French playwright and actor, turned his satirical eye on the follies and vices of 17th century society, crafting a body of work that reads like a taxonomy of human weakness. Whether skewering religious hypocrisy in Tartuffe or lambasting miserliness in The Miser, Molière's singular focus on exposing the flaws of his era fueled his creative output for decades. For aspiring screenwriters, the lesson is clear. Finding a subject that ignites a deep, abiding passion is essential for sustaining the long journey of writing. This passion may stem from personal experiences, as it did for Hemingway and Dickens, or from a burning desire to comment on the world at large, as it did for Molière. Regardless of the source, The key is to identify a subject that will continue to fascinate and inspire, even in the face of inevitable obstacles and setbacks. The pitfalls of solipsism, beyond the self. However, relying solely on oneself or one's own ideas as the primary source of motivation can be a precarious proposition. The risk of boredom and creative exhaustion looms large when the well of personal experience or intellectual curiosity runs dry. Many a promising screenplay has been abandoned halfway through, the victim of a writer's waning enthusiasm for their own navel-gazing. To guard against this fate, aspiring screenwriters must look beyond themselves and their own limited perspectives. One powerful source of enduring inspiration is a deep love and respect for the craft of storytelling itself, and for the rich history of cinema that has come before. The enduring love of genre, a wellspring of inspiration. Genre, in particular, can be a wellspring of creative renewal and rejuvenation for screenwriters. By immersing oneself in the conventions, tropes, and traditions of a beloved genre, whether it be science fiction, rom-com, thriller, or western, writers can tap into a vast reservoir of storytelling possibilities and permutations. The key is to approach genre not as a set of rigid constraints, but as a playground for the imagination. Within the broad confines of a given genre, there is ample room for subversion, reinvention, and innovation. By twisting familiar elements in unexpected ways, or combining genres in novel configurations, writers can create stories that feel both fresh and satisfying to audiences. Consider the Coen brothers' 1996 film, Fargo, which deftly blends elements of crime thriller, black comedy, and regional drama to create a wholly original cinematic experience. Or Jordan Peele's 2017 breakout hit Get Out, which uses the conventions of horror to explore thorny issues of race, privilege, and liberal hypocrisy in America. In both cases, the filmmakers' deep love and understanding of genre tropes allowed them to subvert and transcend those very same conventions, creating works that feel both comfortingly familiar and bracingly new. By wedding their unique perspectives and experiences to the enduring power of genre storytelling, they were able to create films that resonated with audiences on a profound level. For aspiring screenwriters, then, the lesson is clear. Find a genre that genuinely excites and inspires you, and then dive deep into its history and conventions. Watch the classic films, read the seminal scripts, and study the masters who have come before. Not to imitate them slavishly, but to understand the building blocks of great genre storytelling, and to find your own unique voice within that tradition. By doing so, you will have a constant source of creative fuel to sustain you through the long, often lonely process of writing. When the doubts creep in and the finish line seems impossibly far away, you can return to the wellspring of your chosen genre for renewed inspiration and motivation. The false dichotomy, character and plot. Another critical aspect of writing effectively for the screen is understanding the relationship between character and plot. Too often, beginning writers fall into the trap of seeing these two elements as separate and even opposing forces, as if one must be sacrificed for the other to shine. This false dichotomy has its roots in a long-standing debate within the world of storytelling. On one side are the proponents of plot-driven narratives, who argue that the most important thing is to keep the audience engaged with a gripping, fast-paced story full of twists and turns. Character development, in this view, is secondary to the demands of the plot. On the other side are those who champion character-driven stories, believing that the most meaningful and enduring works are those that explore the inner lives and motivations of fully realized, three-dimensional characters. Plot, in this view, is merely a vehicle for revealing character and can be minimal or even non-existent. Both sides of this debate have their merits, and there are countless examples of great films that fall on either end of the spectrum. The taut, plot-driven thrillers of Alfred Hitchcock are no less masterful than the languid, character-driven dramas of Ingmar Bergman. However, the truth is that this dichotomy is ultimately a false one. In the best films, character and plot are inextricably intertwined, each one driving and shaping the other in a symbiotic relationship. The choices that characters make under pressure reveal their true natures, and those revelations in turn propel the plot forward in new and unexpected directions. The mask of characterization, revealing true character. To understand this dynamic more fully, it's helpful to distinguish between two related but distinct concepts: characterization and true character. Characterization refers to the sum total of a character's observable traits and qualities: their age, occupation, personality, habits, quirks, and so on. It's the mask they wear in the world, the way they present themselves to others and seek to be perceived. True character, on the other hand, is something deeper and more essential. It's the core of a person's being, the immutable essence of who they are beneath the surface. And it is revealed not through words or appearances, but through the choices they make under pressure. Consider the classic scenario of a seemingly ordinary person thrust into an extraordinary situation. Their characterization may suggest a meek, unassuming figure, someone who blends into the background and avoids conflict at all costs. But when the pressure mounts and the stakes are high, their true character emerges. Perhaps they find reserves of courage and determination they never knew they possessed. Or conversely, they crumble under the weight of their own cowardice and self-interest. This is the essence of great dramatic storytelling: the revelation of true character through the crucible of conflict and choice. It's what makes us lean forward in our seats, holding our breath as we wait to see what a character will do when push comes to shove. Will they rise to the occasion, or will they fall short? Will they surrender to their base instincts, or will they transcend them? The power of pressure. To illustrate this principle more concretely, let's consider a hypothetical scenario involving two characters from vastly different walks of life. Character A is a wealthy, successful neurosurgeon, accustomed to a life of privilege and prestige. They are impeccably dressed, highly educated, and move through the world with an air of easy confidence and charm. Their characterization suggests a person of refinement, intelligence, and poise. Character B, on the other hand, is an undocumented immigrant working as a house cleaner to support their family back home. They are shy, unassuming, and often invisible to the people whose homes they clean. Their characterization suggests a person of humility, resilience, and quiet determination. On the surface, these two characters could not be more different. But now let's introduce a moment of intense pressure that will force them to reveal their true natures. Imagine that both characters are driving along a busy highway when they come upon the scene of a terrible accident. A school bus has crashed and overturned, trapping dozens of children inside as flames begin to engulf the vehicle. In that moment, the pressure is immense. Lives hang in the balance, and every second counts. Both characters must make a split-second decision: to stop and help, or to keep driving and save themselves. Perhaps the neurosurgeon, for all their outward composure, is paralyzed by fear and indecision. They know that getting involved could jeopardize their carefully cultivated reputation and career, and so they hesitate, rationalizing that surely someone else will stop to help. Meanwhile, the house cleaner, without a moment's hesitation, leaps from their car and races toward the burning bus. They begin tearing at the twisted metal with their bare hands, heedless of the flames and the smoke, thinking only of the innocent lives at stake. In that moment, the true character of each person is revealed in stark relief. The neurosurgeon's self-interest and cowardice are laid bare, while the house cleaner's selflessness and bravery shine through. The pressure of the moment has stripped away the mask of characterization to reveal the essential core beneath. The perils of stagnant characterization, the downfall of Rambo. One of the most common pitfalls in the portrayal of character on screen is the failure to distinguish between characterization and true character, resulting in flat, one-dimensional figures who remain static and unchanging throughout the story. A prime example of this phenomenon is the character of John Rambo, as portrayed by Sylvester Stallone in the Rambo franchise. In the first film, First Blood, Rambo is a complex and compelling figure, a Vietnam veteran struggling to readjust to civilian life, haunted by the trauma of war and the callousness of a society that has rejected him. His characterization as a lone wolf and outsider is deftly established through his taciturn demeanor, his shabby clothing, and his aimless wandering. But as the pressure mounts and he is pushed to the brink by a sadistic small-town sheriff, his true character emerges, that of a highly trained, ruthlessly efficient killing machine, capable of wreaking havoc and destruction on a massive scale. This revelation of true character in stark contrast to initial characterization is what makes First Blood a gripping and memorable film. We are forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that beneath the surface of this broken, isolated man lies a lethal force waiting to be unleashed. However, in the subsequent sequels, this complexity is gradually eroded as Rambo's characterization and true character become one and the same. He becomes a cartoon version of himself, a muscle-bound superhero who mows down armies of faceless goons with ease, spouting hokey one-liners between bursts of machine gun fire. There is no longer any sense of inner conflict or depth to the character, no contrast between who he appears to be and who he actually is. He is simply Rambo, the indestructible killing machine. And as a result, the films become increasingly formulaic and forgettable. The enduring appeal of James Bond, a study in contrasts. In contrast, consider the enduring popularity of the James Bond franchise, which has spanned over half a century and multiple actors in the lead role. The key to Bond's appeal lies in the consistent contrast between his suave, sophisticated characterization and his ruthless, deadly, true character. On the surface, Bond is the epitome of refinement and charm. He wears impeccable suits, drives fast cars, and seduces beautiful women with ease. He is equally at home in a high-stakes casino or a swanky cocktail party, always ready with a witty quip or a rakish smile. But beneath this polished exterior lies a cold, calculating killer, a man who will stop at nothing to complete his mission and protect the interests of his country. When the pressure is on and the stakes are high, Bond's true character emerges. He is a master of hand-to-hand combat, an expert marksman, and a cunning strategist who always seems to be one step ahead of his enemies. This contrast between characterization and true character is what makes Bond such a compelling and enduring figure. We are constantly surprised and delighted by the ways in which he subverts our expectations, revealing new depths and dimensions to his personality with each installment in the franchise. Moreover, the best Bond films use this contrast as a source of thematic richness and complexity. They explore the toll that Bond's double life takes on his psyche, the ways in which his suave exterior masks a deep well of pain and trauma. They ask probing questions about the nature of loyalty, patriotism, and the price of serving one's country. In short, the Bond films succeed because they understand that characterization is merely the starting point for great drama, not the end goal. They use the familiar tropes and conventions of the spy genre as a springboard for deeper explorations of character and theme, always striving to reveal new layers and dimensions to their iconic protagonist. The importance of pressure. Final thoughts. To sum up, the key to crafting compelling, multidimensional characters on screen lies in recognizing the distinction between characterization and true character, and using moments of pressure and conflict to bridge the gap between the two. As writers, we must resist the temptation to rely solely on surface-level details and quirks to define our characters, and instead dig deeper to uncover the essential truths that lie beneath. We must put our characters through the ringer, forcing them to make difficult choices and confront their own flaws and limitations. Only then will we be able to create characters that truly resonate with audiences, characters who feel alive and authentic on screen. And only then will we be able to tell stories that speak to the deepest, most universal aspects of the human experience. So, let us embrace the power of pressure, the crucible of conflict, and the revelation of true character that lies at the heart of all great drama. Let us strive to create characters that surprise and challenge us, characters who linger in the mind long after the final credits have rolled. For in doing so, we will not only be fulfilling our own creative potential as storytellers, but also tapping into something much larger and more enduring, the timeless human need to make sense of our own lives and experiences through the prism of fiction. And that, ultimately, is the highest calling of the screenwriter, to hold up a mirror to the human condition and to reflect back to us the myriad complexities, contradictions, and mysteries that define us as individuals and as a species. It is a calling that demands the utmost dedication, skill, and integrity. But it is also one that offers the deepest rewards, both creatively and spiritually. So let us take up this challenge with courage and conviction, knowing that the stories we tell have the power to shape hearts and minds, to inspire empathy and understanding, and to illumine the darkest corners of the human soul. Let us embrace the gift of endurance and the love of craft and the endless possibilities of the blank page. And let us never forget the sacred trust that is placed in our hands as we seek to capture the essence of what it means to be alive in all its messy, glorious, heartbreaking beauty. For that is the true gift of the storyteller and the true measure of our success, not in the accolades or the paychecks or the fleeting glories of fame, but in the quiet, abiding knowledge that we have done justice to the human experience and that we have left the world a little bit richer, a little bit wiser, a little bit more connected than we found it. And that, in the end, is all we can ask for and all we can hope to achieve. The power of character, arc, transforming inner nature through story. In the realm of exceptional storytelling, the finest writing goes beyond merely revealing the true nature of characters. It takes the audience on a profound journey, where the inner essence of the protagonist is not only exposed but fundamentally altered by the events and choices that shape the narrative. This transformative power, known as character arc, lies at the heart of the most compelling and memorable stories across literature and cinema. Consider the metamorphosis of Frank Galvin, the protagonist of Sidney Lumet's 1982 legal drama, The Verdict, as portrayed by the incomparable Paul Newman. When we first encounter Galvin, he is the epitome of a once promising attorney who has fallen from grace. His tailored three-piece suit and chiseled features may suggest a man of success and integrity, but as the story peels back the layers of his characterization, a far more complex and troubled figure emerges. Galvin, we learn, is a man consumed by his own demons. A chronic alcoholic, he has lost his way both professionally and personally. His law practice is in shambles, his marriage has crumbled, and his self-respect has been eroded by years of failure and self-destructive behavior. In a haunting early sequence, we see Galvin reduced to trolling funeral homes for potential clients, pressing his business card into the hands of grieving families in a desperate attempt to drum up cases. It is a portrait of a man at rock bottom, a once promising life now defined by corruption, despair, and the specter of irredeemable failure. And yet, in the hands of a master storyteller like David Mamet, who penned the screenplay, this bleak characterization is merely the starting point for a profound journey of transformation. The catalyst for Galvin's redemption arrives in the form of a medical malpractice case involving a young woman left comatose by a botched surgery. Initially, Galvin sees the case as just another quick settlement, a way to make a fast buck and keep the wolves at bay. But as he spends time with the victim and her family, something begins to stir within him, a long, dormant sense of justice, a glimmer of the idealistic young attorney he once was. In that moment, Galvin faces a choice that will define not only the case, but his very sense of self. He can take the easy money and run, or he can stand up to the powerful interests seeking to bury the truth and fight for what he knows is right. It is a decision that will require him to confront his own demons, to risk everything he has left in pursuit of a higher calling. What follows is a story of transformation, as Galvin's choices under pressure gradually reveal a man of profound integrity and courage beneath the shell of the dissolute drunk. Through sheer force of will, he takes on the Catholic Church and the political establishment of Boston, facing down threats, intimidation, and his own self-doubts in his quest for justice. In the end, Galvin's victory is not just a legal one, but a moral and spiritual triumph. He emerges from the crucible of the case a changed man, his true character forged in the fire of adversity. He may have lost his marriage, his reputation, and his self-respect along the way, but he has found something far more valuable, a sense of purpose, a renewed commitment to the ideals of justice and truth. This is the essence of character arc, the alchemical process by which the events of a story transform the inner nature of the protagonist. It is a principle that lies at the heart of the most enduring works of fiction across the ages. From the classical tragedies of ancient Greece to the great novels of the 19th century, to the finest films of our own time. In Shakespeare's immortal Hamlet, for example, we witness a similar journey of revelation and transformation. When we first meet the titular prince, he is a man lost in grief and uncertainty, struggling to come to terms with the death of his father and the hasty remarriage of his mother to his uncle Claudius. His initial characterization is one of brooding melancholy and existential despair, a man who longs for the release of death. Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. But as the story unfolds and the true nature of his father's death is revealed, Hamlet's inner nature begins to emerge in the choices he makes under pressure. Faced with the knowledge that Claudius murdered his father and usurped the throne, Hamlet must decide how to act. His initial impulse is one of rash revenge, but his deeper character is one of cautious intelligence and moral scrutiny. He will not act until he is certain of Claudius's guilt. "I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king." As the pressure mounts and the stakes grow higher, Hamlet's choices become increasingly complex and agonizing. He grapples with the weight of his own inaction, the fear of damnation, the question of whether to embrace madness or feign it. Each decision he makes under the relentless pressure of the story peels back another layer of his character, revealing new depths of philosophical insight, emotional turmoil, and existential dread. By the climax of the play, Hamlet's journey has transformed him utterly. The once melancholy prince has become a man of action, willing to embrace his fate and sacrifice his life in the pursuit of justice. His final words, spoken with a sense of calm acceptance and hard-won wisdom, reflect the profound change he has undergone. "If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. This, then, is the true power of character arc, the ability to take the audience on a journey of revelation and transformation alongside the protagonist. It is not simply a matter of revealing hidden depths or unexpected facets of personality, but of fundamentally altering the inner nature of the character through the crucible of story, the symbiotic dance of structure and character. To achieve this kind of profound transformation, the writer must understand the intricate interplay between the design of a story's events and the development of its characters. Structure and character are not separate entities, but two sides of the same coin, each one shaping and influencing the other in a symbiotic dance of cause and effect. At its core, the function of structure is to create a gauntlet of progressively increasing pressures and challenges that force characters to make difficult choices and take decisive actions. Each turn of the plot raises the stakes and narrows the options until the protagonist is faced with a moment of ultimate crisis, a point of no return where they must either rise to the occasion or be forever diminished by their own inaction. It is through this process of mounting pressure and impossible choices that the true nature of a character is gradually revealed. The more difficult the decision, the more it strips away the mask of surface personality and exposes the raw, pulsing heart of the character underneath. In a sense, structure is the crucible in which character is forged, the fire that burns away the dross of pretense and self-deception to reveal the pure metal beneath. But character is not simply a passive recipient of structural pressure. On the contrary, the specific qualities and traits of a character, their fears and desires, their strengths and weaknesses, their hidden wounds and unacknowledged needs, directly shape the choices they make under pressure. A character's actions, in turn, create consequences that reverberate through the story, altering the trajectory of events and creating new pressures and challenges that demand further choice and action. In this sense, character is the engine that drives the plot forward, the source of the story's momentum and emotional power. Without the distinct and specific qualities of the characters involved, the events of the story would have no meaning or resonance. It is only through the lens of character that the audience is able to invest in the story, to care about the outcome and feel the weight of the choices being made. Consider the example of Andy Dufresne, the protagonist of Frank Darabont's 1994 film, The Shawshank Redemption, adapted from a novella by Stephen King. On the surface, the story is a classic prison drama, a tale of corruption, brutality, and the indomitable human spirit. But it is the specific character of Andy, his quiet intelligence, his unshakable integrity, his stubborn refusal to be broken by the system, that gives the story its emotional power and thematic weight. As the story progresses and the pressure on Andy mounts, his choices under duress reveal new depths of resourcefulness, courage, and moral fortitude. He befriends the prison contraband smuggler Red, played by Morgan Freeman, and through him secures a rock hammer and a poster of Rita Hayworth. Over the course of decades, Andy uses these meager tools to slowly, painstakingly tunnel his way out of Shawshank, all the while maintaining the facade of a model prisoner. In the climactic revelation of Andy's escape, we see the true extent of his character, the brilliance of his mind, the force of his will, the unbreakable spirit that allowed him to survive and even thrive in the face of unimaginable adversity. It is a moment of profound catharsis for the audience, a release of all the tension and emotion that has been building over the course of the film. But none of this would be possible without the careful interplay of structure and character throughout the story. Each scene, each plot point, each moment of pressure and revelation builds on what has come before, laying the groundwork for the final, triumphant payoff. The structure of the film, the carefully calibrated sequence of events that leads inexorably to Andy's escape, is inseparable from the development of his character. The two are woven together in a seamless tapestry, each one supporting and enhancing the other. The same is true of any great story, from the epic tragedies of ancient Greece to the intimate character studies of contemporary cinema. In Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, the slow, inexorable unraveling of Anna's life, her doomed love affair with Count Vronsky, her alienation from society, her descent into despair and madness, is both a product and a reflection of her complex, multifaceted character, the warring impulses of passion and propriety, recklessness and responsibility that define her inner world. And in the Coen brothers' 1996 film Fargo, the intertwined stories of Marge Gunderson and Jerry Lundegaard, one a pregnant police chief investigating a brutal homicide, the other a desperate car salesman who hires two thugs to kidnap his own wife, are shaped at every turn by the specific qualities and contradictions of their respective characters. It is Marge's dogged determination and moral clarity that drives the investigation forward, just as it is Jerry's weakness and self-delusion that sets the destructive chain of events in motion. In each case, the symbiotic relationship between structure and character is the key to the story's power and resonance. The events of the plot create the pressure that reveals character, while the specific qualities of the characters shape the choices and actions that drive the plot forward. It is a delicate balancing act, a dance of cause and effect that requires great skill and sensitivity on the part of the writer. The importance of credibility and appropriateness. Of course, for this dance to be effective, the characters themselves must be credible and appropriate to the story being told. This may seem like an obvious point, but it is one that is often overlooked or misunderstood by beginning writers. At its most basic level, credibility simply means that the characters must be believable within the context of the story. They must possess the necessary qualities and traits, physical, psychological, emotional, to make their actions and choices plausible and convincing to the audience. A character who is too old or too young, too weak or too strong, too naive or too cynical for the role they are meant to play, will undermine the integrity of the story and break the spell of suspended disbelief. But credibility is not simply a matter of age or ability. It is also a function of consistency and coherence. A character's actions and choices must make sense in light of their established personality and history. If a character suddenly behaves in a way that contradicts everything we know about them, or makes a choice that seems utterly implausible given their circumstances, it will jar the audience out of the story and call into question the very foundations of the character. This is why the concept of character-driven story is ultimately a redundant one. All stories, at their core, are driven by the choices and actions of their characters. The plot may create the pressure and the context for those choices, but it is the characters themselves who must make them, and those choices must be rooted in a deep understanding of who those characters are and what they want. But credibility is only half the equation. The other half is appropriateness, the idea that the complexity and depth of the characters must be suited to the specific demands of the story being told. A character in a fast-paced action thriller will necessarily be drawn with broader strokes than one in a subtle psychological drama. A supporting character in a romantic comedy may not require the same level of interiority as the protagonist of a Bildungsroman. The key is to find the right balance, to create characters that are rich and complex enough to engage the audience's interest and sympathy, but not so bogged down in extraneous detail that they distract from the forward momentum of the plot. This is a delicate balancing act, one that requires a keen understanding of the genre and tone of the story being told. In a breezy caper film like Ocean's 11, for example, the audience doesn't need or expect a deep dive into the psyches of Danny, Ocean and his crew of thieves. What they want is a group of characters who are charming, clever, and just complex enough to keep them guessing. The film delivers on this promise with a cast of lovable rogues, each with their own distinct personality and set of skills, but all working together in service of the larger heist plot. In contrast, a film like Manchester by the Sea demands a much greater level of psychological depth and nuance from its characters. The story, which follows a grieving janitor named Lee Chandler as he returns to his hometown to care for his teenage nephew, is a slow-burning exploration of guilt, regret, and the impossibility of escaping one's past. To work, it requires characters who feel fully human, with rich inner lives and complex motivations that are gradually revealed over the course of the film. Casey Affleck's performance as Lee is a masterclass in this kind of subtle, layered characterization. With each scene, each interaction, each fleeting expression or moment of silence, Affleck peels back another layer of Lee's psyche, revealing the deep wells of pain and self-loathing that drive his every action. It is a performance that is both utterly credible and perfectly appropriate to the demands of the story, one that elevates the film from a simple tale of family drama to a profound meditation on the human condition. All of these elements, the dance of structure and character, the importance of credibility and appropriateness, come together in the crucible of the story's climax. This is the moment when the pressure that has been building over the course of the narrative finally reaches its breaking point, the point of no return, where the protagonist must make a final, irreversible choice that will determine the outcome of the story. In a very real sense, the entire story has been leading up to this moment. Every scene, every plot point, every twist and turn of character has been carefully calibrated to bring the protagonist to this point of ultimate crisis. It is the moment when all the threads of the story are finally woven together, the moment when the theme and the meaning of the story are finally revealed in all their power and complexity. Getting this moment right is perhaps the single greatest challenge facing any writer. It requires not only a mastery of craft, but a deep understanding of human nature and the ways in which we are shaped by the choices we make under pressure. It is the ultimate test of the writer's skill and sensitivity, the final proof of their ability to create characters and stories that resonate with the deepest truths of the human experience. In Casablanca, the climax of the story is not the moment when Rick and Ilsa finally reunite, or even the moment when Rick shoots the Nazi Major Strasser. Rather, it is the moment when Rick makes the agonizing decision to send Ilsa away with her husband, Victor Laszlo, sacrificing his own happiness for the greater good of the war effort. In that moment, we see the true depth of Rick's character, his idealism, his selflessness, his unshakable moral code. And we understand the bittersweet triumph of his final act of grace under pressure, uniting meaning and emotion. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle pondered a profound question about the nature of human reactions to death. Why, he asked, do we respond one way when confronted with a corpse in real life, but quite differently when we witness death depicted in art, such as in the epic poems of Homer or in tragic plays? The answer, as Aristotle intuited, lies in the way life tends to separate ideas from emotions, while art has the power to unite them in a transcendent experience. Consider, for example, how you might feel if you encountered a dead body on the street. In that shocking moment, a primal surge of emotion would likely overwhelm you. Gripped by fear, revulsion, or morbid curiosity, you may find yourself compelled to flee the scene. Only later, with the clarity of hindsight, might you begin to intellectually process the implications of this brush with mortality. You may reflect on the fragility of existence, contemplate your own inevitable demise, or find a renewed appreciation for the preciousness of life. This post hoc rationalization can reshape your philosophical worldview, perhaps leading to a more empathetic response the next time death crosses your path. The interplay between emotion and intellect is not a one-way street, however. Our ideas and beliefs also shape how we feel. A naive, starry-eyed romantic who waxes poetic about the wonders of love may be in for a rude awakening when they suffer the sting of a painful breakup. That formative experience could harden their heart, transforming an idealistic dreamer into a jaded cynic who scoffs at the notion of happily ever after. The emotional scars we accumulate throughout our lives alter the lens through which we perceive the world. But whether emotion colors our thinking or contemplation reframes our feelings, these two spheres of human experience remain largely distinct in our day-to-day existence. Those rare occasions in life when a powerful idea and a profound emotion converge in perfect harmony tend to feel like mystical epiphanies, pseudo-religious awakenings that shake us to our core. This is where the magic of storytelling comes in. A well-crafted narrative has the unique ability to conjure these lightning-in-a-bottle moments at will, merging the cerebral and the visceral in what is known as aesthetic emotion. Just as music can move us, dance can energize us, and visual art can transport us, stories tap into something primal and pre-linguistic in the human psyche. We are hardwired to find meaning, beauty, and truth through creativity and imagination. Storytelling, in all its forms, enables us to transcend the mundane, escape the tedium of routine, and experience a heightened, hyper-real state of being. When an emotionally charged narrative entwines itself around a thought-provoking theme or idea, the impact is greater than the sum of its parts. Fictional deaths can haunt you, not because they are more viscerally upsetting than the real thing, but because they are imbued with layers of meaning that linger in your soul. In the disorienting swirl of life, we often feel unmoored, at the mercy of chaos and chance. But a story well told is a beacon of clarity, uniting what we think with what we feel in a sublime synergy. The struggles and triumphs of relatable characters navigating meaningful conflicts have a way of revealing profound truths we can apply to our own lives. We emerge on the other side of these journeys feeling validated, enlightened, and more at peace with our place in the universe. This special alchemy is not the product of cold, calculating intellect alone. You cannot argue an audience into an epiphany the way you might persuade them with an academic essay or philosophical treatise. Rather, the sorcery happens in the realm of suggestion and seduction. A skilled storyteller can guide you to a revelation without you ever feeling like you are being lectured to or spoon-fed a message. The life-changing insight you glean from a great story feels like it originated from within yourself, sparked by the subtleties of symbolism and subtext, rather than the heavy-handedness of authorial pontification. A transformative tale circumvents the barriers of critical overthinking and resistance, burrowing straight into your subconscious mind, where it can reshape your perspective in ways that dry facts and figures never could. At its core, storytelling is an act of empathy, forging an intimate connection between artist and audience. It invites us to step into the shoes of the other, broadening our horizons and expanding our circles of compassion. A narrative that rings true requires no intermediaries to translate its beating heart. It needs no critic to deconstruct it or academic to explain away its mystery. The bond between storyteller and story receiver is sacred and unbreakable, transcending the boundaries of language, culture, and time. Ultimately, the most enduring and impactful stories are a marriage of the rational and the irrational, the logical and the emotional, left brain linearism and right brain intuition. They bridge the divide between thinking and feeling, offering something to ponder as well as something to cherish. A story that skews too far in either direction rings hollow. It either feels like a tedious lecture or a melodramatic tantrum. But when the balance is just right, When ethos and pathos intermingle in sublime symmetry, the result is pure magic, a vector for transmitting profound and often unnameable truths. In the words of author Ursula K. Le Guin, there have been great societies that did not use the wheel, but there have been no societies that did not tell stories. From the earliest cave paintings and fireside folktales to the latest Netflix original series, the tradition of storytelling is hardwired into the human experience. It is how we make sense of our existence, learn from the past, imagine the future, and transcend the mundane. A story well told leaves an indelible imprint on the mind and in the heart, planting seeds of change that continue to blossom for generations to come. The seeds of story. Cultivating the premise. Every story begins with a spark of inspiration, a tantalizing what if that ignites the imagination and sets the creative gears turning. This initial idea is known as the story's premise, the fertilized seed from which the narrative blossoms and grows. Unlike the controlling idea, which represents the story's ultimate meaning or message, the premise is more of an open-ended question than a definitive statement. It is the starting point of a journey into the unknown, an invitation to explore the infinite possibilities of the writer's conjured reality. The quintessential premise often takes the form of a hypothetical scenario. What would happen if a monstrous shark terrorized a quaint beach town, as in Jaws? How might a father's life unravel if his wife suddenly abandoned him and their young son, as in Kramer versus Kramer? The legendary acting teacher Konstantin Stanislavski dubbed this the magic if, the portal through which the artist's imagination ventures into uncharted territory. By pondering the potential consequences of a provocative scenario, the storyteller begins to envision a world populated by complex characters grappling with meaningful conflicts. But a compelling premise can spring from myriad sources beyond the realm of hypotheticals. A chance remark overheard at a cafe, a vivid dream, a newspaper headline, a cherished childhood memory. Anything that captures the writer's fancy can serve as the anchor point for an engrossing tale. Even the most mundane moments can contain the seeds of an epic saga or intimate character study. All it takes is a keen eye, an open heart, and a willingness to probe beneath the surface of the seemingly ordinary. Consider the premise of Pixar's Inside Out, which originated from director Pete Docter's observation that his preteen daughter's personality seemed to change overnight, as if commandeered by an invisible internal force. This simple insight blossomed into a high-concept world where anthropomorphized emotions govern the mind of a young girl coping with the challenges of growing up and adapting to a new environment. By extrapolating outward from a relatable parenting experience, the filmmakers crafted a poignant and inventive coming-of-age story that resonated with audiences of all ages. Sometimes, the muse of inspiration emerges not from the grand or dramatic, but from the technical craft of storytelling itself. A screenwriter toying with a clever transition, or a novelist experimenting with an unconventional narrative structure may inadvertently stumble upon an irresistible premise. The award-winning film Memento, for example, was born from director Christopher Nolan's desire to tell a story in reverse chronological order, a decision that led to the creation of a protagonist with anterograde amnesia on a quest to find his wife's killer. Here, the initial premise was a formal constraint that blossomed into a mind-bending meditation on memory, identity, and the nature of truth. It's no coincidence that Ingmar Bergman, an artist famously haunted by themes of mortality and identity, found the seed for his magnum opus, Persona, while immobilized in a hospital bed, staring at a spot on the ceiling that transmogrified into two merging faces. Our stories choose us as much as we choose them. As a writer embarks on the long and winding road from premise to completed manuscript, it's important to remember that the initial spark is merely a starting point, not a rigid blueprint. The most honest and surprising stories are often the ones that evolve organically, taking on a life of their own as the characters reveal their secrets and the themes mature and deepen. A premise that felt electrifying in the heat of the brainstorming moment may lose its luster as the actual writing process unfolds. When that happens, the wise writer must be willing to kill their darlings, to let go of clever concepts that no longer serve the heart of the narrative. Ultimately, the most powerful premises are not those that impose a predetermined agenda, but rather those that pose sincere and open-ended questions. The job of the writer is not to preach or moralize, but to explore the messy, complicated, often contradictory nature of the human experience with empathy and insight. A story that begins with a spirit of genuine curiosity, free from the shackles of a fixed destination, has the best chance of arriving at a conclusion that feels both surprising and inevitable. In the immortal words of E.L. Doctorow, writing is an exploration. You start from nothing and learn as you go. So if you find yourself visited by an intriguing premise, don't feel the need to tame or master it right away. Let it linger in your mind, seduce your subconscious, tantalize you with its untapped potential. Nurture it with what-ifs and why-nots. Let it breathe and stretch its wings. Trust that even the most embryonic idea contains the DNA of a remarkable story waiting to be born. Your sacred task is to follow its lead, word by word and page by page, until the once hazy mirage crystallizes into a vibrant and unforgettable tale that only you can tell. The architecture of argument, story structure as rhetoric. A story is more than a collection of characters and events. It is a living, breathing argument, a persuasive case for a particular worldview or universal truth. The art of storytelling, then, is not just about entertaining or provoking an emotional response. It is about convincing the audience to adopt a certain perspective, to see reality through a specific philosophical lens. This act of persuasion does not happen through overt sermonizing or didactic exposition, but rather through the careful arrangement of narrative elements, what we call story structure. Just as a skilled orator constructs a compelling argument by presenting evidence in a logical sequence, building toward an undeniable conclusion, a master storyteller uses the architecture of plot, character, and theme to guide the viewer towards a particular understanding of the story's meaning. In this sense, story structure is inherently rhetorical. It is the proof that validates the premise, the mechanism by which an idea is transformed from an abstract concept into a concrete and emotionally resonant experience. Consider, for example, the timeless tale of Icarus from Greek mythology. On a surface level, it is a simple cautionary tale about the perils of hubris and the importance of heeding wise counsel. But the enduring power of the myth lies not in its didactic message, but in the way the story is structured to convey that message through action and consequence. We witness Icarus's father, Daedalus, craft the wax wings and warn his son not to fly too close to the sun. We see Icarus, intoxicated by the thrill of flight, ignore his father's advice and soar higher and higher until the inevitable moment when the sun's heat melts the wings and sends him plummeting to his death. The story does not need to spell out its moral in explicit terms. The structure itself makes the argument through cause and effect. This principle holds true across all genres and mediums, from ancient fables to modern blockbusters. In a well-crafted story, the plot points serve as evidence in the case for the story's controlling idea. Each beat, each scene, each act should build upon the previous one to form an airtight argument for the theme. Just as a lawyer would never present their most damning The Godfather. On its surface, the movie is a gripping crime saga about the rise of Michael Corleone from idealistic war hero to ruthless mafia don. But on a deeper level, It is a profound meditation on the corrupting influence of power and the inescapable pull of family loyalty. Director Francis Ford Coppola and screenwriter Mario Puzo do not convey this theme through heavy-handed speeches or overt moralizing. Instead, they allow the story's structure to make the argument for them. We see Michael's gradual transformation unfold through a series of pivotal choices and irrevocable actions. His decision to murder a corrupt police captain to protect his father, his calculated move to wipe out the rival mob bosses, his cold-blooded execution of his own brother-in-law for betraying the family. Each of these plot points serves as a stepping stone on Michael's descent into darkness, a piece of evidence in the case for the corrupting nature of power. By the end of the film, when Michael lies to his wife about his involvement in the mob, while the door slams shut on his private study, the argument has been made with devastating force. The structure itself has proven the point. Of course, not every story needs to make a grand philosophical statement or grapple with weighty existential questions. But even the most light-hearted romantic comedy or pulse-pounding action thriller has some underlying idea or worldview that it seeks to validate through its narrative structure. A formulaic Hollywood rom-com may not be a profound meditation on the meaning of life, but it still makes an argument, however simplistic, about the nature of love and relationships. The meet-cute, the misunderstanding that drives the couple apart, the grand romantic gesture that brings them back together. These familiar tropes are the building blocks of a rhetorical case for a particular understanding of love as a force that conquers all obstacles. The most enduring and impactful stories are often those that challenge our preconceived notions and invite us to see the world in a new light. But even these subversive narratives rely on the power of structure to make their case. The groundbreaking film Get Out, for example, uses the conventions of the horror genre to expose the insidious nature of liberal racism by lulling us into a false sense of security with its seemingly progressive white characters, only to reveal their true colors in a terrifying third-act twist. The movie makes a searing indictment of the way that even well-intentioned allies can perpetuate systems of oppression. The structure itself is the argument. As a writer, then, your job is not simply to have ideas, but to prove them through the inexorable logic of your story's structure. This does not mean reducing your characters to mere mouthpieces for your philosophical agenda, or sacrificing emotional truth for the sake of a tidy thesis. Rather, it means allowing your themes to emerge organically from the choices your characters make and the consequences they face. It means trusting your story to speak for itself, to make its case through action and image rather than exposition and explanation. In the end, the most powerful stories are not those that lecture us, but those that inspire us to see the world through new eyes. They are the ones that linger in our minds long after the final page is turned or the credits roll, the ones that challenge us to examine our own beliefs and assumptions. And they achieve this not through the brute force of rhetoric, but through the sly alchemy of story structure, the artful arrangement of character, plot, and theme into an unassailable argument for a particular way of seeing the world. As a storyteller, your most potent tool of persuasion is not your prose or your dialogue, but the very architecture of your narrative itself. Wield it wisely, and you just might change the world. The soul of story, the controlling idea as thematic anchor. In the vast and varied landscape of storytelling, the concept of theme can often feel elusive, like a wisp of smoke that slips through our fingers the more we try to grasp it. We speak of stories being about love, or war, or coming of age, but these broad categories are more akin to topics or settings than true themes. A genuine theme, in the deepest sense, is not a word or a vague notion, but a concise and coherent statement of a story's ultimate meaning or message. It is the beating heart of the narrative, the organizing principle that guides every creative choice and imbues every moment with purposeful resonance. In the language of storytelling craft, this unifying thematic statement is often referred to as the controlling idea. The term is apt, as it suggests both the centrality of the concept and its function as a governing force that shapes and directs the story as it unfolds. A clearly articulated controlling idea serves as a kind of creative compass, helping the writer navigate the countless decisions and detours involved in spinning a compelling yarn. It acts as a filter, a criteria for determining what belongs in the story and what is extraneous, what is essential to the thematic argument, and what is merely decorative or distracting. A great movie that one can easily imagine having a full script with clear stage directions and controlling idea is the original Toy Story from Pixar. The entire film revolves around the controlling idea that a toy's true purpose is found in being there for their child. Every scene and every character interaction is derived from and advances this theme, from Buzz's delusional belief in his own grandiosity to Woody's jealous attempts to regain Andy's affection. When the two rivals finally join forces to escape Sid's house, their shared goal transcends their personal differences. They are united by the common purpose of returning to Andy, the child who needs them. The screenplay elegantly executes on this controlling idea from beginning to end. This is not to suggest that a story's meaning can or should be reduced to a simple aphorism or moral dictum. The richest and most enduring stories are often those that grapple with the ambiguities and contradictions of the human experience, that acknowledge the messy complexity of life in all its shades of gray. A great story may have multiple layers of meaning, a web of subtext and symbolism that rewards close analysis and invites diverse interpretations. But underneath all of that thematic complexity, there is usually a core idea, a central thread that binds everything together and gives the story its ultimate shape and purpose. In practical terms, the controlling idea of a well-crafted story should be expressible in a single, concise sentence. This statement should encapsulate both the story's core value, the fundamental human quality or concern that is at stake, and the cause and effect relationship that either affirms or subverts that value. It should capture how and why the story's world or characters undergo a meaningful change from the beginning to the end, and what that transformation reveals about the nature of existence. For example, the controlling idea of William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet might be stated as, love, the core value, leads to tragedy when it is thwarted by societal prejudice and hatred. The cause-effect relationship. This thematic premise is proven through the structure of the play itself, as the young lovers' passion for each other clashes with the long-standing feud between their families, ultimately leading to their untimely deaths. Every scene, every line of dialogue, every poetic flourish serves to reinforce this central idea about the destructive power of blind hatred and the transcendent nature of true love. Contrast that with the controlling idea of a very different kind of love story, the classic romantic comedy, When Harry Met Sally. Here, the thematic statement might be, friendship, the core value, blossoms into romance when two people are truly compatible and accepting of each other's flaws, the cause-effect relationship. Again, the entire narrative is structured around this central idea, from the initial antagonism between the title characters to their gradual bonding over shared neuroses and late-night phone calls. Every beat of the story, every memorable scene and quotable one-liner serves to reinforce the notion that true love is rooted in genuine friendship and mutual understanding. These examples illustrate how the controlling idea operates on both a macro and micro level within a story. On the one hand, it provides the overarching framework, the thematic backbone that gives the narrative its shape and direction. but it also informs the countless granular choices that make up the moment-to-moment experience of the story, the specific actions characters take, the words they speak, the images and motifs that recur throughout. A well-wrought controlling idea is not just a philosophical abstraction, but a practical tool for ensuring that every element of the story is working in harmony to create a cohesive and meaningful whole. Of course, this is not to suggest that the controlling idea should be rigidly fixed from the outset, or that the writing process is simply a matter of plugging in preconceived elements to support a predetermined theme. The best stories often discover their true meaning in the telling, as characters take on lives of their own, and plot twists emerge organically from the demands of the narrative. A writer may begin with a certain thematic notion in mind, only to find that it evolves or deepens as the story unfolds, as new layers of meaning reveal themselves through the creative process. But even in these cases, the controlling idea remains a vital touchstone, a way of anchoring the story in a coherent and purposeful vision. As the writer explores and experiments, as they follow the lead of their characters and the dictates of their imagination, the controlling idea serves as a kind of thematic North Star, guiding them back to the heart of the story and the core of what they are trying to say. It is the glue that holds everything together, the secret ingredient that elevates a collection of scenes and characters into a meaningful and resonant work of art. In the end, the power of the controlling idea lies in its ability to bridge the gap between the specific and the universal, the concrete and the abstract. By distilling a story's meaning into a clear and concise statement, it allows the writer to focus their creative energies on the telling details and vivid particulars that bring that meaning to life. And by articulating a fundamental truth about the human experience, it allows the story to resonate with readers and viewers on a deep and enduring level, to speak to something essential and eternal within us all. As a writer, then, your task is not simply to craft a compelling plot or create memorable characters, but to discover and express the controlling idea that lies at the heart of your story. This is not always an easy or straightforward process, and it may require a great deal of soul-searching and creative experimentation. But when you finally land on that perfect thematic statement, when you find the words that encapsulate the essence of what your story is really about, it can be a moment of profound clarity and inspiration. Suddenly, everything falls into place, and you see the path forward with renewed purpose and conviction. So embrace the power of the controlling idea, and let it guide you as you embark on the exhilarating and daunting journey of bringing your story to life. Trust in the truth of your theme, and have faith that if you remain true to it, your story will find its way to the hearts and minds of your audience. For in the end, the most meaningful and enduring stories are not just those that entertain us or move us, but those that reveal to us some essential truth about ourselves and the world we inhabit. And that, after all, is the very essence of the storyteller's art. Discovering the essence of your story. The journey of crafting a compelling story is a winding path, often beginning with a single spark of inspiration. Whether it's a thought-provoking premise, a fascinating character, or a striking image, the creative process can be ignited by a myriad of sources. As you delve deeper into your fictional world, weaving together characters and events, the story begins to take shape. However, it is in the climactic moment of the final act where the true essence of your story reveals itself. The story climax is a pivotal point in your narrative, a culmination of all the conflicts, struggles, and growth your characters have experienced. It is an action that evokes a strong emotional response, leaving you with a sense of completeness and satisfaction. This climactic event holds the key to unlocking your story's controlling idea, the central theme that lies at the heart of your tale. To uncover this controlling idea, begin by examining your story's ending. Ask yourself, what value, positive or negative, has been brought into the protagonist's world as a result of this climactic action? Then, trace your steps back to the story's beginning, seeking the root cause or driving force that led to this ultimate outcome. The answer to these questions will form the foundation of your controlling idea. A concise statement that encapsulates the core meaning of your story. It is essential to understand that the story itself reveals its meaning to you. You do not impose a predetermined message upon it. The controlling idea emerges organically from the actions and events that unfold, rather than being a preconceived notion that dictates the plot. This is a profound moment of self-discovery for the writer, as the story climax often serves as a mirror, reflecting your innermost beliefs, fears, and desires. You may find yourself surprised by the themes that emerge in your writing. A self-proclaimed optimist might find their stories tinged with cynicism, while a world-weary realist may discover a hidden well of compassion and hope. This element of surprise is a testament to the power of the creative process, as it allows you to explore the depths of your psyche and uncover truths you may not have consciously acknowledged. To create a truly compelling story, it is crucial to allow room for your imagination and instincts to guide you. If your plot unfolds exactly as planned, without any unexpected turns or revelations, you may be constraining your creativity. Embrace the surprises that arise during the writing process, as they often lead to the most profound and impactful stories. Beautiful story design is a delicate balance between the initial inspiration, the workings of your imagination, and the skillful execution of your craft. The interplay of idea and counter-idea. In the pursuit of a cohesive and meaningful narrative, the interplay between the central idea and its counter-idea becomes a vital tool. As the renowned screenwriter Paddy Chayefsky once shared, he would distill his story's core meaning into a clear statement and keep it close at hand throughout the writing process. This served as a guiding light, ensuring that every element of the story aligned with and supported the central theme. To create a dynamic and engaging story, Chayefsky would intentionally move the narrative back and forth between the positive and negative aspects of the primary values at stake. This approach resulted in a sequence of events that alternately expressed the idea and counter-idea, creating a sense of tension and complexity that kept the audience invested. Consider the example of a classic crime story. The opening sequence often presents the counter-idea. Crime pays because the criminals are brilliant and ruthless. This is demonstrated through a crime so enigmatic or perpetrated by such cunning criminals that the audience is left in awe, convinced that the perpetrators will evade justice. However, as the story progresses, the protagonist, often a skilled detective, uncovers clues and closes in on the criminals, embodying the idea. Crime doesn't pay because the protagonist is even more brilliant and determined. This dance between idea and counter-idea continues throughout the narrative, building tension and anticipation. The criminal may gain the upper hand, capturing or seemingly defeating the protagonist, reinforcing the counter-idea. But in a dramatic turn of events, the protagonist rises from the ashes, more resolute than ever, and the idea once again takes center stage. This push and pull culminates in a final confrontation where the idea and counter-idea collide head-on. The story climax emerges from this clash, revealing which of the two ultimately prevails. Whether it is the triumph of justice through the protagonist's unwavering determination, or the sobering realization that evil can sometimes overwhelm even the most valiant efforts, the climactic action becomes the definitive statement of the story's controlling idea. The rhythm of idea versus counter-idea is a fundamental aspect of storytelling, applicable to all genres and styles. It imbues the narrative with a sense of tension, complexity, and emotional depth. This dynamic can take on various forms, from the ironic juxtaposition of conflicting values to the multi-layered exploration of a character's internal struggles. In the film Sea of Love, the protagonist, a detective played by Al Pacino, finds himself falling for his prime suspect, portrayed by Ellen Barkin. This creates a compelling irony, as each scene that points to her guilt simultaneously undermines the value of justice while affirming the power of love. Similarly, in the movie Shine, the protagonist's musical triumphs provoke his father's envy and cruelty, driving the young prodigy into a state of emotional immaturity. This complex interplay of positive and negative forces ultimately makes his final success all the more poignant and meaningful. Crafting a balanced argument. When developing the idea and counter-idea of your story, it is crucial to give equal weight and consideration to both sides of the argument. Avoid the temptation to oversimplify or reduce the opposing viewpoint to a mere straw man. Instead, strive to present the counter-idea with as much truth, nuance, and persuasive power as the idea itself. If your story ultimately affirms the idea, such as justice prevails, make sure to create a formidable and compelling counter-idea that challenges this notion. Present the audience with moments where it seems that crime truly does pay, that the antagonist's ruthlessness and cunning may indeed triumph over the protagonist's efforts. By giving the counter-idea its due, you heighten the stakes and make the eventual victory of the idea all the more satisfying and hard-won. Conversely, if your story concludes with the counter-idea, such as corruption is inescapable, take care to establish a strong and convincing idea throughout the narrative. Show instances where honesty and integrity seem to be rewarded, where the protagonist's moral compass appears to be leading them toward a just resolution. This balance creates a sense of tension and uncertainty, keeping the audience engaged and invested in the outcome. The power of opposing ideas. By embracing the power of opposing ideas, you open yourself up to a wealth of creative possibilities. Entertaining, contrasting viewpoints allows you to explore the complexities of human nature, societal issues, and moral dilemmas in a way that is both intellectually stimulating and emotionally resonant. It forces you to dig deeper, to question your assumptions, and to consider perspectives that may be foreign or even unsettling to you. This process of grappling with opposing ideas can lead to some of the most profound and impactful storytelling. By presenting multiple sides of an argument, you invite your audience to engage with the material on a deeper level, to question their own beliefs, and to come to their own conclusions. This is the hallmark of truly great art, the ability to provoke thought, to inspire reflection, and to challenge the status quo. However, it is important to approach this process with care and intention. When exploring controversial or sensitive topics, it is crucial to do so with empathy, nuance, and respect. Avoid falling into the trap of didacticism or heavy-handedness, where the story becomes a mere vehicle for a predetermined message or agenda. Instead, trust in the power of the story itself to illuminate the human condition, to reveal the complexities and contradictions that lie at the heart of our existence. Masterful examples. 1 need only look to the works of the great Stanley Kubrick to see the power of opposing ideas in action. In his iconic anti-war films such as Paths of Glory, Dr. Strangelove, and Full Metal Jacket, Kubrick and his collaborators delved deep into the darkest recesses of the human psyche, exploring the innate human propensity for violence and destruction. These films do not merely condemn war as an abstract concept, but rather they expose the underlying psychological and sociological factors that drive individuals and societies to engage in such brutality. By presenting the counter-idea in all its disturbing complexity, Kubrick forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that violence and aggression are not aberrations, but rather fundamental aspects of human nature. Through this unflinching exploration of the counter-idea, Kubrick's films achieve a level of profundity and impact that goes far beyond mere polemic. They serve as a mirror, reflecting back to us the darkest parts of ourselves and our society, challenging us to grapple with the moral and existential questions that define our existence. The spectrum of controlling ideas. As we have seen, the emotional charge of a story's controlling idea can vary widely, from the optimistic and uplifting to the cynical and despairing. This spectrum of possibilities can be roughly divided into three categories: idealistic, pessimistic, and ironic. Idealistic, controlling ideas are those that affirm the best in human nature, that celebrate the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. These are the stories that leave us feeling hopeful, inspired, and uplifted. They remind us of the inherent goodness and resilience of the human heart, and they challenge us to be our best selves. Examples of idealistic, controlling ideas can be found in films such as It's a Wonderful Life, where the protagonist's selflessness and sacrifice are ultimately rewarded with the love and appreciation of his community, or in The Shawshank Redemption, where the indomitable human spirit triumphs over the brutality and injustice of the prison system. At the other end of the spectrum, we find pessimistic, controlling ideas, which paint a darker, more cynical picture of the human condition. These are the stories that grapple with the inherent flaws and weaknesses of human nature, that expose the corruption and cruelty that often lurk beneath the surface of polite society. Pessimistic, controlling ideas can be found in films such as Chinatown, where the protagonist's efforts to uncover the truth are ultimately futile in the face of overwhelming power and corruption, or in Requiem for a Dream, where the character's desperate pursuit of their dreams leads them down a path of self-destruction and despair. Finally, we have ironic, controlling ideas, which occupy a more ambiguous and complex middle ground. These are the stories that acknowledge the coexistence of both light and dark, hope and despair within the human experience. They recognize the inherent contradictions and paradoxes of life, and they invite us to grapple with the messiness and uncertainty of the human condition. Ironic, controlling ideas can be found in films such as Fargo, where the characters' bumbling attempts at crime are juxtaposed with moments of startling violence and cruelty. Or in Birdman, where the protagonist's quest for artistic redemption is complicated by his own ego and the harsh realities of the entertainment industry. Contemporary irony. In recent years, Hollywood has increasingly turned to irony as a means of exploring the complexities and contradictions of modern life. This trend is exemplified by the emergence of two distinct subgenres: the redemption plot and the punitive plot. In redemption plots, the protagonist's pursuit of a once cherished value, such as wealth, fame, or success, becomes a destructive obsession that threatens to undermine their humanity. Only by recognizing the emptiness of their pursuit and abandoning it are they able to find true fulfillment and redemption. Films such as American Beauty and The Wolf of Wall Street exemplify this ironic twist on the classic American success story. Punitive plots, on the other hand, follow protagonists who remain wedded to their obsessive pursuits, even as they lead them down a path of self-destruction. In these stories, the protagonist's ultimate achievement of their goal is not a triumph, but rather a tragic downfall, as they are consumed by the very thing they sought to possess. Films such as There Will Be Blood and Nightcrawler exemplify this darker side of the American dream. Both redemption plots and punitive plots serve as a potent commentary on the values and priorities of contemporary society. They challenge us to question the things we chase after, too. Consider the cost of our ambitions, and to grapple with the complex interplay of success and fulfillment in our own lives. Conclusion. As we have seen, the art of storytelling is a powerful tool for exploring the depths of the human experience. By embracing the interplay of idea and counter-idea, by grappling with the complexities and contradictions of life, we can create stories that resonate on the deepest levels of our being. Whether we seek to uplift and inspire, to challenge and provoke, or to illuminate the ironic twists and turns of fate, the key is to approach our craft with honesty, empathy, and a willingness to explore the full spectrum of human emotion. Ultimately, the stories we tell are a reflection of our own hearts and minds, a mirror held up to the human condition in all its messy, complicated glory. By embracing this truth, by diving deep into the well of our own experiences and emotions, we can create works of art that stand the test of time, that speak to the universal truths of what it means to be alive. So let us go forth with courage and conviction, armed with the power of story and the wisdom of the ages. Let us create works that challenge, inspire, and transform, that leave an indelible mark on the soul. For in the end, that is the true measure of our success as storytellers and as human beings. The power of irony in storytelling. Irony is a fundamental aspect of the human experience, and its presence in storytelling has the power to evoke a profound sense of recognition and understanding in the audience. When a story concludes with an ironic twist, it often elicits a response along the lines of, "Ah, life is just like that." This reaction stems from the realization that life is rarely a straightforward journey of pure joy or unrelenting misery, but rather a complex tapestry woven with threads of both light and dark. The most enduring and widely appreciated stories are those that embrace the ironic nature of reality. They acknowledge that even the most painful experiences can yield glimmers of positivity, while the greatest triumphs often come at a significant cost. No matter how meticulously we plan our path through life, we are inevitably swept along by the currents of irony, our best laid plans often unraveling in unexpected ways. Crafting a story that effectively captures this ironic essence is a task that demands great skill, wisdom, and finesse from the writer. It is a challenge that surpasses the creation of purely idealistic or pessimistic endings, as it requires the delicate balancing of both positive and negative elements within a single climactic moment. The complexity of ironic storytelling. One of the primary difficulties in writing an ironic climax lies in the need to convey two seemingly contradictory messages simultaneously. The writer must find a way to express both the gains and losses, the triumphs and the tragedies, in a single, powerfully resonant action. This is no small feat, as it requires a deep understanding of the story's themes and a deft touch in weaving together the various narrative threads. Another challenge in crafting an ironic ending is ensuring that the dual messages are communicated with crystal clarity. Irony should not be mistaken for ambiguity, which is a murky blending of ideas that leaves the audience confused and unsatisfied. True irony is a sharp, precise juxtaposition of positive and negative elements, each distinct and recognizable in its own right. It is a delicate dance that requires the writer to maintain a keen sense of balance and control over the story's tone and pacing. Furthermore, the writer must be cautious not to let the positive and negative charges of the ironic climax cancel each other out, rendering the ending flat and meaningless. The key is to present the conflicting elements in such a way that they coexist without diminishing each other's impact. This requires a deep understanding of the story's emotional landscape and a skillful manipulation of the audience's expectations and sympathies. Consider the film Parasite, 2019, which masterfully employs irony to deliver a powerful commentary on class inequality and the human condition. The story follows the impoverished Kim family as they cunningly infiltrate the lives of the wealthy Park family, posing as unrelated, highly skilled workers. As the Kims revel in their newfound access to luxury and comfort, the audience is drawn into their clever scheme, rooting for their success despite the underlying deception. However, the film's climax takes a dark and ironic turn when the Kim's ruse is exposed, and the simmering tensions between the two families erupt into shocking violence. In a single, gut-wrenching sequence, the audience is confronted with the brutal consequences of the Kims' actions, as well as the inherent cruelty and callousness of the class divide. The ending is both triumphant and tragic, as the Kims' brief taste of the good life is shattered. Through this ironic conclusion, Parasite delivers a searing indictment of the social inequities that plague modern society, while also highlighting the universal human capacity for deceit, desperation, and violence. It is a masterful example of how irony can be used to create a story that is both emotionally impactful and intellectually provocative, leaving the audience grappling with complex questions long after the final credits have rolled. The responsibility of the storyteller. As writers, we must recognize the immense power that stories have to shape people's beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. No matter how entertaining or lighthearted a story may seem on the surface, it inevitably carries within it a set of ideas and values that can profoundly influence those who engage with it. This is why it is crucial for writers to approach their craft with a deep sense of responsibility and integrity. When a writer discovers the controlling idea of their story, they must ask themselves whether they truly believe in the truth and validity of that idea. If the answer is no, then the writer has a moral obligation to discard the story and start anew. Telling a story that one does not genuinely believe in is a betrayal of the audience's trust and a dereliction of the writer's duty to the truth. However, if the writer does believe in the controlling idea, then they must do everything in their power to bring that story to life and share it with the world. This is not always an easy task, as it may require the writer to confront difficult truths, explore uncomfortable emotions, and challenge prevailing societal norms and expectations. But it is precisely this willingness to engage with the complex and often messy realities of the human experience that sets great storytelling apart from mere entertainment. The power of story in society. Throughout history, storytellers have played a vital role in shaping the cultural, political, and moral landscape of their societies. From ancient myths and legends to contemporary films and television shows, stories have the power to entertain, educate, and inspire, as well as to challenge the status quo and spark social change. It is precisely this power that makes storytelling such a threatening and subversive force in the eyes of those who seek to maintain their grip on power. As Plato argued in ancient Greece, writers and poets are dangerous because they deal in emotions, which are far more difficult to control and manipulate than rational thought. By tapping into the deepest fears, desires, and aspirations of their audience, storytellers have the ability to expose lies, shatter illusions, and inspire passionate calls for change. This is why, throughout history, authoritarian regimes have often targeted writers and artists as some of the first victims of their oppression. They understand that a well-told story has the power to pierce through the fog of propaganda and disinformation, to awaken people's consciences and stir their hearts to action. In a world where truth is often obscured by lies and half-truths, the storyteller's commitment to honesty and authenticity is an act of profound social responsibility. Consider the film The Lives of Others, 2006, which tells the story of a Stasi agent in East Germany who becomes disillusioned with the oppressive regime he serves and begins to protect the lives of the artists and dissidents he is meant to be spying on. Through the agent's gradual awakening to the power of art and the humanity of those he has been taught to view as enemies of the state, the film delivers a powerful commentary on the role of storytelling in resisting tyranny and affirming the fundamental dignity of the human spirit. In one particularly poignant scene, the agent listens in on a conversation between a writer and his friend, in which they discuss the importance of writing as a means of preserving truth and beauty in a world that seems intent on destroying both. The writer speaks of the eternal prison that awaits those who remain silent in the face of oppression, and the agent is deeply moved by the realization that his own life has been a kind of prison, one from which he yearns to break free. Through moments like these, the lives of others reminds us of the immense power that stories have to shape our understanding of the world and our place within it. It is a testament to the courage and resilience of those who continue to tell the truth, even in the face of great personal risk and sacrifice. In conclusion, as storytellers, we have a profound responsibility to use our craft in the service of truth, even when that truth is difficult, uncomfortable, or unpopular. We must be willing to confront the complexities and contradictions of the human experience to explore the full range of emotions and experiences that make us who we are. By embracing the power of irony, we can create stories that resonate with the deepest truths of our existence, that challenge our assumptions and expand our understanding of what it means to be human. We can use our stories to shine a light on the darkest corners of our society, to give voice to the voiceless, and to inspire hope in the face of despair. Ultimately, the measure of our success as storytellers lies not in the accolades we receive or the money we make, but in the impact that our stories have on the hearts and minds of those who encounter them. If we can tell stories that move people to laughter and tears, that challenge them to think more deeply and feel more profoundly, that inspire them to be more compassionate, more courageous, and more fully alive, then we will have fulfilled our highest calling as artists and as human beings. So let us go forth with courage and conviction, armed with the power of story and the knowledge that our words have the power to change the world. Let us tell stories that matter, stories that speak to the deepest truths of our existence, stories that will endure long after we are gone. For in the end, the stories we tell are the legacy we leave behind, the enduring testament to the lives we have lived and the truths we have fought to uphold. The substance of story, unveiling the intangible essence. At the heart of every captivating story lies an intangible, yet profoundly powerful substance that transcends the medium through which it is conveyed. Whether expressed through the written word, visual imagery, or the spoken language, this elusive essence is the very lifeblood of a compelling narrative. To truly grasp the nature of this substance and harness its potential, the storyteller must embark on a subjective exploration of the creative process, delving deep into the psyche of the characters that inhabit the tale. The protagonist, the embodiment of character. Central to any gripping story is the protagonist, the character who serves as the embodiment of all aspects of the narrative. This pivotal figure may take the form of an individual hero, a dynamic duo, a tight-knit trio, or even a unified group working towards a common goal. In some cases, the protagonist may not even be human, as demonstrated by the endearing charm of a lovable animal like Babe the Pig, the mischievous antics of Bugs Bunny, or the unyielding determination of the little engine that could. Regardless of their specific nature, all compelling protagonists share certain key qualities that define their role in the story. First and foremost, they possess an unwavering willpower, a driving force that propels them forward in the face of adversity. This willpower is often fueled by a conscious desire, a tangible goal that the protagonist actively pursues throughout the narrative. However, the most intriguing protagonists often harbor a self-contradictory unconscious desire, adding depth and complexity to their character. This inner conflict, unbeknownst to the protagonist, is sensed by the audience, creating a fascinating dichotomy that draws viewers deeper into the story. To effectively pursue their desires, the protagonist must possess the necessary capacities, both physical and mental, to convincingly undertake the challenges that lie ahead. Without at least a fighting chance of attaining their goal, the protagonist risks losing the audience's interest and investment in their journey. As the story unfolds, the protagonist must be willing to pursue their desire to the very limits of human experience, pushing themselves to the brink of their capabilities. This relentless pursuit, fraught with escalating obstacles and increasing risk, forms the backbone of the narrative, keeping the audience engrossed until the final resolution. While the protagonist must be empathetic, allowing the audience to see a glimmer of themselves reflected in the character's struggles and triumphs, they need not always be entirely sympathetic or likable. Some of the most memorable protagonists are flawed, complex individuals who may not always make the most endearing choices, but nonetheless manage to forge a deep connection with the audience through their shared humanity. Empathy, the bridge between audience and story. This connection, this bond between the audience and the protagonist, is forged through the power of empathy. Unlike sympathy, which may evoke feelings of pity or compassion, empathy runs deeper, enabling the audience to identify with the character on a profound, almost visceral level. When an audience empathizes with a protagonist, they are not merely observing the character's journey from a detached perspective. They are vicariously experiencing the trials, tribulations, and triumphs alongside them. This shared experience allows the audience to test their own humanity, to explore the depths of their emotions, and to gain a greater understanding of themselves and the world around them. Creating genuine empathy, rather than mere sympathy, is the key to forging an unbreakable bond between the audience and the story. Without this connection, the story risks falling flat, failing to resonate with viewers on a meaningful level. The world of a character, navigating circles of conflict. To fully appreciate the challenges faced by the protagonist, it is essential to understand the nature of their world. By understanding the intricate web of conflicts that define a character's world, the storyteller can craft a rich, multi-layered narrative that explores the protagonist's journey from all angles, creating a fully realized and immersive experience for the audience. The gap in reality, where expectations collide with truth. At the heart of every compelling story lies a fundamental gap, a chasm that emerges when the protagonist's subjective expectations collide with the objective reality of their world. This gap is born in the moment when the character takes action, driven by the belief that their choices will bring them closer to their desired outcome. However, as the character acts, their world responds in ways that are often more powerful, more challenging, or simply different than anticipated. This unexpected reaction creates a rift between what the character believed would happen and the actual consequences of their actions. It is within this gap, this space between expectation and result, that the central conflict of the story takes root. The protagonist, faced with the realization that their initial approach was insufficient, must now dig deeper, reaching within themselves to find the strength, resourcefulness, and determination needed to bridge the divide. As the story progresses, the protagonist is forced to take increasingly greater risks, to make more difficult choices, and to confront the mounting obstacles that stand between them and their ultimate goal. Each action they take has the potential to widen the gap further, creating a sense of escalating tension and stakes that keep the audience engaged and invested in the outcome. This pattern of rising conflict, fueled by the protagonist's relentless pursuit of their desire in the face of adversity, forms the backbone of any gripping narrative. By navigating the treacherous terrain of the gap between expectation and reality, the protagonist not only tests their own limits, but also invites the audience to explore the boundaries of the human experience. Writing from the inside out, channeling authentic emotions. To truly bring a story to life, to imbue it with the emotional depth and authenticity that resonates with audiences, the writer must learn to work from the inside out. This means not merely observing the characters from a detached external perspective, but rather inhabiting their minds, hearts, and souls, experiencing the story through their eyes. By delving into their own emotional reservoirs, writers can tap into a wellspring of genuine feelings and reactions that can be channeled into their characters. This process requires a willingness to explore one's own vulnerabilities, fears, and desires, and to infuse these raw, unfiltered emotions into the fabric of the story. One powerful tool for achieving this level of emotional authenticity is the use of Stanislavski's magic if technique. This approach asks the writer to imagine themselves in the character's circumstances, to consider how they would feel, think, and act if faced with the same challenges and dilemmas. By placing themselves in the character's shoes, writers can access a level of emotional truth that might otherwise remain elusive. They can explore the nuances of the character's psyche, uncovering the subtle motivations, fears, and hopes that drive their actions and shape their relationships with others. When a writer succeeds in creating a scene or a story that moves them on a profound emotional level, they can be confident that it will have a similar impact on the audience. By forging a genuine connection with their own characters, writers create the potential for audiences to form their own empathetic bonds, to see themselves reflected in the struggles and triumphs of the protagonist. In this way, the act of writing from the inside out becomes a conduit for shared emotional experiences, a means of bridging the gap between the writer's imagination and the audience's hearts and minds. By digging deep within themselves, writers can unearth the raw materials needed to craft stories that not only entertain but also illuminate the human condition, offering a glimpse into the universal truths that bind us all together. Rewriting with purpose. Crafting stories that resonate. Armed with a deeper understanding of the substance of story, the nature of the protagonist, the power of empathy, and the importance of writing from the inside out, the task of rewriting becomes an opportunity to refine and elevate the narrative to new heights. The process of rewriting is not merely a matter of polishing the surface of the story, but rather a chance to excavate its very foundations, to ensure that the core elements are firmly in place and working in harmony to create a cohesive, compelling whole. At the heart of this process lies the central conflict, the collision between the protagonist's subjective expectations and the objective realities they must face. By carefully examining this conflict, the writer can ensure that it is properly calibrated, that the stakes are high enough to keep the audience invested, and that the protagonist's journey is both emotionally resonant and thematically rich. As the writer revisits each scene, they must continually ask themselves whether the protagonist's actions are driven by a clear, conscious desire, and whether the obstacles they face are sufficiently challenging to create a sense of rising tension and escalating risk. By fine-tuning these elements, the writer can craft a narrative that is both gripping and emotionally satisfying. Another key aspect of the rewriting process is the cultivation of empathy for the protagonist. By taking the time to fully inhabit the character's mind and heart, the writer can ensure that their motivations, fears, and hopes are fully realized on the page. This emotional authenticity is essential for forging a strong bond between the audience and the story, allowing viewers to see a reflection of their own humanity in the protagonist's struggles and triumphs. Throughout the rewriting process, the writer must also remain mindful of the world the character inhabits, ensuring that the various circles of conflict, from the internal struggles of the mind and body to the external pressures of personal relationships and societal forces, are fully explored and integrated into the narrative. By approaching the rewriting process with a keen eye for detail, a deep understanding of the story's core elements, and a willingness to dig deep into their own emotional reservoirs, writers can craft stories that not only entertain, but also illuminate the human experience, leaving a lasting impact on all who encounter them. In the end, the act of rewriting becomes a testament to the writer's dedication to their craft, a reflection of their commitment to creating stories that resonate on a profound level, and a celebration of the power of narrative to transform, inspire, and unite us all. The inciting incident, igniting the story's engine. In the grand design of a captivating story, the inciting incident serves as the essential spark that sets the narrative ablaze. This pivotal event, the first major turning point in the tale, acts as the primary catalyst for all that follows, propelling the story forward through a series of progressive complications, a crisis, a climax, and ultimately a resolution. The inciting incident radically upsets the delicate balance of forces in the protagonist's life, catapulting them into a world of chaos and uncertainty. To fully grasp the significance of the inciting incident and its role in the story's structure, it is crucial to examine the rich tapestry of the story world in which it unfolds. This intricate universe, framed by the dimensions of period, duration, location, and level of conflict, must be imbued with a depth and breadth of authentic details to inspire a multitude of creative choices that will shape an original, cliché-free narrative. Crafting an authentic story world. When constructing the story world, the writer must delve into the intricacies of the characters' lives, asking probing questions that go beyond surface-level observations. How do the characters make a living? While most jobs may appear mundane on the surface, it is essential to explore those pivotal moments when work creates more problems than it solves, as often seen in professional genres such as courtroom dramas, crime thrillers, and medical stories. Consider the politics of the story world, not merely in terms of political affiliations, but in the true sense of power dynamics. Whenever people gather, an uneven distribution of power emerges, forming a hierarchical structure that permeates every aspect of society, from corporations and government agencies to hospitals and religious institutions. Even within the microcosm of a family, politics play a significant role, as power shifts between patriarchal and matriarchal figures, or even to the children who may tyrannize their parents. Rituals and habits form the backbone of daily life, and the writer must explore how these customs shape the characters' experiences. From the way characters take their meals to the private rites they perform, rituals provide a window into the unique culture of the story world. Similarly, the values and beliefs held by the characters, which may not always align with traditional notions of good, evil, right, and wrong, contribute to the moral landscape of the narrative. Genre conventions and the characters' biographies further enrich the story world, providing a framework of creative limitations and a rich history that informs the characters' actions and motivations. The concept of backstory, often misunderstood, refers not to the characters' entire life history, but to the significant events in their past that the writer can leverage to build the story's progressions. Lastly, the principle of cast design emphasizes the importance of crafting a network of contrasting or contradictory attitudes among the characters. Each character must possess a unique perspective, ensuring that their reactions to any given event are distinct and generate conflict. By polarizing the cast, the writer maximizes opportunities for dramatic tension and avoids the pitfall of characters reacting identically, which minimizes conflict and weakens the story's impact. The power of authorship. As the writer immerses themselves in the research and development of the story world, a remarkable transformation occurs. The story takes on a unique atmosphere and personality that sets it apart from the countless tales that have come before. This is the hallmark of true authorship, the ability to create a one-of-a-kind narrative that reflects the writer's godlike knowledge of the subject matter. The title of author is not reserved solely for novelists and playwrights. Screenwriters, as the originators of the story's setting, characters, and plot, are authors in every sense of the word. The test of authorship lies in the writer's knowledge, which manifests itself in the authority that permeates every page of the script. When a screenplay exudes an ineffable sense of mastery, the audience willingly surrenders to the story, confident that they are in the hands of an authority. The effect of writing with authority is authenticity, a vital principle that governs the audience's emotional involvement in the story. Alongside empathy, which draws the audience into the protagonist's journey, authenticity ensures that the audience believes in the story world, willingly suspending their disbelief. Authenticity does not demand strict adherence to reality. Rather, it requires an internally consistent world that remains true to itself in scope, depth, and detail. As Aristotle wisely observed, a convincing impossibility is preferable to an unconvincing possibility in the realm of storytelling. The creative intelligence of the writer merges reality, fantasy, dream, and ideality into a unique yet persuasive fictional reality. Authenticity is achieved through the judicious use of telling details, carefully selected elements that allow the audience's imagination to complete the picture, forming a credible whole. However, the writer must exercise caution when striving for authenticity, as an overemphasis on reality, particularly in scenes of sex and violence, can shatter the illusion and yank the audience out of the story. The key is to provide just enough detail to maintain believability without drawing undue attention to the filmmaker's technique. Emotional authenticity is equally crucial, as the writer's research must yield believable character behavior and a persuasive chain of cause and effect. The art of story design lies in the delicate balance between the usual and the unusual, the universal and the archetypal. The writer who has mastered their subject matter knows precisely what to emphasize and what to present with subtlety, ensuring that their work stands out from the sea of cliched narratives. Originality, then, is not a matter of eccentricity, but a natural byproduct of the writer's struggle for authenticity. As the writer's knowledge of the setting and characters intertwines with their unique personality, the choices they make and the arrangements they create become distinctly their own. The work becomes an extension of the writer's identity, an original voice that emerges from the relentless battle against cliches. The inciting incident, setting the story in motion. With a rich story world and a deep understanding of authorship, the writer must now grapple with the challenge of setting their story into action. The inciting incident, the event that radically upsets the balance of forces in the protagonist's life, is a dynamic, fully developed moment that propels the character into a new reality. Consider the example of a college dropout living near New York University who, bored with her life, decides to move to Los Angeles on a whim. While this decision may alter her geographical location, it does little to change the fundamental value of her life. Her apathy remains intact, merely transported from one coast to another. However, if we discover that this dropout has created a unique kitchen wallpaper composed of hundreds of unpaid parking tickets, and a sudden pounding on the door reveals the police, brandishing a felony warrant for her arrest, the story takes on a new dimension. As she flees down the fire escape, heading west to escape the consequences of her actions, the inciting incident has effectively upset the balance of her life, launching her on a journey filled with uncertainty and conflict. The inciting incident can swing the protagonist's reality in either a negative or positive direction. In the case of our dropout, if she reaches Los Angeles but fears taking a legitimate job due to her outstanding warrants, she may be forced to navigate the treacherous underworld of drugs and prostitution. Conversely, if the knock at the door reveals an heir hunter bearing news of a substantial inheritance from an anonymous relative, the protagonist's life is suddenly upended by the pressures and responsibilities that come with unexpected wealth. Regardless of its nature, the inciting incident is typically a single event that either happens directly to the protagonist or is caused by their actions. This immediate awareness of the shift in life's balance is crucial, as it sets the stage for the protagonist's reaction and subsequent quest to restore equilibrium. In some cases, the inciting incident may require a two-part structure, a setup and a payoff. The classic example of this is found in the film Jaws, where the setup involves a shark attacking and killing a swimmer, and the payoff occurs when the sheriff discovers the victim's remains. While the logic of the inciting incident may necessitate a setup, the writer must be cautious not to delay the payoff for too long, as keeping the protagonist ignorant of the critical event can strain credibility and dampen the story's momentum. Occasionally, a film may stumble in its attempt to structure the inciting incident effectively. The River, for example, opens with a businessman deciding to build a dam that will flood 5 farms, including one belonging to the story's central characters. However, the protagonists remain unaware of this decision for the majority of the film, leading to a series of disconnected vignettes that fail to propel the story forward with purpose. The delayed revelation of the dam's impact, occurring a mere 10 minutes from the film's end, undermines the narrative's cohesion and diminishes the audience's investment in the character's plight. The protagonist's reaction to the inciting incident is a crucial element in establishing the story's trajectory. While the specific response may vary depending on the character's unique attributes and circumstances, the fundamental desire to restore balance remains a universal motivator. Even a character's initial refusal to act, as seen in countless Western films featuring retired gunslingers who resist the call to pin on the badge and confront the villains terrorizing the town, serves as a reaction that sets the stage for their eventual engagement with the conflict. The inciting incident, in addition to upsetting the protagonist's life balance, also arouses in them a desire to restore that balance. This desire manifests as an object of desire, a tangible or intangible goal that the protagonist believes will set their world right once again. The pursuit of this object of desire propels the protagonist into action, launching them on a quest that will define the story's central narrative. In more complex characters, the inciting incident may awaken not only a conscious desire, but also an unconscious one that stands in direct opposition to their stated goals. This internal conflict adds depth and nuance to the protagonist's journey as they grapple with the competing forces that drive their actions. In Mrs. Soffel, the titular character's conscious desire to save a condemned man's soul is underscored by her unconscious yearning for a transcendent romantic experience that will imbue her life with meaning, even if only for a fleeting moment. The shifting landscape of her choices, from the noble pursuit of salvation to the scandalous embrace of damnation, reflects the power of her unconscious desire to shape her destiny. The spine of the story. The protagonist's desire, both conscious and unconscious, forms the backbone of the story, a critical element of design known as the spine or through line. This central force, the deep-seated desire to restore balance, serves as the primary unifying factor that binds all other story elements together. Every scene, image, and word in the narrative is ultimately connected, either causally or thematically, to this core of desire and action. In stories where the protagonist lacks an unconscious desire, such as the James Bond franchise, the character's conscious objective becomes the spine. Bond's unwavering commitment to defeating the arch-villain and saving the world propels the story forward, and any deviation from this central goal would undermine the narrative's integrity. However, when a protagonist is driven by an unconscious desire, this hidden motivation assumes the role of the story's spine. The unconscious desire, rooted in the character's innermost self, proves more powerful and enduring than their surface-level goals, allowing for a more complex and nuanced narrative. In The Crying Game, for instance, the protagonist, Fergus, consciously grapples with his political allegiances and the consequences of his actions as a member of the Irish Republican Army. Yet, beneath this external conflict, his unconscious need for love and connection propels the story forward, guiding his choices and ultimately shaping his fate. The Quest, the universal story. At its core, every story is a quest, a timeless narrative that has captivated audiences since the dawn of storytelling. From the writer's perspective, the quest begins with the inciting incident and follows the protagonist's journey along the spine of the story, culminating in the climax of the final act. The essential form of the quest is deceptively simple. An event throws a character's life out of balance, igniting a desire to restore equilibrium. This desire launches the protagonist on a journey to obtain their object of desire, a pursuit that pits them against forces of antagonism, both internal and external. Whether they achieve their goal or not, the quest remains the fundamental structure that underpins all storytelling. Like the 12 notes that combine to create the vast landscape of music, the elements of the quest form the basic building blocks of narrative. However, just as a composer must navigate the intricacies of melody, harmony, and rhythm to craft a compelling piece, a writer must grapple with the complexities of character, conflict, and theme to weave a captivating tale. To fully understand the quest at the heart of their story, writers must delve deep into the protagonist's psyche, uncovering the true nature of their desire. This object of desire may be tangible, such as the pursuit of a romantic partner in Moonstruck, or intangible, like the search for inner growth and maturity in Big. Regardless of its form, the protagonist's desire serves as the guiding light that illuminates the path of their quest, propelling them through the challenges and obstacles that lie ahead. The design of the inciting incident. Crafting an effective inciting incident requires a thorough understanding of its function and placement within the larger narrative structure. The event that sets the story in motion can occur in one of two ways: randomly, through coincidence, or causally, as a result of a character's decision. When the inciting incident arises from a character's choice, it may be the protagonist who makes the fateful decision, such as Ben's resolve to drink himself to death in leaving Las Vegas. Alternatively, the decision may be made by another character with the power to disrupt the protagonist's life, as seen in Kramer vs. Kramer, when Mrs. Kramer chooses to leave her husband and child. If the inciting incident occurs by coincidence, it can take the form of a tragic event, like the accident that claims the life of Alice's husband in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, or a serendipitous encounter, as when a sports promoter discovers a talented athlete in Pat and Mike. Regardless of its origin, the inciting incident must be a dynamic, fully realized event that irrevocably alters the course of the protagonist's life. For the story's central plot, the inciting incident must unfold on screen, allowing the audience to witness firsthand the moment that sets the narrative in motion. While subplots may have their own inciting incidents that occur off-screen, the central plot's catalytic event must be presented directly to the audience for two crucial reasons. First, experiencing the inciting incident firsthand ignites the audience's curiosity, provoking them to ask the major dramatic question that will guide their engagement with the story, whether it's the classic, "Will the sheriff defeat the shark?" in Jaws, or the more introspective, "Will Lydia leave her husband?" In La Notte, the inciting incident plants the seed of intrigue that will keep the audience invested until the final act's resolution. Second, witnessing the inciting incident allows the audience to form an image of the obligatory scene, the pivotal moment that must occur before the story can reach its conclusion. This scene, also known as the crisis, brings the protagonist face to face with the most potent forces of antagonism they have encountered on their quest. By teasing the audience with the promise of this climactic confrontation, the writer enters into an unspoken contract, obligating themselves to deliver the anticipated showdown. The timing of the inciting incident is a delicate balancing act, requiring the writer to introduce the catalytic event as soon as possible without compromising the audience's understanding of the characters and their world. As a general guideline, the first major event of the central plot should occur within the first quarter of the story, ensuring that the audience is engaged before boredom sets in. In some cases, the inciting incident may serve as the story's opening salvo, as seen in Sullivan's Travels and On the Waterfront, where the protagonist's life-altering decision or action occurs within the first few minutes of the film. Other narratives may delay the inciting incident, using subplots to maintain audience interest, while laying the groundwork for the central plot's eventual emergence. The placement of the inciting incident is ultimately dictated by the audience's need for context and understanding. If the event is archetypal in nature, such as the transformation in Kafka's Metamorphosis or the shark attack in Jaws, it can occur immediately, as the audience inherently grasps the gravity of the situation. However, when the inciting incident requires a more nuanced understanding of the characters and their world, the writer must take care to provide the necessary foundation before unleashing the catalytic event. The quality of the inciting incident, in terms of its magnitude and impact, must be carefully calibrated to suit the story's world, characters, and genre. While an action-packed blockbuster may demand a spectacle-filled event, a more intimate drama may find its inciting incident in a subtle gesture or a revealing conversation. The key is to ensure that the event, regardless of its scale, effectively upsets the balance of forces in the protagonist's life, arouses their desire to restore equilibrium, and propels them on a quest that will define the story's central narrative. By focusing on the function rather than the spectacle of the inciting incident, the writer can craft a moment that resonates deeply with the audience, setting the stage for the protagonist's transformative journey. Creating the inciting incident. Developing an effective inciting incident is a challenging task, second only to crafting the story's climax in terms of difficulty and importance. As the scene that sets the entire narrative in motion, the inciting incident requires careful consideration and often numerous revisions to strike the perfect balance between character, conflict, and theme. To help generate ideas for the inciting incident, writers can ask themselves a series of questions designed to explore the extremes of the protagonist's experience. What is the worst possible event that could befall the character? And how might that catastrophe ultimately prove to be a blessing in disguise? Conversely, what is the best possible occurrence that could disrupt the protagonist's life? And how might that seemingly positive development lead to unforeseen consequences and challenges? By examining these reversals of fortune, writers can uncover the hidden depths of their characters and the rich dramatic potential that lies within their stories. In Kramer vs. Kramer, the devastating loss of his wife and the sudden responsibility of single-parenthood force the workaholic protagonist to confront his shortcomings and ultimately embrace his role as a loving father. Similarly, in An Unmarried Woman, the protagonist's world is shattered when her husband leaves her for another woman. Yet this crisis becomes the catalyst for her journey of self-discovery and empowerment. The inciting incident can also spring from the protagonist's seemingly positive circumstances, only to reveal the underlying conflicts and challenges that will shape their quest. In Death in Venice, the protagonist's infatuation with a beautiful youth initially appears to be a chance at redemption and renewal, but ultimately leads him down a path of obsession and despair. Likewise, in The Godfather, Part 2, Michael Corleone's ascension to the role of Don seems to offer the opportunity to legitimize the family business, but instead sets in motion a spiral of violence and betrayal that leaves him isolated and haunted by his choices. By exploring these extremes and reversals, writers can unlock the full potential of their characters and stories, crafting inciting incidents that not only captivate the audience, but also lay the groundwork for the profound transformations that will unfold over the course of the narrative. Regardless of its specific nature, the inciting incident must possess a seismic impact on the protagonist's world, uprooting the status quo and setting the stage for the conflicts and challenges that will define the story's central arc. Whether the event is a literal explosion, as often seen in action-oriented genres, or a subtle shift in the emotional landscape, as in more introspective dramas, The inciting incident must ignite a chain reaction that will propel the protagonist on a journey of self-discovery and transformation. As the story unfolds, the chaos and upheaval introduced by the inciting incident will gradually give way to a new equilibrium, shaped by the protagonist's choices and the lessons they have learned along the way. Through the crucible of conflict and the pursuit of their object of desire, the protagonist will emerge forever changed, their world reshaped by the transformative power of their quest. In conclusion, the inciting incident serves as the essential spark that ignites the engine of the story, setting in motion a series of events that will challenge, transform, and ultimately redefine the protagonist and their world. By crafting a compelling, inciting incident that arises organically from the characters and their circumstances, writers can create narratives that resonate deeply with audiences, inviting them to embark on a shared journey of discovery and revelation. Through careful attention to the design and placement of the inciting incident, the development of authentic and nuanced characters, and the exploration of the extremes of human experience, writers can tap into the timeless power of storytelling, weaving tales that not only entertain, but also illuminate the fundamental truths of the human condition. In doing so, they become true authors, their works imbued with the authority and authenticity that mark the finest examples of the storyteller's art. As you embark on your own journey of crafting compelling narratives, remember the vital role of the inciting incident in setting your story in motion and guiding your protagonists through the challenges and transformations that await them. By embracing the principles and techniques outlined in this exploration of the inciting incident, you can unlock the full potential of your characters and stories, creating works that will captivate, inspire, and endure in the hearts and minds of your audience. Progressive complications in action. To fully grasp the power of progressive complications, let's examine a recent film that exemplifies this principle. Parasite, 2019. In this gripping thriller, the Kim family, a clan of impoverished con artists, infiltrates the wealthy Park household by posing as unrelated, highly qualified individuals. The inciting incident occurs when the son, Kai-woo, is hired as a tutor for the Park's daughter. This seemingly minor event sets in motion a chain of escalating complications that will forever alter the lives of both families. As Ki-woo manipulates his way into the Park home, he sets the stage for his sister, Ki-jung, to pose as an art therapist for the Park's troubled son. This action crosses a point of no return as the Kims become increasingly entangled in their web of deceit. But the real turning point comes when the Kims discover that the Park's housekeeper, Moon Gwang, has been hiding her husband in a secret bunker beneath the house. This revelation not only raises the stakes, but also introduces a new source of conflict that will propel the story towards its shocking climax. From here, the complications mount rapidly, each one more consequential than the last. The Kims must navigate the growing suspicions of the Parks, the desperate actions of Moon Gwang and her husband, and the mounting tensions within their own family. Every choice they make has the potential to unravel their carefully constructed facade and expose the truth of their deception. What makes Parasite such a compelling example of progressive complications is how each new development raises the stakes and pushes the characters further down a path from which there is no return. The Kims are forced to confront not only external threats, but also their own moral compromises as they grapple with the consequences of their actions. By the time the story reaches its violent conclusion, the audience is fully invested in the fate of these characters, having witnessed their journey through a gauntlet of escalating challenges and impossible choices. The role of subplots, enriching the central narrative. While the central plot of a story drives the main conflict and character arcs, subplots play a crucial role in adding depth, complexity, and thematic resonance to the narrative. Let's consider the film Moonlight, 2016, which follows the life of Kieran, a young black man struggling to come to terms with his sexuality and identity in the face of poverty, violence, and societal oppression. The central plot of Moonlight focuses on Kieran's journey of self-discovery as he navigates the challenges of growing up in a tough Miami neighborhood. However, the film's subplots serve to enrich and complicate this primary narrative, adding layers of meaning and emotional depth. One key subplot involves Kieran's relationship with his mother, Paula, a struggling drug addict who alternates between moments of tenderness and abuse. This subplot not only adds to the obstacles Kieran faces, but also serves as a poignant commentary on the cycle of poverty and addiction that plagues his community. Another subplot centers on Kieran's friendship with Kevin, a classmate who becomes his first romantic interest. This subplot not only provides a counterpoint to the toxicity of Kieran's home life, but also allows the film to explore themes of masculinity, sexuality, and the search for connection in a world that often feels hostile and unforgiving. Through these subplots, Moonlight is able to create a rich and nuanced portrait of its protagonist, one that goes beyond the simple coming-of-age narrative to explore the complex web of relationships and societal forces that shape his identity. By weaving these threads together, the film achieves a level of emotional resonance and thematic depth that would be impossible with the central plot alone. Externalizing inner conflict, the screenwriter's challenge. One of the most significant challenges faced by screenwriters is how to effectively translate a character's inner conflict onto the screen. Unlike novelists, who can directly describe a character's thoughts and feelings, screenwriters must find ways to externalize these internal struggles through action, dialogue, and visual storytelling. A masterful example of this can be found in the film Black Swan, 2010, which tells the story of Nina, a talented but mentally fragile ballerina who becomes consumed by her desire to perfect her performance as the Swan Queen in Swan Lake. Throughout the film, Nina's inner turmoil is brilliantly externalized through a series of increasingly surreal and disturbing hallucinations, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. As Nina's mental state deteriorates, the film uses a range of visual techniques to convey her unraveling psyche. Mirrors become a recurring motif, reflecting Nina's fractured identity and the duality of the Swan Queen role. The use of double exposures and quick cuts creates a sense of disorientation and paranoia, immersing the audience in Nina's subjective experience. And as Nina's hallucinations intensify, the film employs grotesque imagery and body horror to manifest her inner demons in visceral, tangible form. But it's not just through visual trickery that Black Swan externalizes Nina's inner conflict. The film also uses dialogue and character interactions to expose the psychological battles raging within her. Nina's relationships with her overbearing mother, her manipulative director, and her seductive rival all serve as external manifestations of her own insecurities, fears, and desires. Through these interactions, the audience gains a deeper understanding of Nina's psyche, even as her behavior becomes increasingly erratic and self-destructive. By finding creative ways to externalize Nina's inner conflict, Black Swan creates a deeply immersive and psychologically complex portrait of a woman on the edge. It's a testament to the power of visual storytelling and a masterclass in how screenwriters can use the tools of the medium to explore the hidden depths of the human mind. The writer's journey, navigating the creative process. Crafting a compelling story is not just a technical challenge. It's also a deeply personal and emotionally demanding endeavor. As writers navigate the creative process, they must confront their own doubts, fears, and limitations while also staying true to their artistic vision. One of the most daunting challenges writers face is the task of developing fresh and engaging sources of conflict. It's all too easy to fall back on cliched or formulaic plot devices, but truly, great storytelling requires a willingness to dig deeper, to explore the complexities of the human experience in all its messy, contradictory glory. This is where research and imagination come into play, as writers seek out new perspectives, insights, and inspiration to fuel their creative process. But the writer's journey is not just about finding the right story elements. It's also about the emotional and psychological toll that the creative process can take. Writing is a solitary and often grueling endeavor, one that requires immense discipline, perseverance, and self-reflection. It's a process that can be both exhilarating and exhausting, as writers pour their hearts and souls into their work, often with no guarantee of success or recognition. And yet, for all the challenges and uncertainties of the creative process, there is also something profoundly rewarding about the act of storytelling. When a writer successfully navigates the gauntlet of progressive complications and emerges with a story that truly resonates with their audience, it's a moment of pure magic. It's a testament to the power of the human imagination and the enduring importance of storytelling as a means of making sense of our world. Resolution and closure, tying up the threads. After guiding the audience through a journey of escalating conflicts and mounting stakes, it's crucial for a story to provide a satisfying resolution that ties up the narrative threads and leaves the viewer with a sense of closure. This doesn't necessarily mean that every question is answered or every problem is solved, but rather that the central conflicts and character arcs are brought to a meaningful and emotionally resonant conclusion. One film that exemplifies the power of a well-crafted resolution is Arrival, 2016, a science fiction drama that follows a linguist named Louise Banks as she attempts to communicate with mysterious extraterrestrial visitors. Throughout the film, Louise grapples with the challenges of deciphering the aliens' language and the mounting geopolitical tensions that threaten to erupt into global war. But as the story reaches its climax, it takes a stunning and unexpected turn. Louise discovers that the aliens' language has the power to alter her perception of time, allowing her to see glimpses of the future. In a series of heart-wrenching revelations, she learns that her daughter, whom we have seen in flashbacks throughout the film, will die of a rare disease in the future. But she also realizes that it is only through her interactions with the aliens that she will have the knowledge and courage to bring her daughter into the world, knowing the pain that awaits them both. This revelation recontextualizes the entire film, imbuing every scene with new meaning and emotional weight. It's a stunning example of how a well-crafted resolution can not only tie up the narrative threads, but also force the audience to reevaluate their understanding of the story and its themes. By the time the final scene fades to black, the viewer is left with a profound sense of closure, even as the film's central questions about language, time, and the nature of existence continue to linger in the mind. Putting it all together. The art of storytelling. In the end, the art of storytelling is about more than just mastering technical principles like progressive complications and conflict. It's about the ability to tap into the fundamental truths of the human experience, to explore the depths of our hopes, fears, and desires, and to craft narratives that resonate on both an intellectual and emotional level. As we've seen through the examples discussed here, great storytelling requires a willingness to take risks, to push beyond the boundaries of convention and expectation, and to find new and innovative ways to engage and challenge the audience. Whether it's through the use of subplots to enrich the central narrative, the externalization of inner conflict through visual storytelling, or the crafting of a satisfying and thought-provoking resolution, the best stories are those that leave a lasting impact on the viewer. But, perhaps most importantly, great storytelling requires a deep sense of empathy and a profound respect for the audience. It's about recognizing the power of stories to shape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and the responsibility that comes with wielding that power. It's about creating stories that not only entertain, but also enlighten, that not only thrill, but also move, that not only divert, but also transform. In the end, that is the true magic of storytelling, the ability to connect us across time and space, to bridge the divides of culture and experience, and to remind us of the fundamental humanity that we all share. And for writers who are willing to embrace the challenges and rewards of this craft, there is no greater calling than to tell the stories that will shape our collective imagination for generations to come. Crafting compelling scenes, mastering the art of turning points, setups, payoffs, emotional dynamics, and choice. In the intricate tapestry of storytelling, scenes serve as the fundamental threads that weave together the narrative, each one a miniature story in its own right. A well-crafted scene is a microcosm of the larger tale, a self-contained unit of action, conflict, and change that propels the characters and the plot forward. It is within these compact yet potent moments that the true magic of storytelling unfolds, as the writer deftly manipulates the emotional landscape, revealing character, building tension, and guiding the audience on a journey of discovery. At the heart of every memorable scene lies a turning point, a pivotal moment that irrevocably alters the course of the characters' lives. These turning points are the hinges upon which the story swings, the catalysts that transform the status quo and set the stage for the conflicts and challenges to come. In The Shawshank Redemption, 1994, the turning point in the scene where Andy Dufresne, Tim Robbins, locks himself in the warden's office and plays Mozart over the prison loudspeakers is a prime example. This act of defiance, born of Andy's unbreakable spirit, not only changes the dynamic between him and the other prisoners, but also sets in motion a chain of events that will ultimately lead to his redemption. To craft a compelling turning point, the writer must first ensure that the character is pursuing a clear, immediate goal, known as the scene objective. This objective, however, must be more than a fleeting desire. It must be inextricably linked to the character's overarching super-objective, the driving force that propels them through the entire story. In The Shawshank Redemption, Andy's scene objective in the aforementioned scene is to assert his humanity in the face of the dehumanizing prison system, a goal that directly supports his super-objective of maintaining hope and dignity in the face of adversity. As the character strives to achieve their scene objective, they inevitably encounter obstacles and conflicts that force them to make difficult choices under pressure. These choices are the crucibles in which character is forged, the moments that reveal the true depths of their desires, fears, and convictions. In The Dark Knight, 2008, the Joker, Heath Ledger, presents Batman, Christian Bale, with a harrowing choice: save Rachel or save Harvey Dent. This impossible dilemma not only ratchets up the tension to an almost unbearable level, but also forces Batman to confront the limits of his own moral code, a theme that resonates throughout the entire film. It is in that gap between the characters' expectations and the actual results of their choices that the true power of a turning point lies. This gap, often marked by a reversal of fortune or a revelation that shatters the character's understanding of their world, is what jolts the audience, eliciting genuine emotion and engagement. In Arrival, 2016, the turning point comes when Louise Banks, Amy Adams, realizes that the visions she has been experiencing are not flashbacks, but rather flash-forwards, a mind-bending revelation that not only recontextualizes the entire story, but also challenges the audience's assumptions about the nature of time and causality. The impact of a well-executed turning point is fourfold: surprise, increased curiosity, insight, and new direction. The initial shock of the unexpected outcome captures the audience's attention, while the subsequent curiosity compels them to seek answers and explanations. As they work to make sense of the new information, the audience gains deeper insight into the characters and their world, a process that not only enriches their understanding of the story, but also forges a stronger emotional connection. Finally, The turning point propels the story in a new direction, introducing fresh conflicts and possibilities that keep the audience engaged and eager to discover what happens next. This process of setup and payoff is the lifeblood of effective storytelling, the intricate dance of planting information and then reaping the rewards of the audience's investment. In The Sixth Sense, 1999, the setup is introduced early on when Cole Sear, Haley Joel Osment, confides in Malcolm Crowe, Bruce Willis, that he can see dead people. Throughout the film, the audience is led to believe that Malcolm is a living therapist trying to help Cole come to terms with his supernatural ability. It is only in the final reveal, the ultimate payoff, that we learn the truth. Malcolm himself is one of the dead people Cole has been seeing all along. This shocking revelation not only casts the entire story in a new light, but also imbues earlier scenes with new layers of meaning and emotional resonance. To achieve this level of impact, setups must be woven into the fabric of the story with great care and skill. They must be prominent enough to register in the audience's mind, yet subtle enough to avoid telegraphing the eventual payoff. This delicate balance is achieved through the artful use of misdirection, subtext, and foreshadowing, techniques that reward attentive viewers and enhance the overall richness of the narrative. Moreover, setups should ideally operate on multiple levels, serving not only to set up the immediate payoff, but also to lay the groundwork for future revelations and story developments. In Fight Club, 1999, the setups involving the narrator's Edward Norton insomnia, his chance encounters with Tyler Durden, Brad Pitt, and the gradual escalation of their anarchic activities all work together to build toward the mind-blowing final twist, while also planting the seeds for deeper thematic explorations of masculinity, consumerism, and the search for meaning in a nihilistic world. Of course, the true magic of setups and payoffs lies not in the mechanics of their execution, but in the imaginative spark that gives them life. It is in the writer's willingness to embrace the unexpected, to follow the trail of what if and why to its logical conclusion, that the most memorable and impactful story moments are born. This creative courage, the ability to venture beyond the obvious and the cliched, is what separates the truly great storytellers from the merely competent. But it is not enough simply to craft clever twists and turns. For a story to resonate on a deeper level, it must also engage the audience's emotions. This is where the concept of emotional transitions comes into play, the art of guiding the viewer through the peaks and valleys of the characters' inner lives. By understanding that all emotions essentially boil down to variations on pleasure and pain, the writer can structure their scenes to create a dynamic flow of feeling, a roller coaster ride that keeps the audience invested and eager for more. The key to this process lies in the transitions between emotional states, the shifts in value that occur as the character navigates the challenges and conflicts of their world. In Titanic, 1997, the audience's emotional journey mirrors that of Rose, Kate Winslet, from the giddy excitement of her burgeoning romance with Jack, Leonardo DiCaprio, to the heartbreak and despair of his ultimate sacrifice. By carefully orchestrating these transitions, by ensuring that each emotional beat is earned and authentic, the writer creates a powerful bond between the character and the viewer, a connection that transcends the boundaries of the screen. However, the writer must also be mindful of the law of diminishing returns, the principle that emotional impact is lessened with each repetition of a similar beat. To avoid this pitfall, the story must continually escalate, raising the stakes and introducing new complications that keep the audience on the edge of their seat. In Jurassic Park, 1993, the initial awe and wonder of seeing the dinosaurs for the first time gives way to a mounting sense of dread as the creatures break free and run amok, culminating in a thrilling climax that pushes the characters to their limits and beyond. This escalation is aided by the judicious use of contrast, the juxtaposition of opposing emotional states that heighten the impact of each moment. In Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, 2004, the bittersweet nostalgia of Joel, Jim Carrey, and Clementine's, Kate Winslet, shared memories is made all the more poignant by the knowledge that they are being erased, a process that forces them to confront the pain and disappointment that led them to this point. By oscillating between these extremes, by making the audience feel the full weight of the characters. Emotional Journey, the writer creates a story that lingers long after the final credits have rolled. But it is not just the emotional content of a scene that matters. It is also the way in which that content is presented. In film, the overall feeling or atmosphere of a scene is known as its mood, a nebulous but powerful force that colors the audience's perception and shapes their expectations. Through the careful manipulation of lighting, color, music, and other visual and auditory elements, the filmmaker can create a mood that either harmonizes with or contrasts against the emotional content of the scene, adding depth and complexity to the viewing experience. Consider the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan, 1998, a masterclass in the use of mood to heighten emotional impact. The chaos and carnage of the D-Day invasion are brought to visceral life through the use of desaturated colors, handheld camera work, and a cacophonous soundscape of gunfire and explosions. This gritty, immersive mood not only puts the audience directly in the boots of the soldiers on the beach, but also serves as a powerful counterpoint to the more intimate, character-driven moments that follow, moments that are all the more affecting for the stark contrast they provide. However, as important as mood is in shaping the audience's emotional experience, it is not a substitute for genuine emotion. A beautifully lit and composed scene that lacks authentic feeling is little more than an empty shell, a hollow exercise in style over substance. It is the writer's job to ensure that every beat, every moment, is grounded in the truth of the characters and their struggles, to use the tools of mood and atmosphere to enhance and deepen the emotional core of the story. Ultimately, the power of a great scene lies in the choices the characters make, the dilemmas they face, and the consequences they must bear. These choices are the crucibles in which character is forged, the moments that define who they are and what they stand for. In Sophie's Choice, 1982, the titular character, Meryl Streep, is forced to make an impossible decision, to choose which of her two children will be sent to the gas chamber and which will be spared. This choice, born of the unimaginable cruelty of the Holocaust, is a searing example of the kind of moral quandary that lies at the heart of all great drama. For a choice to be truly meaningful, it must be a dilemma, a situation in which the character is torn between two equally compelling but mutually exclusive options. This can take the form of a choice between irreconcilable goods, as in Casablanca, 1942, when Rick, Humphrey Bogart, must choose between his love for Ilsa, Ingrid Bergman, and his duty to the greater cause, or a choice between the lesser of two evils, as in The Dark Knight, when Batman must decide whether to save Rachel or Harvey Dent. In either case, the character must weigh the costs and benefits of each option, must grapple with the moral and emotional implications of their decision. It is through this process of choice and consequence that the audience comes to understand and empathize with the character, to see the world through their eyes and feel the weight of their burdens. By presenting the character with dilemmas that have no easy answers, by forcing them to confront the contradictions and complexities of their own nature, the writer creates a story that is both deeply personal and universally resonant. This is the true art of storytelling, the ability to use the specific to illuminate the universal, to find the common threads that bind us all together. Whether it is the struggle for redemption in The Shawshank Redemption, the search for identity in Fight Club, or the yearning for connection in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, the greatest stories are those that speak to the fundamental human condition, that explore the fears and desires, the hopes and dreams that define us as individuals and as a species. In the end, this is what separates the merely competent from the truly great, the ability to use the tools of the craft, turning points, setups, and payoffs, emotional dynamics, and choice to create stories that not only entertain but also enlighten, that not only captivate but also transform. It is a daunting task, one that requires equal measures of skill, imagination, and empathy. But for those who are willing to take up the challenge, the rewards are immeasurable. For in the final analysis, the power of story lies not in the cleverness of its twists or the grandeur of its spectacle, but in its ability to connect us to something larger than ourselves, to remind us of the shared hopes and struggles that define our common humanity. And it is in the quiet moments between the lines, in the unspoken truths that linger long after the final frame, that the true magic of storytelling is found, a magic that has the power to change hearts, minds, and even the world itself. So let us celebrate the art of the scene, the building block of all great narratives. Let us honor the writers and filmmakers who have mastered its intricacies and its nuances, who have used its power to create works of enduring beauty and meaning. And let us never forget the profound responsibility that comes with the telling of stories, the duty to use our craft not only to entertain, but also to enlighten, to use the power of the scene to shed light on the human condition in all its messy, complicated glory. For in the end, that is the true measure of our success as storytellers, the ability to leave our audience not only entertained, but also enriched, to send them out into the world with a newfound understanding of themselves and their place in it. And it is through the mastery of the scene, through the artful manipulation of turning points, setups, and payoffs, emotional dynamics, and choice, that we can achieve this noble goal, one story, one scene, one moment at a time. The artistry of subtext, unveiling the hidden depths of character and story. In the intricate tapestry of storytelling, the threads of text and subtext interweave to create a rich and compelling narrative. Just as a skilled psychoanalyst delves beneath the surface of a patient's words and actions to uncover the deeper truths of their psyche, a masterful writer must learn to craft scenes that reveal the inner lives of their characters through the subtle interplay of what is said and what is left unsaid. Core, the text of a scene is the sensory surface that the audience experiences directly. The images that flicker across the screen, the dialogue that flows from the characters' lips, the actions that propel the plot forward. But beneath this visible layer lies the subtext, the hidden realm of thoughts, feelings, and emotions that drive the character's behavior and imbue the story with its true meaning. To illustrate the power of subtext, consider the opening scene of The Social Network, 2010. On the surface, we witness a rapid-fire conversation between Mark Zuckerberg, Jesse Eisenberg, and his girlfriend Erica, Rooney Mara, as they discuss his ambitions and her frustrations with his self-absorbed behavior. The dialogue is sharp, witty, and laden with cultural references, a textbook example of Aaron Sorkin's signature style. But it is in the subtext of the scene that the true dynamics of the relationship are revealed. Through Eisenberg's frenetic delivery and Mara's increasingly exasperated reactions, we sense the undercurrents of insecurity, resentment, and disconnection that plague their interaction. When Erica finally explodes, telling Mark, "You are probably going to be a very successful computer person, but you're going to go through life thinking that girls don't like you because you're a nerd. And I want you to know, from the bottom of my heart, that that won't be true. It'll be because you're an asshole." The subtext becomes text. laying bare the deeper issues that have been simmering beneath the surface all along. This scene exemplifies the principle of duality that lies at the heart of great writing. On one level, the writer must create a vivid and engaging sensory surface, a verbal description of the sights, sounds, and actions that will captivate the audience's attention. But on a deeper level, they must also craft an inner world of conscious and unconscious desires, a subtext that reveals the true nature of the characters and their relationships. It is this subtext that actors mine to create fully realized performances, bringing characters to life from the inside out. In The Godfather, 1972, for example, the subtext of Michael Corleone's Al Pacino journey from reluctant family outsider to ruthless mafia don is conveyed through subtle shifts in Pacino's body language, tone of voice, and facial expressions. As Michael becomes increasingly embroiled in the family business, his outward demeanor remains calm and controlled. But the subtext of his inner turmoil and moral decay is palpable in every scene. The art of crafting effective subtext lies in the writer's ability to convey the characters' inner lives without resorting to explicit exposition or on-the-nose dialogue. In Lost in Translation, 2003, the relationship between Bob Harris, Bill Murray, and Charlotte Scarlett Johansson is never overtly stated, but rather emerges through the accumulation of small, shared moments and unspoken glances. The subtext of their connection is a sense of mutual understanding and loneliness, a recognition of kindred spirits adrift in a foreign land. This is not to say that characters should never express their true thoughts and feelings, but rather that the most powerful moments of self-expression often arise from the juxtaposition of text and subtext. In Casablanca, 1942, for instance, the famous scene in which Rick, Humphrey Bogart, and Ilsa, Ingrid Bergman, reunite after years apart is a masterclass in layered communication. On the surface, their conversation is a polite exchange of pleasantries, but the subtext is a maelstrom of unresolved passion, heartbreak, and regret. When Ilsa finally confesses, "I can't fight it anymore. I ran away from you once. I can't do it again. Oh, I don't know what's right any longer. You have to think for both of us." The power of the moment comes from the raw honesty of her words, a stark contrast to the careful facade she has maintained throughout the scene. To fully harness the power of subtext, writers must learn to analyze their scenes with a keen eye for the underlying dynamics at play. This process begins with identifying the core conflict that drives the scene, the fundamental opposition between the characters' desires and the forces of antagonism that seek to thwart them. In The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, for example, the central conflict of the first meeting between Clarice Starling, Jodie Foster, and Hannibal Lecter, Anthony Hopkins, is clear. Clarice wants to gain insight into the mind of a serial killer to help catch another, while Lecter wants to manipulate and unsettle her for his own amusement. This conflict is established from the moment Clarice enters the Baltimore State Hospital for the criminally insane, a lamb venturing into the lion's den. Once the core conflict is identified, the next step is to examine the value at stake in the scene and track how it changes from the beginning to the end. In the case of The Silence of the Lambs, the value in question is one of power and control, with Lecter holding the upper hand as he probes Clarice's psyche and uncovers her deepest fears and insecurities. As the scene progresses, however, Clarice begins to turn the tables, using her own intelligence and intuition to gain insight into Lecter's mind and motivations. By the end of the scene, the power dynamic has shifted, with Clarice emerging as a worthy adversary and Lecter grudgingly impressed by her fortitude. To fully map the emotional landscape of a scene, it is useful to break it down into beats, the individual moments of action and reaction that propel the characters towards the ultimate turning point. In the I Could Have Been a Contender scene from On the Waterfront, 1954, For instance, the beats of the confrontation between Terry Malloy, Marlon Brando, and his brother Charlie, Rod Steiger, are a masterclass in escalating tension and shifting power dynamics. The scene begins with Terry questioning Charlie's loyalty, accusing him of selling out to the corrupt union boss, Johnny Friendly. Charlie counters by reminding Terry of all the favors he's done for him over the years, a guilt trip that puts Terry on the defensive. As the argument escalates, Charlie pulls a gun on Terry, a shocking act of betrayal that shatters the brotherly bond between them. But it is Terry's raw, anguished response. I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody instead of a bum, which is what I am. That delivers the knockout punch, a searing indictment of the corrupt system that has stolen his dreams and left him broken and alone. By tracing the beats of action and reaction, the rise and fall of power and emotion, the writer can identify the key turning point of the scene, the moment when the stakes are irrevocably raised and the characters are forced to confront the consequences of their choices. In On the Waterfront, this moment comes when Terry realizes the depth of his brother's betrayal and the futility of his own life. A realization that sets him on the path to redemption and rebellion against the corrupt forces that have controlled him for so long. Analyzing scenes in this way is not just an academic exercise, but a vital tool for diagnosing and fixing problems in one's own writing. A scene that lacks conflict or emotional impact may suffer from a weak or unclear central opposition, while a scene that feels flat or repetitive may be missing a clear turning point or progression of beats. By breaking down the scene into its component parts and examining how they work together to create meaning and emotion, the writer can identify areas for improvement and devise strategies for making the subtext more powerful and resonant. Ultimately, the goal of all great writing is to use the specifics of character and situation to illuminate the universal truths of the human experience. By harnessing the power of subtext to reveal the hidden depths of their characters' inner lives, writers can create stories that not only entertain and engage, but also enlighten and transform. They can use the artistry of the unsaid to make the familiar strange and the strange familiar, to hold up a mirror to the human condition in all its messy, complicated glory. In the end, this is the true measure of a writer's craft, the ability to use the tools of text and subtext to create a world that feels fully alive, populated by characters who breathe and bleed and dream. It is a daunting challenge, one that requires equal measures of empathy, imagination, and skill. But for those who are willing to embrace the power of the unseen and the unspoken, the rewards are immeasurable. So let us celebrate the art of subtext, the secret language of the soul. Let us honor the writers who have mastered its intricacies and nuances, who have used its power to create works of enduring truth and beauty. And let us never forget the sacred trust that comes with the telling of stories, the duty to use our craft to illuminate the human heart in all its infinite variety and complexity. For in the final analysis, that is the true power of story, to connect us across the boundaries of time and space, to remind us of our common hopes and fears, our shared joys and sorrows. And it is through the alchemy of text and subtext, the delicate dance of the spoken and the unspoken, that we can truly touch the deepest parts of ourselves and each other, and in so doing, perhaps even change the world. Crafting a symphonic story, the art of composition in storytelling. Just as a composer meticulously selects notes and chords to create a musical masterpiece, a storyteller must skillfully arrange and connect scenes to compose a compelling narrative. The process of composition is a delicate dance, a balancing act between what to include and what to omit, what to place before and after each story beat. It can be a daunting task, as the writer's growing understanding of the subject matter often leads to a plethora of story possibilities, each one vying for attention and threatening to pull the narrative in different directions. The temptation to somehow cram every idea into the story can be overwhelming, but yielding to this impulse can lead to a disastrous outcome. At the heart of every great story lies the principle of unity. Even when portraying the most chaotic and tumultuous of circumstances, a story must maintain a sense of cohesion, a thread that binds its disparate elements together. The litmus test for this unity is a simple one. Can you draw a logical connection between the story's inciting incident and its climax? In the classic thriller, Seven, for example, the inciting incident, the discovery of a series of gruesome murders based on the 7 deadly sins, sets in motion a chain of events that inevitably leads to the climax, a confrontation between the detectives and the mastermind behind the killings. The cement that holds these two pivotal moments together is the protagonist's spine, their unwavering desire to restore balance and bring the killer to justice. However, while unity is essential, it is not sufficient on its own. A story that adheres too rigidly to a single theme or tone risks becoming monotonous, failing to engage the audience's interest. To counteract this, the writer must strive to incorporate variety within the overarching structure. The classic film, The Princess Bride, 1987, exemplifies this principle beautifully, seamlessly blending elements of romance, adventure, comedy, and fantasy to create a rich and engaging narrative tapestry. By weaving together these diverse threads, the film maintains a sense of freshness and unpredictability, keeping the audience on their toes and eager to see what happens next. The key to achieving this delicate balance of unity and variety lies in research. A superficial understanding of the story's subject matter will inevitably lead to a bland and repetitive telling, while a deep and nuanced knowledge allows the writer to infuse the narrative with a wealth of fascinating details and unexpected twists. In The Imitation Game, 2014, the story of Alan Turing and his team's efforts to crack the Enigma code during World War II, the writer's extensive research into the historical context, the intricacies of cryptography, and Turing's personal life allowed them to create a multifaceted and engrossing tale that transcended the typical war movie formula. Equally important to a story's success is its pacing, the way in which it modulates tension and release over time. Just as the rhythm of our daily lives oscillates between periods of stress and relaxation, a well-crafted story should mirror this natural ebb and flow. If a story maintains a constant high pitch of tension, never allowing the audience a moment to catch their breath, it risks exhausting them emotionally before the climax is reached. On the other hand, a story that plods along without any sense of urgency or stakes will quickly lose the audience's interest. The masterful crime drama Heat, 1995, demonstrates the power of effective pacing. The film's first act steadily builds tension as the central conflict between the protagonist, a driven police detective, and the antagonist, a disciplined career criminal, is established. As the second act unfolds, the story takes a momentary breather, allowing the audience to delve deeper into the characters' personal lives and motivations. This lull in the action serves to humanize the characters and raise the emotional stakes, making the explosive confrontations of the third act all the more impactful. To achieve this delicate balance of tension and release, the writer must learn to shape the story's rhythm and tempo. Rhythm, in this context, refers to the length and frequency of scenes, the way in which the story moves from one moment to the next. In a typical feature film, the average scene length hovers around 2 to 3 minutes, a sweet spot that allows the director to fully explore the visual and emotional potential of each location without overstaying their welcome. However, this is not a hard and fast rule, and the most effective stories often employ a mix of shorter and longer scenes to create a dynamic and engaging rhythm. Consider the breakneck pacing of Mad Max Fury Road, 2015, a film that consists almost entirely of brief, high-octane action sequences punctuated by moments of eerie calm. By constantly varying the length and intensity of its scenes, The film maintains a sense of momentum and unpredictability that keeps the audience on the edge of their seats. Conversely, the slow burn intensity of The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, relies on longer, more deliberate scenes to build a sense of mounting dread, drawing the audience deeper into the twisted psychology of its characters. Tempo, on the other hand, refers to the level of activity within each scene, the speed and intensity with which the story unfolds. A high-tempo scene might feature rapid-fire dialogue, frenetic action, or a combination of both, while a low-tempo scene might consist of a single character silently contemplating their next move. As the story progresses towards its climax, the writer should aim to gradually accelerate the tempo, creating a sense of mounting urgency and anticipation. The neo-noir thriller Memento, 2000, employs a masterful manipulation of tempo to keep the audience engaged and off balance. The film's fragmented, nonlinear structure constantly shifts between moments of quiet introspection and bursts of violent action, mirroring the protagonist's fractured mental state and keeping the viewer guessing until the very end. However, it's important to note that this acceleration of tempo should not come at the expense of the story's emotional impact. While it's tempting to rush towards the climax in a flurry of short, high-energy scenes, the most powerful moments often require a slowing down, a chance for the audience to fully absorb the weight of what's happening. This is where the concept of earning the pause comes into play. By carefully modulating the rhythm and tempo leading up to a major turning point, the writer can create a sense of anticipation that makes the eventual payoff all the more satisfying. The heartbreaking finale of Toy Story 3, 2010, is a perfect example of this principle in action. After a breathless third act that sees the beloved toy characters facing one perilous situation after another, the story takes a moment to breathe as Andy prepares to give away his cherished childhood playthings. The scene is long and deliberate, allowing the audience to fully process the emotional significance of this rite of passage. By earning this pause through the careful orchestration of the preceding scenes, the film achieves a level of poignancy and catharsis that would have been impossible with a more rushed or haphazard approach. Of course, none of these techniques will be effective if they are not present from the very beginning of the creative process. The screenwriter, as the architect of the story, must have a keen understanding of the principles of rhythm and tempo, and must work to incorporate them into the very fabric of the script. This means paying attention to the length and pacing of each scene, ensuring that the story moves forward with a sense of purpose and momentum, and that each emotional beat is given the time and space it needs to fully resonate. Failure to do so can lead to a film that feels disjointed or uneven, with jarring tonal shifts and a lack of narrative flow. In such cases, the task of fixing these issues often falls to the editor, who must work to reshape the footage into a more coherent and engaging form. However, this is a less than ideal solution, as it often results in the loss of key moments and story beats that the writer worked so hard to create. Instead, the writer must take ownership of the story's rhythm and tempo from the outset, crafting a script that is not only rich in character and theme, but also carefully structured to deliver maximum emotional impact. This requires a deep understanding of the principles of storytelling, as well as a willingness to revise and refine the work until it achieves the desired effect. Ultimately, the goal of all this effort is to create a sense of progression, a feeling that the story is constantly moving forward and deepening with each passing scene. This progression can take many forms, from the widening social impact of the characters' actions to the deepening exploration of their inner lives and relationships. It can manifest through the use of symbolic imagery, the charged subtext of irony, or the carefully choreographed transition between scenes. In the classic legal drama, A Few Good Men, 1992, the story's progression is both social and personal, as the young Navy lawyer, Kaffee, Tom Cruise, investigates the mysterious death of a Marine private, the ramifications of his actions ripple outward, implicating higher and higher levels of the military hierarchy. At the same time, Caffey's own journey from callow young attorney to impassioned crusader for justice forms the emotional core of the film, a personal progression that mirrors the larger social stakes at play. Similarly, the sci-fi masterpiece Arrival, 2016, uses a carefully orchestrated series of symbolic images to chart the story's progression from the specific to the universal. The film's early scenes are grounded in the mundane reality of its protagonist, a linguistics professor named Louise, Amy Adams. But as she begins to unravel the mysteries of the alien language, the stories, imagery becomes increasingly abstract and metaphysical. By the end, the film has transcended its initial premise to become a meditation on the nature of time, memory, and human connection. Ironic progression, meanwhile, is perhaps the most subtle and sophisticated of these techniques. By setting up audience expectations and then subverting them in unexpected ways, the writer can create a sense of depth and complexity that elevates the story beyond the realm of the predictable. The classic romantic comedy, When Harry Met Sally, 1989, is a masterclass in ironic progression, as it repeatedly upends the conventions of its genre to deliver a fresh and insightful take on love and friendship. Of course, none of these techniques will be effective if the story fails to establish a sense of continuity and flow between its various scenes and sequences. This is where the principle of transition comes into play. The idea that each scene must be linked to the ones that come before and after it in a way that feels organic and purposeful. One of the most effective ways to achieve this sense of transition is to identify the common elements that link two seemingly disparate scenes. This could be a visual motif, a recurring line of dialogue, or even a thematic connection that ties the moments together on a deeper level. By establishing these links, the writer can create a sense of cohesion and unity that makes the story feel like a seamless whole. For example, in the psychological thriller Black Swan, 2010, the recurring imagery of mirrors and doubles serves to connect the various scenes and sequences, creating a sense of disorientation and blurred identity that mirrors the protagonist's deteriorating mental state. Similarly, the use of repeated musical motifs in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, 2001-2003, helps to establish a sense of continuity and epic scope, linking disparate characters and storylines across the vast canvas of Middle-earth. Ultimately, the art of composition in storytelling is about creating a sense of harmony and balance, a carefully orchestrated dance of theme, character, and emotion that engages the audience on multiple levels. By paying attention to the principles of unity and variety, pacing and progression, rhythm and tempo, the writer can craft a story that resonates with the audience long after the final credits have rolled. It's a daunting task, to be sure, but one that is essential to the success of any great story. For in the end, it is not just the individual moments that make a story great, but the way in which those moments are woven together into a cohesive and meaningful whole. As the great director Billy Wilder once said, "A good film is 3 great scenes and no bad ones, but a truly great film is one in which every scene, every moment, every beat is essential, working together in perfect harmony to create a story that is more than the sum of its parts." So let us take up the challenge of composition, armed with the tools and techniques of our craft. Let us strive to create stories that are not just entertaining, but enlightening, not just engaging, but enduring. For in doing so, we have the power to touch hearts, change minds, and perhaps even transform the world, one scene at a time. The crucible of crisis, forging character through ultimate choices. In the heart of every compelling story lies a moment of truth, a point of no return, where the protagonist must confront the most powerful forces of antagonism in their life and make a decision that will irrevocably shape their destiny. This is the crisis, the third of the five-part story structure, and it represents the ultimate test of a character's mettle, the crucible in which their deepest values and desires are put to the fire. The word crisis itself is loaded with meaning, derived from the Chinese characters for danger and opportunity. It signifies a crossroads, a juncture where the wrong choice could spell disaster, but the right one could open the door to triumph. For the protagonist, this is the moment they have been building towards from the very beginning, the culmination of all their struggles and sacrifices. In the gripping climax of The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, 2003, Frodo Baggins, Elijah Wood, faces his ultimate crisis at the heart of Mount Doom. Exhausted and battered from his long journey, he stands at the edge of the fiery chasm, the one ring in hand, facing the final temptation to claim its power for himself. This is the embodiment of a true dilemma, a choice between two irreconcilable paths: destroy the ring and save Middle-earth, or succumb to its corruption and doom all he holds dear. This crisis decision is not merely a plot point, but a profound revelation of character. How the protagonist chooses in this moment exposes their deepest priorities and most closely held beliefs. It is the ultimate expression of who they are and what they stand for. In The Devil Wears Prada, 2006, aspiring journalist Andy Sachs, Anne Hathaway, faces a crisis of values when she is forced to choose between attending a prestigious fashion event or supporting her friend at a critical time. Her decision to prioritize her personal relationships over her career ambitions speaks volumes about her true nature and sets the stage for her eventual rejection of the cutthroat world of high fashion. The crisis is also the moment where the story's central theme and values come into sharpest focus. If there has been any doubt about what the story is truly about, the protagonist's crisis decision will lay it bare. In The Dark Knight, 2008, Batman, Christian Bale, faces a gut-wrenching choice when the Joker, Heath Ledger, rigs two ferries with explosives, telling the passengers that they must choose to blow up the other ferry or be blown up themselves at midnight. As the clock ticks down, the true theme of the story becomes clear: the battle for Gotham's soul, the question of whether its citizens will give in to fear and self-interest or rise above it. But the crisis is not just a cerebral exercise. It is a visceral experience, a moment of intense emotional and psychological pressure. For it is one thing to make a difficult choice in the abstract, but quite another to do so when the stakes are life and death, when every fiber of one's being is screaming out in resistance. This is where the protagonist's willpower is truly put to the test, where they must summon every ounce of courage and determination to see their decision through. In Sophie's Choice, 1982, the titular character, Meryl Streep, is forced to make an unthinkable decision upon arriving at Auschwitz: choose which of her two children will be sent to the gas chamber and which will live. The sheer enormity of this choice, the unimaginable anguish it entails, is enough to break the strongest of spirits. And yet, in that moment, Sophie's love for her children gives her the strength to make a decision, even as it haunts her for the rest of her life. Of course, the crisis is not always a single, clear-cut decision. In some cases, it may involve a series of choices or actions that build to a climactic turning point. In The Shawshank Redemption, 1994, Andy Dufresne, Tim Robbins, faces a prolonged crisis as he navigates the corrupt and brutal world of Shawshank Prison. His ultimate decision to escape is not made in a single moment, but through a series of small, seemingly insignificant choices that gradually pave the way for his final break for freedom. Regardless of its exact form, the crisis is always the fulcrum on which the story turns, the tipping point that propels the narrative into its final act. It is the moment of truth that sets the stage for the ultimate confrontation, the climactic battle that will determine the fate of the protagonist and the world they inhabit. In the pulse-pounding finale of Jurassic Park, 1993, paleontologist Dr. Grant, Sam Neill, and his companions find themselves trapped in the park's control room, besieged by raptors on all sides. Their crisis decision is a stark one: make a desperate bid for escape or succumb to the predator's relentless onslaught. This choice, born of equal parts desperation and determination, leads directly to the story's climax, a hair-raising chase through the bowels of the park that culminates in a shocking, last-minute rescue. But the climax is more than just the inevitable outcome of the crisis. It is a story unto itself, a final, definitive statement of the story's themes and values. It is here that the protagonist's decision is put to the ultimate test, where they must confront the consequences of their choice and see it through to the bitter end. In Inception, 2010, Cobb, Leonardo DiCaprio, and his team find themselves in a race against time to plant an idea in the mind of a powerful businessman, even as they navigate the treacherous landscape of dreams within dreams. The climax of the story is a tour de force of parallel action and mind-bending visuals, as Cobb descends into the deepest recesses of his own subconscious to confront his personal demons and complete the mission. And yet, even within the climax itself, there is often room for one final twist, one last turn of the screw that elevates the story from the merely thrilling to the truly unforgettable. This is the turning point within the climax, the moment when the audience's expectations are subverted in a way that casts the entire story in a new light. In The Sixth Sense, 1999, the climax appears to be a straightforward confrontation between the child psychologist Malcolm Crowe, Bruce Willis, and the disturbed patient he has been trying to help. But in the final moments, a shocking revelation turns everything on its head, forcing the audience to reevaluate every scene that has come before and delivering a powerful, emotional punch. But the story does not end with the climax. There is still the resolution, the denouement that ties up the loose ends and shows the aftermath of the protagonist's journey. While not strictly necessary from a plot perspective, the resolution serves an important emotional function, giving the audience a chance to process the story's events and say goodbye to the characters they have come to know and love. In The Shawshank Redemption, the resolution takes the form of a poignant reunion between Andy and his friend Red, Morgan Freeman, who has followed in his footsteps and finally found freedom. This quiet, contemplative scene serves as a perfect counterpoint to the harrowing events of the climax, a reminder that even in the darkest of places, hope and friendship can endure. At other times, the resolution may serve to show the wider impact of the protagonist's actions, the ripple effect that their choices have had on the world around them. In The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, the resolution takes us on a sweeping tour of Middle-earth, showing us the joyous celebrations and tearful farewells that mark the end of an era. It is a fitting coda to an epic story, a reminder that even the smallest of actions can have far-reaching consequences. Ultimately, the crafting of a powerful crisis, climax, and resolution is a delicate balancing act, a symphony of story and character that requires equal parts skill, intuition, and heart. It is not enough to simply engineer a series of plot twists and turns. The true power of these moments lies in their emotional resonance, their ability to tap into the deepest fears and desires of the audience. For in the end, that is what stories are all about: a shared journey into the human experience, a chance to walk in another's shoes and see the world through their eyes. And it is in the crucible of crisis, the forge of climax, and the quiet reflection of resolution that we find the true magic of storytelling, the alchemy that transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. So let us raise a toast to the brave protagonists who dare to make the hard choices, to face their fears and follow their hearts, no matter where they may lead. And let us honor the storytellers who bring them to life, who wield the power of narrative to illuminate the human condition in all its messy, complicated glory. For in the final analysis, the art of storytelling is nothing less than the art of living, a mirror held up to the world that reflects back to us the best and worst of who we are. And it is through the prism of crisis, climax, and resolution that we see ourselves most clearly, that we grapple with the eternal questions of what it means to be human. So let us embrace the challenge and the opportunity of these pivotal moments, and let us use them to craft stories that endure, that speak to the timeless truths of the human experience. For in doing so, we not only entertain and enlighten, but we also ennoble and uplift, reminding ourselves and each other of the boundless potential that lies within us all. The principle of antagonism, unlocking the heart of compelling storytelling. At the core of every captivating story lies a fundamental concept that is often overlooked or misunderstood by writers: the principle of antagonism. This powerful idea suggests that the intellectual and emotional impact of a story hinges on the strength and complexity of the forces that oppose the protagonist's goals and desires. In other words, a hero can only be as fascinating and engaging as the challenges they face. Understanding the human condition. To grasp the significance of antagonism in storytelling, we must first acknowledge a basic truth about human nature. We are inherently conservative creatures. We tend to follow the path of least resistance, avoiding risks, expending minimal energy, and resisting change unless absolutely necessary. This innate tendency poses a challenge for writers who seek to create dynamic, multidimensional characters that audiences can empathize with and root for. The answer lies in the negative side of the story, the forces of antagonism that compel the protagonist to grow, adapt, and transform. By placing the character in a situation where their usual way of navigating the world no longer suffices, the writer creates an opportunity for profound personal development and a more engaging narrative arc. The power of opposition. The principle of antagonism suggests that the more formidable and multifaceted the opposing forces are, the more fully realized the protagonist and the story itself must become. These forces need not always take the form of a single archetypal villain, though such characters, like the Terminator, can be immensely satisfying in certain genres. Rather, the term forces of antagonism encompasses the entire array of obstacles, conflicts, and adversaries that stand in the way of the protagonist's objectives. To create a truly compelling story, the writer must ensure that the protagonist is an underdog from the outset. By weighing the character's willpower, skills, and resources against the totality of the antagonistic forces they face, both external and internal, the audience should perceive the hero as facing overwhelming odds. They may have a chance at success, but victory is far from guaranteed. Elevating the story, investing creative energy into crafting powerful antagonistic forces serves two crucial purposes. First, it pushes the protagonist and supporting characters to their limits, demanding a level of depth and nuance that can attract the most talented actors to bring these roles to life. Second, it propels the story itself towards a climax that is both satisfying and memorable. Consider the challenge of writing a compelling story for a seemingly invincible character like Superman. Simply introducing a weakness like kryptonite is a step in the right direction, but it fails to fully exploit the potential for dramatic tension. In the first Superman feature film, writer Mario Puzo devised an ingenious scenario that forced the hero to confront an impossible choice: save either New Jersey or California from a dual nuclear threat orchestrated by the villainous Lex Luthor. As the story unfolds, Superman's efforts to mitigate the disaster lead to unintended consequences, including the death of his beloved Lois Lane, faced with a heartbreaking dilemma. Obey his father's edict not to interfere with human destiny or save the woman he loves. Superman ultimately defies this cosmic law and turns back time itself to resurrect Lois. This narrative arc takes the character from underdog to virtual god, showcasing the power of well-crafted antagonistic forces to elevate a story. Putting theory into practice. To determine whether your own story harnesses the full potential of antagonism, begin by identifying the primary value at stake, such as justice, love, truth, or freedom. Generally, the protagonist will embody the positive aspect of this value, while the antagonistic forces represent the negative. However, life is rarely a simple matter of black and white. There are often shades of gray that can add depth and nuance to your narrative. One useful framework for exploring these gradations is the concept of the negation of the negation. This idea suggests that there are degrees of opposition, ranging from the contrary, a somewhat negative situation that falls short of direct opposition, to the contradictory, the polar opposite of the positive value, to the negation of the negation itself, a doubly negative state that represents the absolute limit of human experience in terms of the story's central theme. To illustrate this concept, let's examine a story centered around the value of justice. The contrary of justice might be a state of unfairness or inequity. Think of a corrupt bureaucrat using their position to gain favors, or a biased legal system that discriminates against certain groups. The contradictory, on the other hand, would be outright injustice or criminality, where laws are actively broken and rights are violated. But the negation of the negation goes even further. In this state, injustice becomes institutionalized and all-encompassing, as in a tyrannical regime where those in power can rewrite the laws at will to suit their own interests. The film Missing offers a chilling example of this dynamic, depicting an American father's search for his son in the aftermath of the Chilean coup d'etat. As the story progresses, the protagonist uncovers layer upon layer of deception and complicity, culminating in the realization that his own government was involved in his son's murder. Though he is unable to achieve traditional justice within the corrupt system, he finds a measure of solace in exposing the truth to the world. Exploring the depths. This pattern of escalating antagonism can be applied across a wide range of genres and themes. In stories dealing with love, for example, the contrary might be indifference or emotional distance, while the contradictory could be outright hatred or betrayal. But the negation of the negation takes us to an even darker place, a state where love is not only absent, but actively twisted into a weapon, as in a relationship where one partner pretends to love the other while secretly harboring resentment and contempt. Similarly, in a story centered on the value of truth, white lies and half-truths might represent the contrary, while blatant deception occupies the realm of the contradictory. The negation of the negation, however, is embodied by the character who not only lies to others, but has become so enmeshed in their own falsehoods that they can no longer distinguish reality from fiction. By pushing the forces of antagonism to these extremes, writers can create stories that grapple with the deepest, darkest aspects of the human experience. Whether the narrative ultimately ends in tragedy or redemption, this unflinching exploration of the negation is often what separates truly great stories from the merely satisfactory. Crafting your own masterpiece. As you develop your own stories, remember that the key to creating a compelling, emotionally resonant narrative lies in the careful cultivation of antagonistic forces. Rather than focusing solely on the likability or attractiveness of your protagonist, invest your creative energy in building a formidable array of obstacles and adversaries that will challenge them at every turn. Begin by clearly defining the central values at stake in your story, and then map out a progression of contrary, contradictory, and negating forces that will push your characters to their limits. Don't be afraid to explore the darkest, most uncomfortable corners of human experience. It is often in these shadows that we find the most profound truths and the most transformative moments of growth. As you craft your tale, continually ask yourself, have I reached the absolute limit of antagonism? Have I pushed my characters to the brink of what they can endure? And in doing so, have I created an opportunity for them to transcend their limitations and emerge as fuller, more complex versions of themselves? By embracing the principle of antagonism and daring to venture into the depths of the negation, you will be well on your way to creating a story that not only entertains, but also illuminates the human condition in all its messy, complicated glory. Remember, in the end, it is not the triumph of the hero that defines a great story, but the magnitude of the challenges they must overcome to achieve that victory. Let's explore some other examples from popular films. Inception, 2010. Compromise versus self-deception. In this mind-bending thriller, the central value at stake is the achievement of one's ideals or goals. The protagonist, Cobb, is a skilled thief who infiltrates people's dreams to steal secrets. His ultimate goal is to reunite with his children, from whom he is separated due to legal troubles. Throughout the film, Cobb struggles with the contrary force of compromise, the temptation to settle for less than his ideal outcome. This is embodied by his father-in-law, who offers him a chance to return home if he agrees to abandon his dangerous profession. Cobb initially refuses, clinging to his dream of complete exoneration. However, as the story unfolds, we learn that Cobb is also grappling with a far more insidious force, self-deception. Haunted by guilt over his wife's death, he has constructed an elaborate fantasy world within his own subconscious, where he can continue to be with her. This retreat into delusion represents the negation of the negation, a state where the very concept of objective truth begins to break down. In the end, Cobb must confront both his external adversaries and his own inner demons in order to achieve his goal. The film's ambiguous ending leaves us wondering whether he has truly succeeded or merely traded one form of self-deception for another. The Shawshank Redemption, 1994, Corruption versus Despair. This beloved classic centers on the value of hope in the face of overwhelming adversity. The protagonist, Andy Dufresne, is falsely convicted of murder and sent to the notorious Shawshank prison, where he befriends fellow inmate Red. Within the prison walls, Andy encounters a spectrum of antagonistic forces, ranging from the petty cruelties of the guards to the systemic corruption that allows the warden to exploit inmates for personal gain. These forces represent the contrary and contradictory oppositions to hope, obstacles that make it difficult for Andy to maintain his sense of dignity and purpose. But the true negation of hope in Shawshank is embodied by the character of Brooks, an elderly inmate who has become so institutionalized that he can no longer function in the outside world. When Brooks is finally paroled, he finds himself adrift and purposeless, unable to connect with a society that has left him behind. In a heartbreaking scene, he carves "Brooks was here" into a beam before taking his own life, a final testament to the despair that can consume even the most resilient spirit. Andy, however, refuses to succumb to this ultimate negation. Through a combination of ingenuity, determination, and sheer force of will, he engineers his own escape from Shawshank, both literally and metaphorically. In doing so, he becomes a symbol of the indomitable human spirit, capable of transcending even the darkest of circumstances. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, 2004, Forgetting versus Erasing. This surreal romantic comedy explores the value of memory and its role in shaping our identities and relationships. The protagonists, Joel and Clementine, are former lovers who have both undergone a procedure to erase their memories of each other following a painful breakup. The film's central conflict revolves around the contrary force of forgetting, the natural process by which memories fade over time, allowing us to move on from past hurts. This is contrasted with the artificial erasure of memory, a contradictory force that seeks to selectively eliminate specific experiences from one's mind. However, as Joel's erasure procedure unfolds, he finds himself grappling with a deeper, more unsettling realization. By erasing his memories of Clementine, he is essentially erasing a part of himself. This negation of identity represents the ultimate threat to the value of memory, a state where one's very sense of self is compromised in the pursuit of emotional relief. As the story reaches its climax, Joel and Clementine must confront the question of whether the pain of their shared history is worth preserving, or whether they would rather start anew as strangers. In choosing to embrace the totality of their experiences, both good and bad, they affirm the fundamental importance of memory in shaping who we are and how we connect with others. Requiem for a Dream, 2000, Addiction versus Destruction. Darren Aronofsky's harrowing film delves into the depths of drug addiction, exploring the ways in which the pursuit of artificial happiness can lead to the negation of all that makes life worth living. The story follows four main characters: Harry, his girlfriend Marion, his friend Tyrone, and his mother Sarah. Each character grapples with their own contrary force, a compulsion or obsession that offers the promise of fulfillment, but ultimately leads them astray. For Harry and Tyrone, it's the allure of easy money through drug dealing. For Marion, it's the dream of becoming a fashion designer. And for Sarah, it's the desire to lose weight and appear on a TV game show. As their addictions take hold, the characters descend into a state of contradiction, where their pursuit of happiness becomes a source of profound misery. They lie, steal, and degrade themselves in increasingly desperate attempts to maintain their habits, even as the physical and psychological toll of their actions becomes impossible to ignore. But the true horror of Requiem lies in its unflinching portrayal of the negation of the negation. The point at which addiction consumes all that remains of a person's humanity, leaving them a hollow shell of their former selves. In the film's nightmarish climax, we witness each character's final descent into a hell of their own making. Harry loses an arm to gangrene, Tyrone is imprisoned, Marion prostitutes herself for drugs, and Sarah undergoes forced electroshock therapy after suffering amphetamine psychosis. By pushing its exploration of addiction to such extreme and disturbing ends, Requiem serves as a powerful cautionary tale about the dangers of pursuing happiness through artificial means. It reminds us that the true path to fulfillment lies not in the fleeting pleasures of intoxication, but in the hard-won joys of authentic human connection and self-acceptance. These examples demonstrate the incredible versatility of the principle of antagonism and how it can be applied to stories of all genres and themes. Whether you're crafting a mind-bending sci-fi thriller, an uplifting prison drama, a surreal romantic comedy, or a gritty addiction narrative, understanding the contrary, contradictory, and negating forces that shape your characters. Journeys is essential to creating a story that truly resonates with audiences. So, as you embark on your own storytelling journey, remember to embrace the power of antagonism in all its forms. Dare to push your characters to the brink of what they can endure, and in doing so, create stories that not only entertain, but also challenge, provoke, and inspire. By harnessing the full potential of the negation, you'll be well on your way to crafting a tale that stands the test of time. The art of exposition. Mastering the craft of seamless storytelling. Introduction. Exposition, the art of conveying essential information about a story's setting, characters, and background, is a crucial aspect of screenwriting that separates the amateurs from the professionals. When done skillfully, exposition flows seamlessly into the narrative, allowing the audience to absorb necessary details without even realizing it. On the other hand, clumsy exposition can disrupt the story's flow, break the audience's immersion, and reveal the writer's inexperience. In this comprehensive guide, we'll explore the key principles and techniques for crafting effective exposition in your screenplays. We'll delve into the concept of show, don't tell, examine the role of dramatization, and discuss various tools such as flashbacks, montages, and voiceover narration. By the end of this journey, you'll have a deep understanding of how to handle exposition like a true master of the craft. Lesson 1. Show, don't tell, the golden rule of exposition. At the heart of effective exposition lies the age-old adage, show, don't tell. This principle emphasizes the importance of revealing information through action, behavior, and dialogue, rather than through direct, on-the-nose explanations. When characters naturally convey facts as they navigate their world and pursue their goals, the audience absorbs the necessary details effortlessly. Consider the opening scenes of The Godfather, 1972. As the camera pans across a dimly lit room filled with men in suits, we hear Bonacera, an undertaker, recounting the tragic story of his daughter's assault. Through this emotionally charged monologue, we learn about the power dynamics at play, the concept of favors and loyalty, and the role of Vito Corleone as a figure of authority. The exposition is dramatized, woven into the fabric of the scene, making it both compelling and informative. In contrast, imagine if the film had opened with a narrator explaining, in the world of the mafia, favors are currency, and loyalty is everything. Vito Corleone, the head of the Corleone crime family, is known as the Godfather, a man with the power to grant requests and demand unwavering allegiance in return. While this information is accurate, it lacks the punch and intrigue of the dramatized version. The audience is more engaged when they piece together the puzzle themselves, rather than having it spelled out for them. Lesson 2. Converting exposition to ammunition. To make exposition invisible, it's essential to give characters compelling reasons to share information. Rather than having them state facts for the sake of the audience, let them use their knowledge as ammunition in their ongoing struggles and conflicts. This technique, known as converting exposition to ammunition, ensures that every piece of information serves a dramatic purpose. In The Social Network, 2010, the opening scene features a rapid-fire conversation between Mark Zuckerberg and his girlfriend, Erica Albright. As they discuss various topics, from final clubs to intellectual superiority, we learn about Mark's background, his social aspirations, and his abrasive personality. The exposition is not merely informative. It's a weapon wielded by both characters as they navigate their relationship's power dynamics. When Erica ultimately breaks up with Mark, citing his obsession with status and his lack of empathy, the earlier exposition takes on new meaning, fueling his motivation for the rest of the film. Lesson 3. Pacing and parsing exposition. Effective exposition is not just about what information is revealed, but also when and how it's disclosed. Skilled writers pace their exposition, parsing it out gradually over the course of the story. They prioritize the most critical facts, saving the most impactful revelations for key moments in the narrative. A prime example of this technique can be found in The Sixth Sense, 1999. Throughout the film, we follow Malcolm Crowe, a child psychologist, as he works with a troubled boy named Cole Sear. Cole claims to see dead people, and Malcolm initially believes this to be a manifestation of a psychological disorder. As the story unfolds, we learn more about Malcolm's past, including his strained relationship with his wife and his guilt over a former patient's suicide. These details are parsed out strategically, building towards the film's shocking twist. Malcolm himself is one of the dead people Cole sees, having been killed by the former patient in the opening scene. By withholding this crucial piece of information until the climax, the film maintains a sense of mystery and keeps the audience engaged. Lesson 4. The Power of Backstory. A character's backstory, the significant events that occurred before the story's main timeline, can be a goldmine for effective exposition. By revealing key moments from a character's past at critical junctures, writers can create powerful turning points and deepen the audience's understanding of their motivations and actions. In Arrival, 2016, we follow Louise Banks, a linguist tasked with communicating with mysterious alien visitors. As she works to decipher their language, we learn snippets of her backstory through fleeting memories and dreams. We see her with her daughter, playing and laughing, but also witness moments of heartbreak and loss. These glimpses into Louise's past are carefully placed throughout the narrative, building towards a stunning revelation. Her daughter's life, from birth to death, is not a memory, but a vision of the future made possible by Louise's exposure to the alien language. This expertly crafted exposition recontextualizes the entire story, adding depth and emotional resonance to Louise's journey. Lesson 5. The do's and don'ts of flashbacks, montages, and voiceover narration. While flashbacks, montages, and voiceover narration can be effective tools for delivering exposition, they must be used judiciously and with purpose. When employed haphazardly, they can disrupt the story's flow and feel like lazy shortcuts. Flashbacks should be dramatized, featuring their own mini-narrative with an inciting incident, progression, and turning point. They should only be used when the audience has a genuine need and desire to know the information they contain. A well-crafted flashback can enhance the story's pace and depth, as seen in the iconic Paris flashback scene in Casablanca, 1942. Montages, on the other hand, should be used sparingly, as they can feel like a superficial attempt to mask undramatized exposition. While they can be effective in conveying the passage of time or the development of a skill, as in the training sequences of Rocky, 1976, they should not be relied upon as a crutch for delivering essential information. Voiceover narration is perhaps the most controversial of these tools. When used for counterpoint, adding wit, irony, or insight that cannot be conveyed through action and dialogue alone, voiceover can be a delightful addition, as demonstrated in the works of Woody Allen. However, when used excessively, or as a substitute for dramatization, voiceover can rob the story of its visual power and treat the audience as passive recipients rather than active participants in the narrative. The problem of interest. At the heart of any successful story lies the ability to capture and sustain the audience's interest. This task demands a delicate balance of intellectual curiosity and emotional investment, engaging both the mind and the heart of the viewer. To achieve this, we must understand the dual forces that drive human engagement, the need to answer questions and the desire to uphold positive values. Curiosity, the intellectual component of interest, is fueled by the story's ability to pose questions and open up intriguing possibilities. Each turning point in the narrative should hook the audience, leaving them wondering what will happen next and, ultimately, how the story will resolve. By strategically withholding information and raising the stakes for the protagonist, we create a sense of anticipation that keeps the audience on the edge of their seats. Take, for example, the film Gone Girl, 2014. From the outset, the audience is plunged into a mystery surrounding the disappearance of Amy Dunn, Rosamund Pike, and the possible involvement of her husband, Nick, Ben Affleck. As the story unfolds, each new revelation raises more questions. Is Nick responsible for Amy's disappearance? What secrets are they both hiding? Will the truth ever come to light? By continuously piquing the audience's curiosity, Gone Girl maintains a tight grip on their attention, propelling them through the twists and turns of its narrative. Concern, on the other hand, speaks to the emotional need for the triumph of positive values such as justice, love, truth, and courage. As the audience surveys the story's landscape, they instinctively seek out the center of good, the character or characters who embody these values and serve as the focal point for their empathy and emotional investment. By aligning the protagonist with this moral center, we tap into the audience's innate desire to see goodness prevail, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. In The Shawshank Redemption, 1994, the audience's concern is firmly rooted in the character of Andy Dufresne, Tim Robbins, a man wrongfully convicted of murder and sentenced to life in the brutal confines of Shawshank Prison. Despite the injustices he faces, Andy remains a beacon of hope and resilience, befriending his fellow inmates and working tirelessly to improve their lives. As the story progresses, our emotional investment in Andy's fate deepens, and we find ourselves desperately rooting for him to overcome the corrupt system that seeks to break his spirit. To sustain interest throughout the story, we can employ 3 key strategies: mystery, suspense, and dramatic irony. In mystery, the audience knows less than the characters, fueling their curiosity to uncover hidden truths. In suspense, the audience and characters share the same knowledge, creating a sense of anticipation and concern for the outcome. And in dramatic irony, the audience knows more than the characters, fostering a sense of empathy and dread as they watch the story unfold. By skillfully weaving these elements into our narratives, we can create stories that not only captivate the audience's attention, but also forge a deep emotional connection that resonates long after the telling has ended. A prime example of this is the film Parasite, 2019. The story follows the Kim family, a poor household struggling to make ends meet, as they cunningly infiltrate the lives of the wealthy Park family. The film masterfully employs all 3 strategies to keep the audience engaged. Mystery. Throughout the first act, the audience is left wondering about the true nature of the Kim family's intentions and the extent of their deception. What started as a simple tutoring job for Ki-woo, Choi Woo-shik, quickly spirals into a complex web of lies and manipulation, leaving the audience curious about how far the Kims will go and whether their scheme will be discovered. Suspense. As the Kims become more deeply entangled with the Parks, the film ratchets up the tension, creating a constant sense of impending doom. The audience shares the Kims' knowledge of their precarious situation, and each new development, from the unexpected return of the Park's former housekeeper to the sudden appearance of a hidden basement dweller, leaves them on the edge of their seats, wondering how the story will ultimately unfold. Dramatic irony. Perhaps the most powerful tool in Parasite's arsenal is its use of dramatic irony. From the moment the Kims begin their deception, the audience is aware of the truth that the Parks are oblivious to. This knowledge creates a sense of unease and dread as we watch the 2 families become increasingly intertwined, knowing that the truth will eventually come to light with devastating consequences. By deftly balancing these 3 strategies, Parasite keeps the audience engaged from beginning to end, creating a story that is both intellectually stimulating and emotionally resonant. Section 2. The problem of surprise. In the realm of storytelling, surprise is not merely a luxury, it is a necessity. Audiences come to us seeking fresh perspectives, unexpected twists, and insights that challenge their assumptions about the world. To deliver on this unspoken promise, we must master the art of surprise, navigating the delicate balance between setup and payoff, expectation and revelation. True surprise, as opposed to its cheap and manipulative counterpart, arises from the gap between what the audience anticipates and what actually unfolds on screen. It is not a matter of pulling the rug out from under the viewer, but rather of leading them down a path of carefully crafted misdirection, only to reveal a deeper truth that recontextualizes everything that has come before. When executed skillfully, this rush of insight leaves the audience not only shocked, but also enlightened, their understanding of the story and its characters forever altered. Consider the film The Usual Suspects, 1995. Throughout the story, we follow the interrogation of Roger Verbal Kint, Kevin Spacey, a small-time con man who recounts his involvement in a series of criminal activities orchestrated by the mythical figure of Kaiser Soze. As the film progresses, the audience is drawn into Verbal's tale, piecing together the clues and trying to unravel the mystery of Soze's identity. It is only in the final moments, as Verbal walks out of the police station and his true nature is revealed, that the audience experiences a profound rush of insight. The realization that Verbal himself is Kaiser Soze and that the entire story has been a fabrication reframes the entire narrative, forcing the viewer to reevaluate everything they thought they knew. To achieve this level of surprise, we must first establish a set of expectations in the minds of the audience, whether through genre conventions, character archetypes, or narrative patterns. Once these expectations are firmly in place, we can begin the work of subverting them, gradually chipping away at the audience's assumptions until the final, shocking revelation. This process requires a keen understanding of pacing, as well as the ability to plant subtle clues that will pay off in a satisfying and coherent manner. In the psychological thriller Black Swan, 2010, director Darren Aronofsky uses the audience's familiarity with the ballet world and the trope of the tortured artist to set up a series of expectations. As the story unfolds, we follow the protagonist, Nina, Natalie Portman, as she struggles to embody both the innocence of the white swan and the sensuality of the black swan in her company's production of Swan Lake. The film initially leads the audience to believe that Nina's primary obstacle is her own inhibition and perfectionism, as well as the external pressure from her demanding director and rival dancer. However, as Nina begins to unravel mentally and emotionally, the film takes a sharp turn into psychological horror. The lines between reality and delusion become increasingly blurred, and the audience is left questioning what is real and what is a product of Nina's fracturing psyche. The final revelation, that Nina's Black Swan persona is not a separate entity, but a manifestation of her own repressed desires and darkness, comes as a shock to the audience, subverting their expectations and reframing the entire story as a haunting exploration of the human psyche. Of course, the pursuit of surprise is not without its pitfalls. Cheap surprise, which relies on shock value and gimmickry rather than genuine insight, can leave the audience feeling cheated and manipulated. To avoid this trap, we must ensure that our surprises are not only unexpected, but also justified by the story and characters that precede them. A twist that comes out of nowhere, with no grounding in the narrative or thematic fabric of the story, is not a true surprise, but rather a betrayal of the audience's trust. By mastering the art of surprise, we can create stories that not only entertain but also challenge and transform the audience's understanding of the world. Through careful craftsmanship and a deep respect for the viewer's intelligence, we can deliver moments of revelation that will be remembered long after the credits have rolled. An excellent example of a film that balances surprise and justified revelation is The Sixth Sense, 1999. Throughout the story, we follow child psychologist Malcolm Crowe, Bruce O. Willis, as he attempts to help his young patient, Cole Sear, Haley Joel Osment, who claims to see ghosts. The film is filled with subtle clues and misdirections that hint at the true nature of Malcolm's existence. But it is not until the final reveal, that Malcolm himself has been dead all along, that the pieces fall into place. What sets The Sixth Sense apart from other twist-ending films is the way in which this revelation is grounded in the story and characters. Upon a second viewing, the audience can see the careful breadcrumbs that director M. Night Shyamalan has laid throughout the narrative. From Malcolm's inability to interact with anyone but Cole to the sudden chill that accompanies his presence. The revelation of Malcolm's death is not a cheap trick, but a transformative moment that recontextualizes the entire story, adding new depth and meaning to every interaction and emotion that has come before. By contrast, the film Now You See Me, 2013, offers an example of a surprise ending that feels unearned and unjustified. The story follows a group of magicians who pull off a series of impossible heists, always staying one step ahead of the authorities. In the final act, it is revealed that the mastermind behind the entire operation is none other than the FBI agent who has been pursuing them, Dylan Rhodes, Mark Ruffalo. While this twist is certainly unexpected, it feels disconnected from the rest of the narrative, relying more on shock value than genuine insight. The audience is left with a sense of confusion rather than a satisfying rush of understanding. Ultimately, the key to crafting effective surprises is to approach them as an integral part of the story, rather than a gimmick or afterthought. By laying the groundwork early, planting subtle clues and misdirections, and ensuring that the final revelation is justified by the narrative and characters, we can create stories that not only shock and delight, but also leave a lasting impact on the audience. Section 3. The problem of coincidence. In the realm of storytelling, coincidence often proves to be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it is an undeniable fact of life, a force that can shape our destinies in ways that defy explanation or logic. On the other hand, when wielded carelessly in the context of a narrative, coincidence can strain credulity, undermining the audience's suspension of disbelief and eroding the very foundations of the story. The challenge, then, is not to avoid coincidence altogether, but rather to harness its power in a way that feels organic and meaningful. To do this, we must first understand the role that coincidence plays in our lives and the way in which it can be transformed from a random occurrence into a defining moment. Consider the film Magnolia, 1999. The story follows a disparate group of characters in Los Angeles, each grappling with their own personal crises and demons. As the narrative unfolds, a series of seemingly random events and coincidences begin to draw these characters together, culminating in a surreal and cathartic moment of shared experience. From a former child prodigy, William H. Macy, seeking redemption on a game show, to a dying man, Jason Robards. Attempting to reconcile with his estranged son, Tom Cruise, each character's journey is shaped by the inexplicable forces of chance and fate. But what sets Magnolia apart is the way in which it uses coincidence not as a crutch, but as a thematic device. The film is, at its core, an exploration of the interconnectedness of human lives and the ways in which even the most seemingly insignificant actions can have profound and far-reaching consequences. By embracing the role of coincidence and allowing it to shape the narrative, director Paul Thomas Anderson creates a story that is both deeply moving and intellectually provocative. To effectively incorporate coincidence into our stories, we must first introduce it early in the narrative, allowing ample time for its significance to be developed and explored. A coincidence that arrives too late in the story, with no opportunity for its implications to be fully realized, will feel cheap and unearned. In the classic romantic comedy Sleepless in Seattle, 1993, the coincidence of Sam, Tom Hanks, and Annie, Meg Ryan, both tuning into the same late-night radio show sets the entire story in motion. From that moment on, the film allows the significance of this coincidence to unfold, as Annie becomes increasingly drawn to the idea of Sam as her soulmate, despite never having met him. By the time the two characters finally come face to face at the top of the Empire State Building, the audience is fully invested in the idea of their cosmic connection, and the coincidence feels both satisfying and inevitable. As a general rule, it is best to avoid using coincidence beyond the midpoint of the story, as this is the point at which the narrative should increasingly be driven by the choices and actions of the characters themselves. A coincidence that arrives too late in the game, serving as a deus ex machina to resolve the story's conflicts, is a surefire way to undermine the audience's investment in the characters and their struggles. In the film Signs, 2002, the coincidence of the Hess family's quirks and past traumas, From Merrill's Joaquin Phoenix, failed baseball career, to Graham's Mel Gibson, loss of faith, proves to be the key to their survival during an alien invasion. While this convergence of seemingly unrelated elements is set up early in the story, the film's reliance on coincidence to resolve its central conflict in the final act feels contrived and unsatisfying. The audience is left with the sense that the character's ultimate triumph is less a result of their own agency and more a matter of sheer luck. By contrast, the film No Country for Old Men, 2007, uses coincidence to masterful effect, introducing it early in the narrative and allowing it to shape the course of the story without ever feeling contrived or artificial. When Llewellyn Moss, Josh Brolin, stumbles upon the aftermath of a drug deal gone wrong and decides to take the money for himself, he sets in motion a chain of events that will bring him into contact with the ruthless hitman Anton Chigurh, Javier Bardem. The coincidence of Moss's discovery is the catalyst for the story. But it is the choices that he makes in the aftermath, the decision to keep the money, the cat-and-mouse game he plays with Chigurh, that drive the narrative forward, keeping the audience engaged and invested in his fate. Ultimately, the key to using coincidence effectively in storytelling is to treat it not as a crutch, but as an opportunity, a chance to explore the ways in which even the most random events can take on profound meaning in the context of a character's life. By introducing coincidence early, allowing its significance to develop over time, and using it sparingly as the story progresses, we can create narratives that feel both surprising and inevitable, capturing the strange and serendipitous nature of life itself. One of the most effective uses of coincidence in recent cinema can be found in the film Arrival, 2016. The story follows linguist Louise Banks, Amy Adams, as she attempts to communicate with extraterrestrial visitors who have landed on Earth. As Louise delves deeper into the aliens' language and begins to experience vivid visions of her own future, the audience is left to wonder about the nature of these glimpses and their connection to the unfolding crisis. It is only in the final act that the true significance of these visions is revealed. Louise's daughter, whom we have seen throughout the film in flashbacks and dream sequences, has not yet been born. The visions are not memories, but premonitions, made possible by Louise's exposure to the aliens' non-linear perception of time. This revelation recontextualizes the entire story, transforming what initially appeared to be a series of random coincidences into a profound meditation on the nature of language, time, and human connection. What sets Arrival apart is the way in which it uses coincidence not merely as a plot device but as a means of exploring deeper thematic questions. The film asks us to consider the ways in which our understanding of the world is shaped by our perception of time and causality, and how a shift in that perception could fundamentally alter our relationships and choices. By introducing the coincidence of Louise's visions early in the narrative and allowing their significance to unfold gradually, the film creates a sense of mystery and anticipation that keeps the audience engaged and invested in the story's ultimate revelation. Another film that uses coincidence to great effect is Crash, 2004. The story follows a diverse group of characters in Los Angeles, each grappling with issues of race, prejudice, and identity. As the narrative unfolds, a series of seemingly random encounters and coincidences bring these characters into contact with one another, often in ways that challenge their preconceptions and force them to confront the consequences of their actions. What makes Crash effective is the way in which it uses coincidence to explore the interconnectedness of human lives and the ways in which our choices and actions can have unintended and far-reaching consequences. From the moment that Detective Graham Waters, Don Cheadle, and his partner Rhea, Jennifer Esposito, investigate a crime scene involving a dead body, the film sets in motion a chain of events that will bring the various characters together in increasingly complex and unexpected ways. But Crash is careful not to overuse coincidence or rely on it as a crutch. Each encounter and connection is grounded in the character's own choices and motivations, and the film takes care to explore the psychological and emotional fallout of these moments. Ultimately, the power of coincidence in storytelling lies not in its ability to surprise or shock the audience, but in its potential to illuminate the deeper truths and themes of the narrative. By treating coincidence as an opportunity for exploration and discovery, rather than a mere plot device, we can create stories that resonate with the audience long after the final credits have rolled. In the end, the key to using coincidence effectively in our stories is to approach it with intentionality and care. We must be willing to do the hard work of setting up the coincidence early in the narrative, allowing its significance to develop over time, and using it sparingly as the story progresses. We must also be willing to ground each coincidence in the choices and actions of our characters, ensuring that the narrative remains driven by their agency and motivations. By doing so, we can create stories that not only entertain and engage the audience, but also challenge them to consider the deeper questions and themes that lie at the heart of the human experience. Whether we're exploring the nature of time and perception, the interconnectedness of human lives, or the consequences of our choices and actions, coincidence can be a powerful tool for illuminating the truths that we seek to convey. So, as we craft our own stories, let us approach coincidence not with fear or skepticism, but with a sense of possibility and wonder. Let us embrace the serendipitous moments that can transform a narrative from the mundane to the extraordinary, and let us use those moments to create stories that will stay with our audience long after they've left the theater or closed the book. For in the end, it is through the power of storytelling that we can make sense of the chaos and coincidences of life itself, and in doing so, perhaps find a bit of magic and meaning along the way. Section 4. The problem of comedy. Comedy is a genre that often seems to play by its own rules, defying the conventions and expectations that govern other forms of storytelling. From the absurdist non sequiturs of Monty Python to the raunchy, boundary-pushing humor of The Hangover, 2009. Comedy thrives on the unexpected, the irreverent, and the subversive. As a result, it can be tempting for writers to assume that the principles of effective storytelling simply don't apply to the world of comedy. That as long as the jokes are funny, nothing else matters. In reality, however, comedy is simply another form of storytelling, and the same fundamental principles that make for a compelling drama or thriller are just as essential in crafting a successful comedic narrative. The key difference lies not in the structure or mechanics of the story, but rather in the lens through which the writer views the world and the characters who inhabit it. At its core, comedy is an act of rebellion, a way of pointing out the absurdities and hypocrisies of society and the human condition. Where drama seeks to inspire and uplift, comedy aims to subvert and satirize, using laughter as a weapon to expose the follies and shortcomings of the world around us. This rebellious spirit is often born out of a deep sense of frustration and anger, a feeling that the world is not as it should be, and that the only way to cope with its imperfections is to mock and deride them. Consider the classic film Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, 1964. Set against the backdrop of the Cold War, the story follows the efforts of a group of politicians and military officials to prevent a nuclear catastrophe triggered by the actions of a rogue general. On the surface, the subject matter is deadly serious, a commentary on the insanity of mutually assured destruction and the fragility of the human condition. Yet through the lens of comedy, director Stanley Kubrick is able to expose the absurdity of the situation, using humor to highlight the dangerous incompetence and ego-driven decision-making that could all too easily lead to the end of the world. To craft effective comedy, then, the writer must first identify the source of their own anger and frustration. What aspects of society or human behavior do they find most infuriating or absurd? What institutions or conventions do they feel are ripe for mockery and satire? By tapping into this wellspring of righteous indignation, the writer can begin to shape a comedic narrative that not only entertains but also illuminates, using laughter as a means of exposing the truth behind the facade. Once the writer has identified their target, the next step is to begin building a world and characters that will bring their comedic vision to life. This is where the principles of effective storytelling come into play, as the writer must create a narrative that is not only funny but also engaging and emotionally resonant. One of the key differences between comedy and drama is the way in which the writer approaches the concept of character development. In a dramatic narrative, the audience is typically invited to empathize with the characters, to see the world through their eyes, and to invest emotionally in their struggles and triumphs. In comedy, however, the characters are often more like caricatures, exaggerated versions of real-world archetypes that serve as vessels for the writer's satirical wit. Consider the characters in the classic comedy Airplane, 1980. From the neurotic ex-fighter pilot Ted Stryker, Robert Hayes, to the deadpan Dr. Rumack, Leslie Nielsen, each character is a heightened version of a familiar trope designed to poke fun at the conventions of the disaster movie genre. Yet, despite their exaggerated qualities, these characters still manage to be oddly endearing, their quirks and foibles serving as a source of both laughter and affection for the audience. To create characters that are both funny and relatable, the writer must strike a delicate balance between exaggeration and authenticity. The character's behavior and motivations should be heightened just enough to be comedic, but not so much that they become unrecognizable or unrelatable. This is where the concept of truth in comedy comes into play. The idea that even the most outrageous and absurd comedic moments should be grounded in a kernel of emotional truth. In Bridesmaids, 2011, the character of Annie, Kristen Wiig, is a perfect example of this principle in action. Throughout the film, Annie's behavior is often exaggerated and over the top, from her drunken meltdown on an airplane to her disastrous attempt at seducing a police officer. Yet beneath the surface, Annie's struggles are deeply relatable. The pain of a failed business venture, the fear of being left behind by her best friend, the longing for a meaningful romantic connection. By grounding Annie's comedic moments in these universal emotional truths, the film allows the audience to empathize with her even as they laugh at her misadventures. Of course, creating memorable characters is only half the battle when it comes to crafting effective comedy. The other key ingredient is structure, the way in which the writer builds and releases tension through the use of setup and payoff, expectation and surprise. In many ways, the structure of a comedic narrative is not so different from that of a dramatic one. The story should still have a clear beginning, middle, and end, with rising action, a climax, and a resolution. The difference lies in the way in which the writer uses these structural elements to create comedic moments and build toward the ultimate punchline. One of the most effective tools in the comedy writer's arsenal is the concept of the rule of three. The idea that a joke or comedic moment is most effective when it is set up with two similar elements and then subverted with a third, unexpected one. This technique is used to great effect in the film Groundhog Day, 1993, in which the protagonist, Phil Connors, Bill Murray, finds himself trapped in a time loop, forced to relive the same day over and over again. Throughout the film, the audience is set up to expect certain patterns and repetitions as Phil goes through the motions of his day with increasing frustration and desperation. But just when the audience thinks they know what to expect, the film throws in a comedic curveball, an unexpected twist or turn that subverts our expectations and catches us off guard. From Phil's increasingly elaborate suicide attempts to his manic piano lesson with a local music teacher, these moments of surprise and subversion are what give the film its comedic edge and keep the audience engaged and entertained. Another key element of comedic structure is the concept of the callback, a joke or reference that is set up early in the story and then paid off later, often in an unexpected or exaggerated way. In The Hangover, 2009, one of the most memorable callbacks involves the character of Alan and his love of the Jonas Brothers. Early in the film, Alan is shown singing along to the band's music in his car, a moment that is played for laughs and then largely forgotten. But later, when the characters find themselves in a desperate situation and in need of a distraction, Alan bursts into a rendition of Mbop by Hanson, a comedic callback that is both unexpected and hilarious. Ultimately, the key to crafting effective comedy is to approach it with the same level of care and attention to detail as one would any other form of storytelling. By identifying a clear target for satire, creating memorable characters that are both exaggerated and authentic, and using structure and timing to build and release tension, the writer can create a comedic narrative that is both hilarious and emotionally resonant. Whether it's the biting social commentary of Get Out, 2017, or the absurdist humor of Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy, 2004. The best comedies are those that use laughter as a means of exploring deeper truths about the human condition. They remind us of the absurdity and beauty of life, and they challenge us to look at the world in new and unexpected ways. So the next time you sit down to craft a comedic story, remember that the key to success lies not in the jokes themselves, but in the way in which those jokes are woven into the fabric of a compelling narrative. Embrace the anger and frustration that fuels your comedic vision, and use it to create a story that is both hilarious and heartfelt. And above all else, never forget the power of laughter to bring people together and to make even the darkest of times a little bit brighter. Section 5. The problem of point of view. When it comes to crafting a compelling story, few elements are as crucial as point of view. The way in which a writer chooses to filter the events of their narrative through the eyes and experiences of their characters can have a profound impact on the way in which the audience engages with and responds to the story being told. In the world of screenwriting, point of view takes on a particularly important role, as the medium relies heavily on visual storytelling and the ability to convey complex emotions and themes through the actions and reactions of characters on screen. To master the art of point of view in screenwriting, it's essential to understand the different ways in which it can be employed, both within individual scenes and across the story as a whole. One of the most basic and fundamental ways in which point of view is used in screenwriting is through the use of POV shots. These are moments in which the camera is positioned in such a way as to mimic the perspective of a particular character, allowing the audience to see the world through their eyes. POV shots can be used to create a sense of intimacy and connection with a character, to build tension and suspense, or to reveal important information about the story world. For example, in the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan, 1998, director Steven Spielberg uses a series of POV shots to put the audience in the shoes of a group of American soldiers as they storm the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. As the camera shakes and jolts with each explosion and burst of gunfire, we are given a visceral sense of the chaos and terror of the battlefield, experiencing the same sense of disorientation and fear as the characters themselves. But point of view is not just about camera angles and visual tricks. It's also about the way in which the writer chooses to structure their story and reveal information to the audience. In this sense, point of view becomes a powerful tool for shaping the emotional and intellectual experience of the viewer, guiding them through the twists and turns of the narrative in a way that is both engaging and meaningful. One of the most common and effective ways to use point of view in this way is through the use of a central protagonist. By anchoring the story around a single character and their journey, the writer can create a sense of focus and clarity, allowing the audience to become deeply invested in the protagonist's struggles and triumphs. This is particularly effective in genres like the hero's journey or the coming-of-age story, where the protagonist's emotional and psychological development is the driving force behind the narrative. Take, for example, the film The Truman Show, 1998. The story is told almost entirely from the point of view of Truman Burbank, Jim Carrey, a man who has unknowingly been living his entire life as the star of a reality television show. By filtering the events of the story through Truman's perspective, the film is able to create a sense of intimacy and connection with his character, allowing the audience to experience the same sense of confusion, paranoia, and ultimately liberation as he does. But the use of a central protagonist is not the only way to effectively employ point of view in screenwriting. In some cases, a writer may choose to tell their story from multiple perspectives, using a variety of characters to explore different aspects of the narrative and create a more complex and nuanced portrait of the story world. One of the most famous examples of this approach is the film Rashomon, 1950, which tells the story of a murder from the perspectives of 4 different characters, each with their own biases and agendas. By presenting the events of the story through these different lenses, director Akira Kurosawa is able to create a sense of ambiguity and uncertainty, challenging the audience's assumptions about truth and subjectivity. Another effective way to use multiple points of view is through the use of ensemble storytelling. In this approach, the writer creates a cast of characters who are all given equal weight and importance, with the story unfolding through their collective experiences and interactions. This can be a particularly effective way to explore complex social or political themes, as it allows the writer to present a variety of different perspectives and opinions on a given issue. For example, in the film Traffic, 2000, director Steven Soderbergh uses an ensemble cast to explore the complex web of relationships and conflicts that surround the war on drugs. By telling the story through the eyes of a variety of different characters, from a Mexican police officer to a wealthy suburban housewife to a high-ranking government official, Soderbergh is able to create a nuanced and multifaceted portrait of the issue, one that challenges easy assumptions and simplistic solutions. But regardless of whether a writer chooses to tell their story through a single protagonist or multiple characters, one of the most important considerations when it comes to point of view is the concept of empathy. By allowing the audience to experience the events of the story through the eyes and emotions of the characters on screen, the writer can create a sense of connection and understanding that goes beyond simple plot or dialogue. This is particularly important when it comes to creating complex or morally ambiguous characters. By presenting these characters with empathy and nuance, the writer can challenge the audience's preconceptions and encourage them to see the world from a different perspective. For example, in the television series Breaking Bad, creator Vince Gilligan uses the character of Walter White, Bryan Cranston, to explore the ways in which even the most seemingly ordinary and decent people can be driven to commit terrible acts. By presenting Walter's descent into criminality through his own eyes, Gilligan is able to create a sense of empathy and understanding for the character, even as his actions become increasingly reprehensible. Of course, point of view is not just about creating empathy for individual characters. It's also about using the camera and the structure of the story to create a sense of mood and atmosphere, to heighten tension and suspense, and to guide the audience's emotional response to the events on screen. One of the most effective ways to do this is through the use of subjective camera work. By using techniques like handheld cameras, point of view shots, and distorted angles, the writer can create a sense of unease and disorientation, putting the audience in the same emotional state as the characters on screen. For example, in the film Black Swan, 2010, director Darren Aronofsky uses a variety of subjective camera techniques to create a sense of the protagonist Nina's inner turmoil and fragmentation. As Nina becomes increasingly consumed by her desire to embody the Black Swan in her ballet company's production of Swan Lake, the camera work becomes more and more disorienting, with jarring cuts, claustrophobic close-ups, and distorted reflections that mirror her psychological unraveling. Another way to use point of view to create mood and atmosphere is through the use of voiceover narration. By allowing a character to speak directly to the audience, the writer can create a sense of intimacy and connection, providing a window into the character's inner thoughts and feelings. This technique is used to great effect in the film The Shawshank Redemption, 1994, in which the character of Red, Morgan Freeman, serves as the narrator, guiding the audience through the story of Andy Dufresne's, Tim Robbins' imprisonment and eventual escape. Through Red's reflective and insightful commentary, we are given a deeper understanding of the harsh realities of prison life, as well as the transformative power of hope and friendship. Ultimately, the key to mastering point of view in screenwriting is to approach it with intention and purpose. Every choice that a writer makes, from the positioning of the camera to the structure of the story itself, should be made with the goal of creating a specific emotional and intellectual experience for the audience. Whether it's the use of a central protagonist to create a sense of focus and clarity, the employment of multiple perspectives to explore complex themes and ideas, or the use of subjective camera work to create mood and atmosphere, point of view is one of the most powerful tools in the screenwriter's arsenal. By understanding how to wield it effectively, writers can create stories that are both compelling and emotionally resonant, that challenge and inspire audiences in equal measure. So, the next time you sit down to craft a story for the screen, take a moment to consider the power of point of view. Ask yourself how you can use this tool to create a deeper and more meaningful connection between your characters and your audience, to explore complex themes and ideas in new and unexpected ways, and to create a story that will linger in the minds and hearts of viewers long after the final credits have rolled. Section 6. The problem of adaptation. Adaptation is a tricky beast. On the surface, it seems like a straightforward proposition. Take a beloved novel, play, or other source material and translate it to the screen, using the power of visual storytelling to bring the story to life in a new and exciting way. But, as any writer who has attempted this feat can attest, the reality is often far more complicated than it appears. At its core, the challenge of adaptation lies in the fact that each medium has its own unique strengths and limitations. A novel, for example, is able to delve deep into the inner lives of its characters, exploring their thoughts, feelings, and motivations with a level of detail and nuance that is often difficult to achieve on screen. A play, on the other hand, relies heavily on dialogue and the power of live performance to create a sense of immediacy and connection with the audience. Film and television, by contrast, are primarily visual media, relying on the power of images and sound to convey meaning and emotion. While they can certainly explore the inner lives of characters through the use of voice-over narration, flashbacks, and other techniques, their true strength lies in their ability to create a sense of scale and spectacle, to transport audiences to new worlds and show them things they have never seen before. Given these differences, it's no surprise that the process of adaptation is often fraught with difficulty. How do you take a story that was originally designed to be experienced one way and translate it into another medium, without losing the essence of what made the original so special? How do you balance the need to be faithful to the source material with the equally important need to make a film or TV show that works on its own terms? To answer these questions, it's helpful to look at some of the most successful adaptations in recent memory and examine the strategies that their creators used to navigate the challenges of the process. One of the most acclaimed adaptations of the past decade is the HBO miniseries Olive Kitteridge, 2014, based on the Pulitzer Prize-winning novel by Elizabeth Strout. The novel is a collection of 13 interconnected stories that explore the life of Olive Kitteridge, a retired schoolteacher living in a small town in Maine. Through Olive's interactions with her husband, her son, and various other members of the community, Strout creates a rich and nuanced portrait of a complex and often difficult woman, one whose inner life is marked by deep wells of sadness, anger, and regret. Adapting such an introspective and character-driven work for the screen was no easy task, but writer Jane Anderson and director Lisa Cholodenko found a way to make it work by focusing on the essential elements of Strout's storytelling, Rather than trying to cram every single storyline and character from the book into the miniseries, they chose to focus on a handful of key relationships and themes, using them as a lens through which to explore Olive's inner life and the world around her. One of the most effective choices they made was to use the character of Olive, played by Frances McDormand, as the central anchor of the story, much as Strout does in the novel. By keeping Olive at the center of the narrative and filtering events through her perspective, Anderson and Cholodenko were able to create a sense of intimacy and connection with the character, even as they explored the wider world of the town and its inhabitants. Another key element of the adaptation was the use of visual storytelling to convey Olive's inner life and emotions. Throughout the miniseries, we are given glimpses into Olive's memories, dreams, and fantasies, often through the use of subjective camera work and impressionistic imagery. In one particularly powerful scene, Olive imagines herself walking into the ocean and disappearing beneath the waves, a visual metaphor for her depression and sense of isolation. By using these techniques to explore Olive's inner world, Anderson and Cholodenko were able to capture the essence of Strout's novel, even as they made necessary changes and adjustments to fit the demands of the screen. The result is a powerful and emotionally resonant work of television, one that stands as a testament to the possibilities of adaptation when approached with skill, sensitivity, and a deep understanding of the source material. Of course, not all adaptations are as successful as Olive Kitteridge. One of the most notorious examples of a failed adaptation in recent years is the 2017 film The Dark Tower, based on the sprawling series of novels by Stephen King. The novels, which King has described as his magnum opus, tell the story of Roland Deschênes, the last gunslinger in a world that has moved on, as he searches for the Dark Tower, a nexus point between worlds that holds the key to saving his own. The challenge of adapting such a complex and wide-ranging work for the screen is immense, and the filmmakers behind The Dark Tower made a number of critical missteps that ultimately doomed the project. One of the biggest problems was the decision to compress the entire story into a single 95-minute film, rather than breaking it up into a series of movies or a television show. This necessitated massive cuts and simplifications to the source material, resulting in a film that felt rushed, incomplete, and often incoherent. Another issue was the casting of Idris Elba as Roland, a character who is described in the books as a white man with blue bombardier's eyes. While Elba is a talented actor, his casting was seen by many fans as a fundamental misunderstanding of the character and his place within the wider mythology of the series. This, combined with other changes to the story and characters, left many fans feeling like the adaptation had lost sight of what made the original novels so special. Ultimately, The Dark Tower stands as a cautionary tale about the dangers of adaptation and the importance of approaching the process with care, respect, and a deep understanding of the source material. While it's certainly possible to make changes and adjustments to fit the demands of a new medium, those changes should always be made in service of the original story and its themes, rather than simply for the sake of expediency or commercial appeal. So, what can writers learn from these examples and from the wider history of adaptation in film and television? Here are a few key principles to keep in mind. 1. Know your source material inside and out. Before you even begin the process of adaptation, it's essential to have a deep and thorough understanding of the original work, its characters, themes, and storytelling style. This means reading and rereading the source material, taking detailed notes, and immersing yourself in the world of the story. 2. Identify the essential elements of the story. Not every detail or subplot from the source material can or should be included in the adaptation. Instead, focus on identifying the core elements of the story, the characters, relationships, themes, and conflicts that are most essential to the work as a whole. 3. Be willing to make changes and adjustments. While it's important to be faithful to the source material, it's equally important to recognize that some changes will need to be made to fit the demands of the new medium. This might mean compressing or combining storylines, inventing new scenes or sequences, or finding visual and oral equivalents for elements that work better on the page than on the screen. 4. Stay true to the spirit of the original. Even as you make changes and adjustments, it's crucial to stay true to the spirit and intent of the source material. This means understanding the themes, emotions, and ideas that the original work was trying to convey, and finding ways to express those same ideas in the language of film or television. 5. Collaborate with others who understand the medium. Adaptation is rarely a solo effort, and it's important to work with others who have a deep understanding of the filmmaking process, from screenwriters and directors to actors and producers. By collaborating with talented individuals who share your vision and passion for the project, you can create an adaptation that honors the source material while also standing on its own as a work of art. Ultimately, the key to successful adaptation is to approach the process with a combination of reverence and creativity, to honor the original work while also finding new and innovative ways to bring its story and characters to life on screen. By following these principles and learning from the successes and failures of those who have come before, writers can create adaptations that are both faithful and fresh, that honor the past while also pointing the way to the future of storytelling in film and television. Section 7. The problem of melodrama. Melodrama is a term that often gets thrown around in the world of storytelling, usually as a pejorative. When a film or television show is described as melodramatic, it's usually meant as a criticism, a way of saying that the story is overly emotional, exaggerated, or manipulative. But what exactly is melodrama, and why is it seen as such a problem in the world of screenwriting? At its core, melodrama is a mode of storytelling that prioritizes emotion over realism, that seeks to create a heightened sense of drama and intensity through the use of exaggerated characters, situations, and conflicts. In the early days of film and theater, melodrama was a popular and respected form, with audiences flocking to see stories that played on their deepest fears and desires, that offered catharsis, an escape from the mundane realities of everyday life. But as the medium of film evolved and matured, attitudes towards melodrama began to shift. With the rise of realism and naturalism in the early 20th century, many filmmakers and critics began to see melodrama as a cheap and artificial form of storytelling, one that relied on manipulative tricks and easy emotional appeals rather than honest and nuanced character development. This attitude has persisted to the present day, with many writers and filmmakers going out of their way to avoid the label of melodrama, even as they continue to use many of its techniques and conventions in their work. So, what can writers do to avoid the pitfalls of melodrama, while still creating stories that are emotionally resonant and engaging? One of the biggest misconceptions about melodrama is that it is synonymous with big or explosive storytelling. Many writers assume that in order to avoid being melodramatic, they need to tell small, quiet stories that avoid any hint of heightened emotion or drama. But this is a false dichotomy. The problem with melodrama is not the size or scale of the emotions being portrayed, but rather the way in which those emotions are earned and conveyed. Take, for example, the film Manchester by the Sea, 2016. On the surface, this is a story that deals with some of the most intense and emotionally fraught subject matter imaginable, including grief, guilt, and the aftermath of a devastating tragedy. But what sets Manchester by the Sea apart from a more typical melodrama is the way in which it earns its emotional moments through careful character development and nuanced storytelling. Throughout the film, we are given a deep and complex portrait of the protagonist, Lee Chandler, Casey Affleck, a man who is struggling to come to terms with the death of his brother and the responsibility of caring for his teenage nephew. Through flashbacks and carefully observed moments of behavior, we come to understand the depth of Lee's pain and the reasons behind his emotional reserve, his difficulty in connecting with others and expressing his own feelings. When the film finally reaches its emotional climax, with Lee confronting his ex-wife and the memories of their shared trauma, the moment feels earned and authentic, rather than manipulative or exaggerated. We have been on a journey with this character, and we feel the weight of his struggle in a way that is both profound and deeply human. This is the key to avoiding melodrama in your own writing. Rather than relying on easy emotional shortcuts or manipulative tricks, take the time to develop your characters and their relationships in a way that feels authentic and nuanced. Let the emotions of your story grow organically out of the conflicts and struggles of your characters, rather than imposing them from the outside. Another way to avoid melodrama is to be mindful of the tone and style of your storytelling. One of the hallmarks of melodrama is a certain heightened or exaggerated quality, a sense that the emotions and conflicts of the story are being pushed to the point of absurdity or caricature. By contrast, a more naturalistic or understated approach can help to ground your story in a sense of emotional truth and authenticity. A great example of this is the film Moonlight, 2016, which tells the story of a young black man growing up in Miami, struggling to come to terms with his sexuality and his place in the world. Throughout the film, director Barry Jenkins uses a subtle and poetic visual style, with long takes and carefully composed shots that create a sense of intimacy and interiority with the characters. Even in the film's most emotionally intense moments, such as the scene where the protagonist, Kyron, Ashton Sanders, finally confronts his childhood bully and tormentor, the storytelling remains understated and nuanced, allowing the emotions of the moment to speak for themselves rather than being pushed or exaggerated for effect. Of course, there are times when a more heightened or stylized approach can be effective, particularly in genres like horror or fantasy, where a certain level of exaggeration is expected and even desired by audiences. The key is to be intentional and deliberate in your choices, and to make sure that any heightened elements are serving the needs of the story and characters, rather than simply being used for cheap emotional effect. Ultimately, the problem of melodrama is not about the size or intensity of the emotions being portrayed, but rather the way in which those emotions are earned and conveyed. By developing your characters with care and nuance, by grounding your storytelling in a sense of emotional truth and authenticity, and by being intentional and deliberate in your stylistic choices, you can create stories that are both deeply moving and wholly believable, that resonate with audiences on a profound and lasting level. Section 8. The Problem of Holes. One of the most frustrating experiences for any viewer is to be fully invested in a story, only to have that investment shattered by a glaring plot hole or inconsistency. Whether it's a character behaving in a way that contradicts their established traits and motivations, or a crucial plot point that simply doesn't make sense given the established rules of the story world, these holes can be a major problem for writers, eroding the audience's trust and undermining the overall impact of the narrative. But what exactly is a plot hole, and why do they occur? In the simplest terms, a plot hole is a gap or inconsistency in a story that goes against the flow of logic established by the rest of the plot. These holes can take many different forms, from small inconsistencies and continuity errors to major lapses in character motivation or gaps in the overall logic of the story. One common type of plot hole is the deus ex machina, a term that refers to a plot device whereby a seemingly unsolvable problem is suddenly and abruptly resolved by the unexpected intervention of some new character, object, or event. This can feel like a cheap and unsatisfying resolution to a story, as it often comes out of nowhere and doesn't feel earned or justified by the established narrative logic. An example of this kind of plot hole can be found in the film War of the Worlds, 2005, where the seemingly unstoppable alien invasion is suddenly and inexplicably halted by the aliens. Vulnerability to earthly bacteria. While this twist is set up earlier in the film, it still feels like a somewhat contrived and convenient solution to an otherwise insurmountable problem. Another common type of plot hole is the idiot plot, where the story only works because the characters are acting in ways that are inconsistent with their established intelligence, knowledge, or motivations. This can be particularly frustrating for audiences, as it can make the characters feel like mere puppets of the plot, rather than fully realized and believable individuals. An example of this kind of plot hole can be found in the film Prometheus, 2012, where a team of supposedly intelligent and highly trained scientists make a series of bafflingly stupid decisions that put them in harm's way and undermine the overall credibility of the story. From taking off their helmets on an alien planet to touching unknown and potentially dangerous substances, the characters' actions often feel more driven by the needs of the plot than by any consistent or believable motivation. So, what can writers do to avoid these kinds of plot holes in their own work? Here are a few key strategies to keep in mind. 1. Establish clear rules and logic for your story world. Whether you're writing a gritty crime drama or a fantastical science fiction epic, it's important to establish a clear and consistent set of rules and logic that govern the world of your story. This means being clear about what is and isn't possible within the context of your narrative and sticking to those rules throughout the story. 2. Develop your characters with care and consistency. One of the most common sources of plot holes is inconsistent or unbelievable character behavior. To avoid this, take the time to fully develop your characters, giving them clear motivations, personalities, and backstories that inform their actions throughout the story. If a character does something that seems out of character or inconsistent with their established traits, make sure there is a clear and compelling reason for it. 3. Plan your story carefully and thoroughly. Many plot holes arise from a lack of careful planning and attention to detail in the writing process. To avoid this, take the time to carefully outline and structure your story, paying attention to the logic and consistency of each plot point and character beat. If you find yourself writing yourself into a corner or struggling to resolve a particular plot thread, take a step back and reevaluate your overall story structure. 4. Be willing to revise and rework your story as needed. Even with careful planning and attention to detail, plot holes can still sometimes arise in the writing process. If you find yourself confronted with a particularly egregious or difficult to resolve hole, don't be afraid to go back and rework earlier sections of your story to better set up and justify the resolution. This may require significant rewrites or restructuring, but it's often necessary to maintain the overall integrity and believability of your narrative. 5. Get feedback and outside perspective. Sometimes plot holes can be difficult to spot from within the writing process, as the writer is often too close to the material to see the inconsistencies or gaps in logic. To avoid this, it's often helpful to get feedback and outside perspective from trusted readers or collaborators who can help identify potential problems and suggest solutions. Ultimately, the key to avoiding plot holes is to approach the writing process with a combination of careful planning, attention to detail, and a willingness to revise and rework as needed. By establishing clear rules and logic for your story world, developing your characters with consistency and care, and being open to feedback and outside perspective, you can create stories that are both compelling and logically sound, that hold up to scrutiny and maintain the audience's trust and investment from beginning to end. In conclusion, navigating the challenges of storytelling is no easy feat, but by understanding and mastering the key principles and techniques discussed in this guide, writers can create stories that are both compelling and enduring, that resonate with audiences on a deep and lasting level. From the problem of maintaining audience interest through the careful use of mystery, suspense, and dramatic irony, to the challenge of crafting compelling and believable characters that anchor the emotional core of the story, the process of writing for film and television is one that requires a deep understanding of the medium, as well as a willingness to put in the hard work and attention to detail necessary to bring a story to life on screen. Whether grappling with the complexities of adapting a beloved work of literature for a new medium, or struggling to find the right balance between heightened emotion and grounded authenticity in a story's tone and style. The key is to approach each challenge with a combination of creativity, skill, and a deep respect for the art and craft of storytelling. By studying the examples and lessons provided throughout this guide, and by continuing to hone their skills and push themselves to new creative heights, writers can create stories that not only entertain and engage audiences, but that also challenge, provoke, and inspire, that leave a lasting impact long after the final credits have rolled. Ultimately, the power of storytelling lies in its ability to connect us to the deepest and most fundamental aspects of the human experience, to explore the full range of emotions and ideas that define our lives and our world. As a writer, you have the opportunity to be a part of that tradition, to use your voice and your vision to shape the way we see ourselves and each other, to create works of art that will endure for generations to come. So, as you embark on your own journey as a storyteller, remember to embrace the challenges and the opportunities that come with the craft, to approach each new project with passion, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. By doing so, you'll be well on your way to creating stories that not only stand the test of time, but that also have the power to change lives and shape the world around us. At the heart of every captivating story lies a cast of unforgettable characters, the lifeblood that pumps vitality and meaning into the narrative. These fictional entities, born from the writer's imagination, possess the power to enchant, inspire, and leave an indelible mark on the audience's psyche. But what is the secret to crafting characters that transcend the page and screen? Characters that feel as real and complex as the people we encounter in our daily lives. The answer lies in understanding the writer's role as a mind worm, a creature with the uncanny ability to burrow deep into the recesses of the human mind, unearthing the dreams, fears, strengths, and weaknesses that define an individual's unique nature. By harnessing this power, writers can create characters that are more than mere constructs of words and images. They become living, breathing embodiments of the human experience. In this comprehensive guide, we will embark on a journey into the heart of character creation, exploring the fundamental principles and techniques that master storytellers employ to breathe life into their fictional creations. From the building blocks of characterization and true character to the intricacies of crafting multidimensional protagonists and supporting casts, we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to unravel the mysteries of this essential aspect of the writer's craft. So join us as we dive headfirst into the world of character development, where the boundaries between reality and imagination blur, and the power to create unforgettable stories lies at your fingertips. Character design, the foundation of memorable storytelling. At the core of every compelling character lies a carefully crafted design, a blueprint that encompasses both the external qualities that define their presence in the story world and the internal attributes that drive their actions and choices. This delicate interplay between characterization and true character forms the foundation upon which all great fictional entities are built. Characterization, the mask we wear. Characterization refers to the observable qualities that make a character unique, the sum total of their physical appearance, mannerisms, speech patterns, occupation, social status, and personality traits. It is the mask they present to the world, the external persona that others perceive and interact with. To create characters that leap off the page and screen, it is essential to imbue them with vivid, memorable details that set them apart from the crowd. Consider the iconic character of Lisbeth Salander from Stieg Larsson's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series. With her gothic fashion sense, tattoos, and piercings, Lisbeth's physical appearance immediately establishes her as a nonconformist outsider, a woman who refuses to be defined by society's expectations. But characterization goes beyond mere physical description. It encompasses the way a character moves, speaks, and interacts with their environment. By crafting characterizations that are rich in detail and personality, writers can create characters that feel authentic and memorable, drawing the audience into their world and making them invested in their journeys. True character, the person behind the mask. While characterization is the external face a character presents to the world, true character represents the person behind the mask. The complex web of desires, fears, beliefs, and moral qualities that define who they are at their core. It is only through the crucible of conflict and pressure that true character is revealed. As the choices a person makes in the face of adversity strip away the veneer of characterization and expose the authentic self beneath. True character encompasses qualities such as loyalty, honesty, courage, generosity, and resilience, the fundamental attributes that shape a person's actions and relationships. In the film Forrest Gump, 1994, Tom Hanks's portrayal of the titular character is a shining example of true character in action. Despite his intellectual limitations and the numerous challenges he faces, Forrest remains steadfastly loyal, honest, and kind-hearted throughout the story, his unwavering moral compass guiding him through the tumultuous events of his life. To create characters that resonate on a deep emotional level, it is crucial for writers to explore the inner workings of their creations' minds, to understand the motivations and beliefs that drive their choices. Only by painting a rich, nuanced portrait of a character's true nature can writers craft stories that feel authentic and meaningful. The key to unlocking true character desire. At the heart of every compelling character lies a burning desire, a yearning for something that propels them forward and gives their life meaning. This desire can take many forms, from the pursuit of love, power, or redemption to the hunger for knowledge, adventure, or self-discovery. It is the engine that drives a character's actions and choices, the fuel that ignites their passions and sets their story in motion. In the film The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, Clarice Starling's desire to prove herself as an FBI agent and escape the shadow of her traumatic childhood is the driving force behind her relentless pursuit of the serial killer Buffalo Bill. This desire, coupled with her intelligence, courage, and empathy, makes Clarice a deeply compelling and relatable protagonist, one whose journey the audience cannot help but become invested in. By clearly defining a character's desires, both conscious and unconscious, writers can create a roadmap for their development throughout the story. As characters pursue their goals in the face of increasing obstacles and challenges, their true selves are gradually revealed, their choices and actions painting a vivid picture of who they are and what they stand for. The psychology of motivation. Behind every desire lies a complex web of motivations, the psychological forces that shape a character's wants, needs, and fears. These motivations can be rooted in a character's upbringing, cultural background, past experiences, or even their genetic makeup, creating a rich tapestry of influences that inform their behavior and decision-making. In the film The Godfather, 1972, Michael Corleone's transformation from idealistic war hero to ruthless mafia don is driven by a potent mix of family loyalty, the desire for power, and the need to protect his loved ones in a dangerous and unforgiving world. By exploring the complex interplay of these motivations, writer Mario Puzo and director Francis Ford Coppola create a character whose descent into darkness feels both tragic and inevitable, a cautionary tale about the corrupting influence of power and the price of family loyalty. When crafting characters, it is essential for writers to delve deep into their motivations, to understand the underlying forces that drive their actions and shape their worldviews. By painting a nuanced and multifaceted portrait of a character's psychological landscape, writers can create stories that feel rich, authentic, and emotionally resonant. The art of revealing character. With the foundation of characterization, true character, desire, and motivation firmly established, the question becomes, how do writers effectively reveal these elements to the audience? The answer lies in a multifaceted approach that combines visual storytelling, dialogue, action, and the perceptions of other characters. One of the most powerful tools at a writer's disposal is the use of visual cues to convey character. From the way a character dresses and carries themselves to the environments they inhabit and the objects they surround themselves with, every visual detail has the potential to speak volumes about their personality, background, and inner life. In the film The Royal Tenenbaums, 2001, director Wes Anderson uses meticulously crafted sets and costumes to reveal the quirks and neuroses of his eccentric cast of characters. From Margot Tenenbaum's heavy eyeliner and fur coat to Richie's headband and tennis whites, each character's appearance serves as a window into their unique personality and personal history. Dialogue and action also play a crucial role in revealing character, offering glimpses into a character's thoughts, feelings, and motivations. However, it is important to remember that what characters say about themselves is often unreliable, a reflection of how they wish to be perceived rather than who they truly are. In the film American Beauty, 1999, Lester Burnham's midlife crisis is revealed through a combination of voiceover narration, dialogue, and increasingly erratic behavior. In the film The Social Network, 2010, Mark Zuckerberg's character is largely defined by the way he is perceived by his friends, enemies, and legal adversaries. Their conflicting accounts painting a complex portrait of a brilliant but deeply flawed individual. Ultimately, the key to revealing character lies in the writer's ability to create a multi-layered and nuanced portrait that combines visual storytelling, dialogue, action, and the perceptions of others into a cohesive whole. By using these tools in concert, writers can craft characters that feel authentic, relatable, and unforgettable. Crafting multi-dimensional characters. In the realm of storytelling, few things are as captivating as a multi-dimensional character, a figure whose complexity and contradictions mirror the richness and unpredictability of real human beings. These characters are the ones that linger in our minds long after the final page is turned or the credits roll, the ones that feel as vivid and fully realized as the people we know and love in our own lives. The paradox of contradiction. At the heart of every multidimensional character lies a fundamental contradiction, a tension between opposing traits, desires, or beliefs that creates a sense of depth and unpredictability. These contradictions can manifest in a variety of ways, from the internal conflict between a character's ambition and their moral compass to the external friction between their public persona and their private self. In the film The Godfather, Michael Corleone's journey is defined by the tension between his desire to escape the criminal underworld and his ultimately inescapable destiny as the head of the Corleone crime family. This internal conflict, fueled by Michael's intelligence, ambition, and loyalty to his family, creates a character of fascinating complexity, one whose choices and actions are shaped by the constant push and pull of opposing forces. Similarly, in the TV series Breaking Bad, Walter White's transformation from mild-mannered high school chemistry teacher to ruthless drug kingpin is driven by the contradiction between his outward appearance of suburban respectability and his inner darkness and capacity for violence. As the series progresses, this contradiction becomes increasingly pronounced, with Walter's actions growing more and more extreme as he seeks to reconcile his conflicting desires for power, control, and familial security. By crafting characters whose inner lives are marked by contradiction and complexity, writers can create figures that feel authentic and relatable, mirroring the messy, unpredictable nature of real human experience. These multidimensional characters become the anchors of their stories, the figures whose struggles and triumphs resonate with audiences on a deep, emotional level. Consistency in contradiction. While contradiction is the key to crafting multidimensional characters, it is important to ensure that these contradictions are consistent and organic to the character's overall development. A character whose traits and actions feel random or disconnected will struggle to engage audiences, as their behavior will lack the coherence and authenticity necessary to sustain investment and belief. One of the most famous examples of a consistently contradictory character is Hamlet, the titular prince of Shakespeare's tragedy. Throughout the play, Hamlet is torn between his desire for revenge against his uncle Claudius and his philosophical questioning of the nature of life, death, and morality. These contradictory impulses, the need for action and the paralysis of introspection, define Hamlet's character, shaping his relationships, his soliloquies, and his ultimate fate. In the film Birdman, Michael Keaton's Regan Thompson is a character defined by consistent contradictions. A washed-up Hollywood actor famous for playing a superhero in a blockbuster franchise, Regan seeks to reinvent himself as a serious artist by writing, directing, and starring in a Broadway adaptation of a Raymond Carver short story. Throughout the film, Regan's ego, insecurity, and creative ambition collide in a series of increasingly surreal and self-destructive episodes, his contradictory nature driving the story forward to its enigmatic conclusion. By ensuring that a character's contradictions are consistent and integral to their overall development, writers can create figures that feel coherent and believable, even as their complexity and unpredictability keep audiences engaged and invested in their journeys. The protagonist, the pillar of contradiction. In any story, the protagonist serves as the emotional and narrative anchor, the character whose journey and development the audience is most invested in. As such, it is essential that protagonists embody the principle of multidimensionality, their contradictions and complexities serving as the driving force behind the story's conflict and resolution. One of the most iconic multidimensional protagonists in American literature is Jay Gatsby, the titular character of F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, The Great Gatsby. On the surface, Gatsby is the embodiment of the American dream, a self-made millionaire whose wealth and status are the envy of all who know him. Yet beneath this glittering facade lies a man of profound contradiction, a figure whose obsession with recapturing the past and winning back his lost love, Daisy Buchanan, drives him to engage in criminal activity and ultimately leads to his tragic downfall. In the film The Wrestler, Mickey Rourke's Randy the Ram Robinson is a protagonist defined by contradiction. A former professional wrestling star struggling to make ends meet in his twilight years, Randy is torn between his desire to continue performing in the ring and the toll his lifestyle has taken on his health and relationships. As he navigates the challenges of aging, estranged family, and a budding romance with a stripper named Cassidy, Randy's contradictory nature, his pride, his vulnerability, his need for connection, creates a character of deep pathos and humanity. By placing multidimensional protagonists at the center of their stories, writers can create narratives that are emotionally rich and thematically resonant, exploring the complexities of the human experience through the lens of a single, fascinatingly contradictory character. Archetypes and ensembles, crafting characters in context. While protagonists serve as the emotional and narrative anchors of their stories, they do not exist in isolation. Rather, they are part of a larger ecosystem of characters, a carefully crafted ensemble whose interactions and relationships bring the story world to life and illuminate the protagonist's own development and growth. Crafting supporting characters. In any well-constructed story, supporting characters serve a crucial role in highlighting and defining the protagonist's multidimensional nature. By embodying different aspects of the protagonist's personality, desires, and conflicts, these characters create a rich and complex web of relationships that mirrors the intricacies of real human interaction. One common approach to crafting supporting characters is to create figures who serve as foils or mirrors to the protagonist, embodying qualities or traits that contrast with or complement those of the main character. In the film The Silence of the Lambs, the character of Hannibal Lecter serves as a dark mirror to Clarice Starling, his intelligence, cunning, and psychological insight reflecting and amplifying Clarice's own strengths and vulnerabilities. Similarly, in the TV series Breaking Bad, the character of Jesse Pinkman serves as a foil to Walter White, his youthful impetuousness and moral ambiguity contrasting with Walter's calculated ruthlessness and self-justification. As the series progresses, the relationship between these two characters becomes increasingly complex and fraught, their interactions driving much of the story's conflict and tension. When crafting supporting characters, it is important to strike a balance between complexity and clarity. While these characters should be multidimensional in their own right, their primary function is to illuminate and support the protagonist's journey. As such, their characterization should be carefully calibrated to avoid overshadowing or detracting from the main character's development. Archetypal characters and symbolic resonance. Another approach to crafting supporting characters is to draw upon archetypal figures and symbolic resonance to create characters that embody universal themes and ideas. These characters, while often less fully realized than the protagonist or main supporting cast, serve to deepen the story's thematic and emotional impact by tapping into the audience's shared cultural and psychological heritage. In the film Star Wars, the character of Obi-Wan Kenobi embodies the archetype of the wise old mentor, a figure who guides and instructs the hero on his journey of self-discovery and growth. Similarly, the character of Darth Vader represents the archetype of the shadow, the dark side of the hero's own nature that must be confronted and overcome. By drawing upon these archetypal figures and imbuing them with symbolic resonance, writers can create characters that feel both timeless and deeply meaningful, even if their screen time or characterization is relatively limited. These characters serve to anchor the story in a larger cultural and psychological context, creating a sense of depth and significance that extends beyond the confines of the individual narrative. Ensembles and character interaction. While supporting characters are often defined by their relationships to the protagonist, it is important to remember that they also exist in relation to one another, forming a complex web of interactions and dynamics that bring the story world to life. By carefully crafting these character relationships and exploring the ways in which they evolve and change over the course of the narrative, writers can create stories that feel rich, nuanced, and emotionally resonant. One of the most famous examples of a well-crafted ensemble cast can be found in the TV series Friends. Over the course of 10 seasons, the show's 6 main characters, Rachel, Monica, Phoebe, Joey, Chandler, and Ross, form a tight-knit group whose relationships are defined by a complex mix of love, friendship, rivalry, and mutual support. By exploring the ways in which these characters interact and influence one another, the show creates a sense of depth and authenticity that has resonated with audiences for decades. Similarly, in the film The Breakfast Club, director John Hughes crafts a memorable ensemble of high school archetypes: the jock, the princess, the nerd, the rebel, and the outcast, whose interactions over the course of a single day in detention reveal the complex and often painful realities beneath their stereotypical facades. As the characters confront their own prejudices and insecurities, they forge unlikely bonds and come to see one another in a new, more empathetic light. By paying close attention to the ways in which characters interact and relate to one another, writers can create ensembles that feel dynamic, authentic, and emotionally resonant. These character relationships become the heart of the story, the engine that drives the narrative forward and keeps audiences invested in the unfolding drama. The art of writing comedic characters. While the principles of character development outlined above apply to all genres and styles of storytelling, the art of crafting comedic characters requires a particular set of skills and techniques. In the world of comedy, character is often defined by exaggeration, obsession, and the subversion of expectation, creating figures whose larger-than-life personalities and absurd predicaments become the source of laughter and delight. The power of obsession. One of the key elements of successful comedic characters is their single-minded obsession with a particular idea, goal, or personality trait. This obsession, often bordering on the irrational or absurd, becomes the driving force behind the character's actions and the source of much of the story's humor. In the film Anchorman: The Legend of Ron Burgundy, Will Ferrell's titular character is defined by his obsession with being the top news anchor in San Diego. This obsession, fueled by Ron's ego, insecurity, and love of jazz flute, leads him into a series of increasingly ridiculous and hilarious situations, from a street brawl with rival news teams to a showdown with a bear in the studio. Similarly, in the TV series Parks and Recreation, Amy Poehler's Leslie Knope is a character whose obsession with public service and love for her hometown of Pawnee, Indiana, drives much of the show's humor. Whether she's organizing a harvest festival or battling a flu epidemic, Leslie's relentless enthusiasm and determination in the face of bureaucratic obstacles and personal setbacks create a character who is both hilarious and endearing. By crafting characters whose obsessions are both absurd and relatable, writers can create comedic figures that audiences can't help but root for, even as they laugh at their outrageous antics and predicaments. Subverting expectations. Another key element of successful comedic characters is their ability to subvert audience expectations, creating humor through the juxtaposition of the familiar and the unexpected. By taking recognizable character types or situations and twisting them in surprising and often absurd directions, writers can create characters that feel fresh, original, and inherently funny. In the film Bridesmaids, Kristen Wiig's Annie is a character who subverts the expectations of the romantic comedy heroine. Instead of being a put-together, successful woman who has it all figured out, Annie is a struggling baker whose personal and professional lives are in shambles. As she navigates the challenges of being a maid of honor for her best friend's wedding, Annie's insecurities, jealousies, and self-destructive tendencies create a character who is both relatable and hilarious, her flaws and foibles becoming the source of much of the film's humor. Similarly, in the TV series Arrested Development, the character of Tobias Funke subverts the expectations of the traditional sitcom husband and father. A self-proclaimed actor-therapist, Tobias is a walking embodiment of obliviousness and misguided ambition. His attempts to restart his acting career and save his failing marriage leading to a series of increasingly absurd and cringeworthy situations. By subverting audience expectations and creating characters whose quirks and flaws are both recognizable and exaggerated, writers can craft comedic figures that feel both fresh and familiar, their humor stemming from the gap between what we expect and what we ultimately get. The art of transformation. While many comedic characters are defined by their static obsessions or personality traits, some of the most memorable and effective comic creations are those who undergo a process of transformation over the course of their story. By allowing characters to grow, change, and evolve in response to the challenges and absurdities they face, writers can create figures whose journeys are both hilarious and emotionally resonant. In the film Groundhog Day, Bill Murray's Phil Connors begins the story as a cynical, self-centered weatherman who finds himself trapped in a time loop, forced to relive the same day over and over again. As Phil struggles to break free from the loop, his journey becomes one of self-discovery and personal growth, his repeated failures and frustrations leading to a gradual transformation of his character. Similarly, in the TV series The Office, Steve Carell's Michael Scott begins the series as a cringe-inducingly inappropriate and oblivious boss, his attempts at humor and leadership often landing him in hot water with his employees and superiors. Over the course of the show's 9 seasons, however, Michael undergoes a subtle but significant transformation, his experiences and relationships gradually softening his rough edges and revealing the vulnerable, well-meaning person beneath the bravado. By allowing comedic characters to grow and change over the course of their stories, writers can create figures who are both hilarious and deeply human, their transformations serving as a source of both laughter and emotional catharsis for audiences. Navigating the writer-actor relationship. While the craft of character development is primarily the domain of the writer, it is important to remember that the ultimate realization of these characters on screen is a collaborative effort between the writer, director, and actor. By understanding the unique challenges and opportunities of this creative partnership, writers can craft characters that are both effective on the page and memorable on the screen. Leaving room for interpretation. One of the most important things for writers to keep in mind when crafting characters for the screen is the need to leave room for interpretation and collaboration. While it can be tempting to micromanage every aspect of a character's appearance, behavior, and inner life, doing so can actually hinder the creative process and limit the actor's ability to bring their own unique perspective and skills to the role. Instead of overloading the script with detailed descriptions of a character's every gesture, inflection, and facial expression, writers should focus on conveying the essential qualities and conflicts that define the character's journey. By providing a clear and compelling foundation for the character, while also allowing for flexibility and interpretation, writers can create a space for actors to bring their own creativity and intuition to the role. This approach can be seen in the way that many successful writer-director partnerships operate. In the films of Joel and Ethan Coen, for example, the scripts are often sparse in terms of character description, focusing instead on the essential actions, dialogue, and themes that drive the story forward. This minimalist approach allows the Coens to collaborate closely with their actors, working together to discover the unique quirks, mannerisms, and inner lives that bring each character to vivid life on screen. The power of casting. Another key factor in the successful realization of characters on screen is the art of casting. By carefully selecting actors whose unique qualities and abilities align with the essential nature of each character, writers and directors can create a powerful synergy between the written word and the living, breathing person on screen. In some cases, this may involve writing with a specific actor in mind, tailoring the character to the unique strengths and qualities of a particular performer. In the film Lost in Translation, for example, director Sofia Coppola wrote the lead role of Bob Harris specifically for Bill Murray, drawing upon the actor's signature blend of wit, melancholy, and understated charm to create a character who feels both iconic and utterly unique. In other cases, the power of casting may lie in the unexpected or unconventional choice. The selection of an actor whose qualities and abilities challenge or subvert the audience's expectations of a particular character type. In the film The Godfather, for example, the casting of Marlon Brando as Vito Corleone was initially met with skepticism and resistance from studio executives, who saw the actor as a washed-up has-been with a reputation for being difficult on set. Yet Brando's performance, with its mix of quiet intensity, simmering violence, and unexpected vulnerability, has since become one of the most iconic and celebrated in the history of American cinema. By understanding the power of casting and the importance of selecting actors whose unique qualities and abilities align with the essential nature of each character, writers can create characters that are both effective on the page and unforgettable on the screen. Embracing collaboration. Ultimately, the key to successfully navigating the writer-actor relationship lies in embracing the collaborative nature of the filmmaking process. While writers may be the initial architects of each character's journey, it is through the combined efforts of the writer, director, and actor that these characters are brought to full and vivid life on screen. This collaborative spirit can be seen in the way that many successful films and TV shows are created, with writers, directors, and actors working together in a spirit of open communication, experimentation, and mutual respect. In the TV series Breaking Bad, for example, creator Vince Gilligan and his writing team worked closely with the show's cast to develop and refine each character over the course of the series, with actors like Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul bringing their own unique perspectives and insights to the table. Similarly, in the films of Quentin Tarantino, the writer-director is known for his close and collaborative relationships with his actors, often working with them to develop and refine each character's unique voice, mannerisms, and inner life. This collaborative approach can be seen in the way that actors like Samuel L. Jackson and Christoph Waltz have become such iconic and integral parts of Tarantino's cinematic universe, their performances inseparable from the larger tapestry of each film. By embracing the collaborative nature of the filmmaking process and working closely with actors to develop and refine each character, writers can create figures who are both richly drawn on the page and unforgettably realized on the screen. These collaborative partnerships, built on a foundation of open communication, experimentation, and mutual respect, are the key to unlocking the full potential of each character and bringing the story to life in all its complexity and depth. The writer's journey, finding characters within. While much of the art of character development involves the careful observation and interpretation of the world around us, it is important to remember that the ultimate source of each character's humanity and authenticity lies within the writer themselves. By tapping into their own experiences, emotions, and insights, writers can infuse their characters with a depth and resonance that goes beyond the superficial or cliched, creating figures who feel both unique and universally human. The power of observation. One of the key tools in the writer's arsenal is the art of observation, the ability to look closely at the world around them and to find inspiration and insight in the everyday details of human behavior and interaction. By cultivating a keen eye for the quirks, contradictions, and telling details that define each person's unique character, writers can create a vast repository of raw material from which to draw in their own creative work. This process of observation can take many forms, from the casual people-watching of a crowded city street to the more focused and intentional study of a particular person, place, or subculture. In the film Taxi Driver, for example, writer Paul Schrader drew upon his own experiences living in New York City in the 1970s, immersing himself in the gritty, neon-lit world of Times Square and the underground subculture of adult theaters and sex workers. By observing and absorbing the unique rhythms, language, and textures of this world, Schrader was able to create a character in Travis Bickle who feels both wholly specific to his time and place, and timeless in his alienation and desperation. Similarly, in the novel The Catcher in the Rye, author J.D. Salinger drew upon his own experiences as a young man in New York City to create the character of Holden Caulfield, a disaffected teenager whose wry observations and biting critiques of the adult world around him have resonated with readers for generations. By tapping into his own memories and insights, Salinger was able to create a character who feels both deeply personal and universally recognizable, a figure whose struggles and triumphs mirror those of countless other young people navigating the complexities of growing up. The mirror of the self. While observation and research are essential tools in the writer's toolkit, it is important to remember that the ultimate source of each character's humanity and authenticity lies within the writer themselves. By tapping into their own experiences, emotions, and insights, writers can infuse their characters with a depth and resonance that goes beyond the superficial or cliched, creating figures who feel both unique and universally human. This process of self-reflection and introspection can be a challenging and often uncomfortable one, requiring writers to confront their own fears, doubts, and vulnerabilities in order to find the truth and authenticity at the core of each character. In the film 812, for example, director Federico Fellini drew upon his own creative struggles and personal crises to create the character of Guido Anselmi, a filmmaker grappling with the pressures of artistic expectations and the demands of his own ego and desires. By delving deep into his own psyche and mining the raw material of his own life, Fellini was able to create a character who feels both deeply personal and universally resonant, a figure whose struggles and triumphs mirror those of countless other artists and individuals searching for meaning and purpose in a chaotic world. Similarly, in the novel The Bell Jar, author Sylvia Plath drew upon her own experiences with depression, anxiety, and mental illness to create the character of Esther Greenwood, a young woman grappling with the pressures of societal expectations and the darkness within her own mind. By tapping into the raw, unvarnished truth of her own struggles, Plath was able to create a character who feels both deeply authentic and utterly unforgettable, a figure whose journey of self-discovery and survival has inspired and comforted readers for generations. The universal in the specific. Ultimately, the key to finding authentic and resonant characters within oneself lies in the recognition of the universal within the specific. By delving deep into the unique details and experiences of their own lives, writers can tap into the larger truths and emotions that connect us all as human beings, creating characters who feel both wholly individual and deeply relatable. This process of finding the universal in the specific can be seen in the way that many of the most iconic and enduring characters in literature and film are rooted in the specific experiences and observations of their creators. In the film The Graduate, director Mike Nichols and writer Buck Henry drew upon their own experiences as young men in the 1960s to create the character of Benjamin Braddock, a disillusioned college graduate whose aimless wanderings and tentative romances capture the larger sense of alienation and uncertainty that defined a generation. By tapping into the specific details and textures of their own lives, Nichols and Henry were able to create a character who feels both utterly unique and deeply emblematic of his time and place. The art of character development. In the end, the art of character development is a deeply personal and intuitive one, requiring writers to look both outward and inward in their search for truth, authenticity, and resonance. By cultivating a keen eye for observation, a willingness to delve deep into their own experiences and emotions, and a recognition of the universal truths that connect us all, writers can create characters who feel both wholly individual and profoundly human, figures whose struggles, triumphs, and transformations mirror the larger arc of the human experience itself. Whether drawing upon the raw material of their own lives or the countless stories and insights they encounter in the world around them, the best writers approach the craft of character development with a sense of openness, curiosity, and empathy, always striving to find the deeper truths and resonances that lie at the heart of each character's journey. By doing so, they create figures who live on in the minds and hearts of audiences long after the final page is turned or the closing credits roll, enduring testaments to the power of the human imagination and the endless complexity of the human soul. In the end, the art of character development is a rich and endlessly fascinating one, a craft that requires equal parts imagination, empathy, and insight. By understanding the fundamental principles of characterization, motivation, and contradiction, and by exploring the myriad ways in which these elements can be combined and refined, writers can create characters who feel both wholly unique and profoundly universal, figures whose struggles and triumphs resonate with audiences on the deepest and most enduring levels. Whether crafting iconic protagonists, memorable supporting characters, or vivid and authentic ensembles, the best writers approach the art of character development with a sense of curiosity, openness, and a deep respect for the complexity and diversity of the human experience. They understand that each character is a mirror of both the writer's own inner life and the larger world they seek to represent, a unique and irreplaceable lens through which to explore the fundamental questions and truths that define our shared humanity. In this comprehensive guide, we have explored the many facets and techniques of character development, from the foundations of characterization and motivation to the finer points of contradiction, transformation, and ensemble building. We have examined the ways in which writers can tap into the power of archetypes, the nuances of the writer-actor relationship, and the endless possibilities of the comic and dramatic forms to create characters who feel both fresh and timeless, both intimately personal and broadly resonant. But, perhaps most importantly, we have emphasized the idea that character development is not merely a matter of technical skill or narrative formula, but a deeply human and empathetic act, one that requires writers to look both outward and inward in their search for truth, meaning, and authenticity. It is through this process of self-reflection and exploration that the most memorable and enduring characters are born, figures who capture not only the specifics of their own time and place, but the larger truths and emotions that connect us all as human beings. As we conclude this journey into the art and craft of character development, we encourage all writers to approach their work with a sense of openness, curiosity, and a willingness to take risks and explore new territory. Whether you are a seasoned veteran of the craft or a newcomer just starting out, remember that the key to creating truly great characters lies not in adhering to a set of rigid rules or formulas, but in tapping into the endless complexity and diversity of the human experience itself. So go forth and create, drawing upon the raw material of your own life and the countless stories and insights that surround you every day. Embrace the power of observation, the mirror of the self, and the universal truths that lie at the heart of all great storytelling. And most of all, never stop exploring, never stop growing, and never stop striving to create characters who will live on in the hearts and minds of audiences long after the final page is turned or the closing credits roll. For in the end, that is the true power and promise of character development, the ability to create figures who are not merely fictional constructs, but living, breathing embodiments of the human spirit in all its endless complexity and diversity. And it is through these characters that we as writers can explore the deepest and most enduring questions of our time, the fundamental truths and challenges that define our shared humanity, and the endless possibilities of the human imagination itself. So let us go forth and create, armed with the tools and techniques of our craft, the wisdom and insight of those who have come before us, and the endless inspiration of the world around us. Let us create characters who will stand the test of time, who will speak to audiences across generations and cultures, and who will serve as enduring testaments to the power and resilience of the human spirit. And let us never forget the true essence of our art, the ability to connect, to inspire, and to illuminate the human experience in all its infinite variety and complexity. For it is through our characters that we as writers can truly make a difference, shedding light on the darkest corners of the human heart, and offering hope, compassion, and understanding to all those who seek it. In the words of the great novelist William Faulkner, the only thing worth writing about is the human heart in conflict with itself. Let us take these words to heart as we embark on the endlessly challenging and rewarding journey of character development, striving always to create figures who will stand as enduring testaments to the power of our craft and the endless complexity of the human soul. The art of cinematic storytelling, mastering dialogue, description, and visual symbolism. In the realm of screenwriting, the true artistry lies not only in the creation of compelling characters and narratives, but also in the ways in which these elements are brought to life on the page. The craft of writing for the screen demands a unique set of skills and techniques, a mastery of the nuances of dialogue, description, and visual symbolism that can transform a written script into a vivid, immersive cinematic experience. In this comprehensive guide, we will delve into the heart of the screenwriter's craft, exploring the fundamental principles and strategies that underpin the creation of effective dialogue, evocative description, and resonant visual motifs. We will examine the ways in which these elements work together to create a rich and emotionally engaging story world, one that captivates audiences and lingers long after the final credits have rolled. As we embark on this journey, we will draw upon a wide range of contemporary examples from the world of film and television, analyzing the techniques and approaches employed by some of the most skilled and innovative writers working today. Through this process, we will gain a deeper understanding of the art and craft of cinematic storytelling and develop a set of tools and strategies that can be applied to our own writing projects. So let us begin by exploring the first and perhaps most crucial aspect of the screenwriter's craft, the art of writing dialogue that crackles with life, energy, and authenticity. The art of cinematic dialogue. At the heart of every great screenplay lies a foundation of exceptional dialogue, the words and exchanges that bring characters to life, propel the narrative forward, and imbue the story with depth, nuance, and emotional resonance. But what sets cinematic dialogue apart from the conversations we encounter in our everyday lives? And how can writers craft dialogue that feels both authentic and purposeful, that serves the needs of the story, while also ringing true to the way people actually speak and interact? The key to understanding the art of cinematic dialogue lies in recognizing the fundamental differences between the way people communicate in real life and the way characters speak on screen. In the world of film and television, dialogue is not merely a means of conveying information or filling time. Rather, it is a carefully crafted tool designed to reveal character, advance the plot, and create a sense of tension, conflict, and emotional stakes. One of the most common mistakes novice writers make when crafting dialogue is to simply transcribe the way people speak in real life, complete with all the awkward pauses, false starts, and meandering tangents that characterize everyday conversation. While this approach may feel authentic on a surface level, it fails to take into account the unique demands and constraints of the cinematic medium. In a film or television show, every moment of screen time is precious, and every line of dialogue must serve a specific purpose in the larger context of the story. This means that cinematic dialogue must be compressed, purposeful, and intensely focused, distilling the essence of a conversation or exchange down to its most crucial and revealing elements. Consider, for example, the opening scene of the film The Social Network, 2010, in which the protagonist, Mark Zuckerberg, Jesse Eisenberg, engages in a rapid-fire exchange with his girlfriend Erica Albright, Rooney Mara. The scene is a masterclass in efficient, purposeful dialogue, as each line serves to reveal key aspects of the characters' personalities, motivations, and relationship dynamics. Erica, you don't have to study. Mark, how do you know I don't have to study? Erica, because you're a genius and you go to Harvard. Mark, I go to Harvard? What do you mean I go to Harvard? Erica, I mean you go to Harvard? Yale or Harvard? I'm sorry I don't know all the details of your life. Mark, well, I got into Harvard. Erica, of course you got into Harvard. Why wouldn't you get into Harvard? Mark, I don't know. I mean, you just said it like Yale is just as easy to get into. In just a few short lines, the scene establishes Mark's intelligence, arrogance, and insecurity, as well as Erica's frustration with his self-absorption and lack of social graces. The dialogue is sharp, witty, and deeply revealing, setting the stage for the conflicts and tensions that will drive the rest of the film. This kind of compressed, purposeful dialogue is a hallmark of great cinematic writing, and it requires a deep understanding of the characters, their relationships, and the larger themes and conflicts that underpin the story. To achieve this level of efficiency and impact, writers must be willing to ruthlessly pare down their dialogue to its most essential elements, cutting out any extraneous or redundant lines that do not directly serve the needs of the scene or the larger narrative. Another key aspect of effective cinematic dialogue is its ability to reveal subtext and implicit meaning, conveying the unspoken thoughts, feelings, and motivations that lurk beneath the surface of a conversation. In the world of film and television, what characters don't say is often just as important as what they do say, and skilled writers use dialogue as a tool for exploring the rich inner lives of their characters. Consider, for example, the famous diner scene from the film Heat, 1995, in which the characters played by Robert De Niro and Al Pacino engage in a tense, layered conversation that reveals the complex bond between them, even as they remain on opposite sides of the law. Neil, I do what I do best. I take scores. You do what you do best. Try to stop guys like me. Vincent, I don't know how to do anything else. Neil, neither do I. Vincent, I don't much want to either. Neil, neither do I. On the surface, the dialogue is simple and straightforward, a mere exchange of information between two characters, but beneath the words lies a wealth of unspoken meaning. A recognition of the similarities between the two men, the sense of a shared destiny and purpose, and the unspoken understanding that their paths will inevitably lead to a violent confrontation. This kind of subtext and implicit meaning is a crucial component of great cinematic dialogue, and it requires a deep understanding of the characters and their relationships, as well as a willingness to trust the audience to read between the lines and fill in the gaps. By using dialogue to hint at the deeper currents of emotion and motivation that run beneath the surface of a scene, writers can create a sense of depth, complexity, and emotional resonance that draws audiences in and keeps them invested in the story. Of course, crafting effective cinematic dialogue is not simply a matter of compression, purpose, and subtext. It also requires a keen ear for the rhythms, cadences, and idiosyncrasies of natural speech. While the dialogue in a film or television show may be more focused and purposeful than everyday conversation, it must still feel authentic and believable, grounded in the specific voices and personalities of the characters. One way to achieve this sense of authenticity is through the use of contractions, slang, and informal language, which can help to create a sense of casual, natural speech, even in the most heightened or dramatic moments. In the film Pulp Fiction, 1994, for example, the characters speak in a stylized, hyper-articulate version of natural speech, their dialogue peppered with pop culture references, profanity, and idiosyncratic turns of phrase. Jules, what country you from? Brett, what? Jules, what? Ain't no country I've ever heard of. They speak English in what? Brett, what? Jules, English, motherfucker, do you speak it? The dialogue in this scene is highly stylized and exaggerated, but it still feels grounded in the specific voices and attitudes of the characters, capturing the sense of menace, humor, and unpredictability that defines the world of the film. Another key technique for creating a sense of authenticity in cinematic dialogue is the use of interruptions, overlaps, and fragments, which can help to create a sense of natural, spontaneous speech, even in the most carefully crafted scenes. In the film Birdman, 2014, for example, the dialogue is often fragmented and overlapping, with characters cutting each other off mid-sentence or speaking over one another in a way that feels spontaneous and unscripted. Regan, listen to me. I'm trying to do something important. Mike, this is not important. Regan, it's important to me, all right? Maybe not to you or your cynical friends whose only ambition is to go viral, but to me, this is God. This is my career. This is my chance to do some work that actually means something. Mike, means something to who? You had a career before the third comic book movie, before people began to forget who was inside the bird costume. You're doing a play based on a book that was written 60 years ago for 1,000 rich old white people whose only real concern is going to be where they go to have their cake and coffee when it's over. And let's face it, Dad, it's not for the sake of art. It's because you want to feel relevant again. Well, there's a whole world out there where people fight to be relevant every day, and you act like it doesn't even exist. Things are happening in a place that you willfully ignore, a place that has already forgotten you. I mean, who are you? You hate bloggers. You make fun of Twitter. You don't even have a Facebook page. You're the one who doesn't exist. You're doing this because you're scared to death, like the rest of us, that you don't matter. And you know what? You're right. You don't. It's not important. You're not important. Get used to it. The dialogue in this scene is raw, unflinching, and deeply emotional, capturing the sense of vulnerability, fear, and desperation that underlies the characters' relationship. By using fragments, interruptions, and overlapping speech, the scene creates a sense of immediacy and authenticity, drawing the audience into the characters' inner lives and conflicts. Ultimately, the key to crafting effective cinematic dialogue lies in finding the right balance between purpose, subtext, and authenticity, creating exchanges that feel both natural and meaningful, that reveal character and advance the story in ways that are both subtle and profound. By mastering these techniques and strategies, writers can create dialogue that crackles with life, energy, and emotional truth, drawing audiences into the story world and keeping them invested in the characters and their journeys. The power of visual storytelling. While dialogue is certainly a crucial component of effective screenwriting, it is important to remember that film is ultimately a visual medium, one in which the power of the image often takes precedence over the spoken word. In the hands of a skilled writer, visual storytelling can be a remarkably effective tool for conveying character, theme, and emotion, creating a richly layered and immersive story world that captivates audiences and lingers long in the memory. At its core, visual storytelling is about using the language of cinema, the framing of shots, the movement of the camera, the use of color, light, and shadow to convey meaning and emotion in ways that go beyond mere dialogue or exposition. It is a way of showing, rather than telling, of using the inherent power of the image to create a sense of mood, atmosphere, and subtext that resonates on a deep, visceral level. One of the most important aspects of effective visual storytelling is the use of specific, concrete imagery that evokes a strong sense of time, place, and character. Rather than relying on general or abstract descriptions, skilled writers use vivid, sensory details to create a rich and immersive story world, one that feels tangible and alive in the minds of the audience. Consider, for example, the opening scene of the film Apocalypse Now, 1979, which uses a series of striking visual images to establish the film's themes and tone. Fade in, ext, jungle, night. The trees are silhouetted against a dark sky. A low, throbbing hum grows louder until it fills the soundtrack and rattles the trees. Suddenly, a bright yellow-orange light blasts through the foliage. A Huey helicopter bursts through, very low, skimming the treetops. The chopper disappears behind the trees, and the light vanishes with it. Then another chopper appears, then another, then another. They fly in tight formation, hugging the trees. The sound of the Hueys is deafening. The air itself vibrates. Over this nightmarish image, a title is supered: Vietnam, 1968. The helicopters begin firing rockets into the trees. Red and green tracers streak through the air, and the trees explode into flame. Cut to Int, Saigon. Hotel room, night. Close on the face of Captain Willard, lying on a bed in a seedy hotel room. His eyes are open, but lifeless. He's been lying here for hours. The room is a mess. Empty beer bottles, cigarette butts, photos torn from magazines. The bed is unmade. A ceiling fan turns slowly overhead. The sound of the choppers fades, replaced by the whine of the ceiling fan. Willard begins to speak, his voice a whisper. Willard, V.O. Saigon. Shit, I'm still only in Saigon. Another key aspect of effective visual storytelling is the use of visual metaphor and symbolism, which can convey complex ideas and emotions in a single, striking image. By using visual motifs and recurring symbols throughout a film or television show, writers can create a sense of thematic unity and resonance, deepening the audience's understanding of the story and its underlying meanings. In the film The Godfather, 1972, for example, the recurring image of oranges is used as a visual metaphor for death and violence, appearing in key scenes throughout the film as a subtle but powerful symbol of the character's fate. In the film's opening wedding sequence, Vito Corleone, Marlon Brando, is seen peeling an orange and placing the peel in his mouth, a gesture that foreshadows his eventual demise. Later in the film, when Vito's son Michael, Al Pacino, commits his first murder, he is seen holding an orange, a visual echo of his father's earlier action that signals his descent into the world of violence and corruption. This kind of visual symbolism is a hallmark of great cinematic storytelling, and it requires a deep understanding of the story's themes and motifs, as well as a willingness to trust the audience to interpret and decode the meaning of the images on screen. By using visual metaphor and symbolism to convey complex ideas and emotions, writers can create a sense of depth and resonance that goes beyond the surface level of the story, engaging the audience on a deeper, more unconscious level. Of course, effective visual storytelling is not simply a matter of creating striking or symbolic images. It also requires a keen understanding of the technical and aesthetic principles of cinematography, including framing, composition, and camera movement. By using these tools to guide the audience's eye and shape their perception of the story world, writers can create a sense of visual rhythm and flow that enhances the emotional impact of the narrative. One way to achieve this sense of visual rhythm is through the use of shot size and camera distance, which can be used to create a sense of intimacy, tension, or scope, depending on the needs of the scene. In the film The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, for example, director Jonathan Demme uses a series of tight close-ups to create a sense of claustrophobia and unease in the scenes between Clarice Starling, Jodie Foster, and Hannibal Lecter, Anthony Hopkins, emphasizing the power dynamic between the two characters and the psychological intensity of their interactions. Similarly, the use of camera movement and transitions can be used to create a sense of visual momentum and energy, propelling the story forward and keeping the audience engaged. In the film Goodfellas, 1990, director Martin Scorsese uses a series of long, fluid tracking shots to follow the characters through the world of the mob, creating a sense of constant motion and activity that mirrors the restless energy of the characters themselves. Ultimately, the power of visual storytelling lies in its ability to create a fully realized and immersive story world. One in which every image, every shot, every visual detail works together to convey meaning, emotion, and narrative momentum. By mastering the technical and aesthetic principles of cinematography, and by using visual language to convey character, theme, and subtext, writers can create stories that resonate on a deep, visceral level, engaging the audience's imagination and staying with them long after the final credits have rolled. The art of image systems. In the world of cinema, visual storytelling is not simply a matter of creating isolated moments of beauty or symbolism. Rather, it is about weaving together a complex tapestry of images and motifs that work together to create a rich and resonant story world. One of the most powerful tools at the filmmaker's disposal in this regard is the use of image systems, recurring visual motifs that are carefully woven throughout the fabric of the film, creating a sense of thematic unity and emotional resonance that deepens the audience's engagement with the story. At its core, an image system is a carefully crafted network of visual symbols and motifs that are repeated throughout a film, often with subtle variations and permutations that evolve over the course of the narrative. These motifs can take many forms, from specific objects and colors to more abstract concepts like light and shadow, and they serve to create a sense of visual and thematic cohesion that binds the disparate elements of the story together. One of the most famous examples of an image system in cinema can be found in the film The Godfather, 1972, which uses oranges as a recurring visual motif throughout the narrative. As mentioned earlier, the image of oranges is used as a symbol of death and violence in the film, appearing in key scenes that foreshadow the character's ultimate fate. But the use of oranges as a visual motif goes beyond mere symbolism. It also serves to create a sense of visual continuity and resonance that deepens the audience's engagement with the story. Consider, for example, the scene in which Vito Corleone is gunned down while buying oranges at a fruit stand. The image of the oranges spilling across the pavement as Vito falls to the ground is a powerful visual metaphor for the violence and chaos that will soon engulf the Corleone family. But it is also a carefully crafted visual echo of the earlier wedding scene, in which Vito is seen peeling an orange and placing the peel in his mouth. By repeating and varying this visual motif throughout the film, director Francis Ford Coppola creates a sense of thematic unity and resonance that deepens the audience's understanding of the story's underlying themes of power, corruption, and the cyclical nature of violence. Another powerful example of an image system can be found in the film Blade Runner, 1982, which uses the motif of eyes and vision to explore themes of identity, empathy, and what it means to be human. Throughout the film, the image of the eye is used as a recurring visual motif, appearing in close-ups of the characters' faces, in the neon billboards that dominate the city skyline, and even in the design of the replicants themselves, whose eyes glow with an eerie, inhuman light. This image system serves to underscore the film's central question of what it means to be human in a world where the line between human and machine has become increasingly blurred. By repeatedly drawing our attention to the characters' eyes, director Ridley Scott forces us to confront the question of whether the replicants, despite their artificial origins, are truly capable of empathy, emotion, and self-awareness. At the same time, the motif of vision and perception also serves to underscore the film's themes of surveillance and control, as the characters are constantly watched and monitored by the oppressive forces that govern their world. Creating an effective image system requires a deep understanding of the story's themes and motifs, as well as a willingness to think visually and symbolically about the story world. It involves carefully selecting a set of visual elements that can be repeated and varied throughout the film, creating a sense of visual and thematic unity that resonates on both a conscious and unconscious level. One way to approach the creation of an image system is to start by identifying the central themes and ideas that underpin the story, and then brainstorming a list of visual elements that could be used to represent those themes on screen. These elements could be specific objects, colors, or textures, or they could be more abstract concepts like light and shadow, movement and stillness, or order and chaos. Once you have identified a set of potential visual motifs, the next step is to find ways to weave them into the fabric of the story in a way that feels organic and meaningful. This might involve using the motifs as a way to foreshadow key events or revelations, or to create a sense of visual contrast or tension that underscores the story's central conflicts. For example, in the film The Shining, 1980, director Stanley Kubrick uses the motif of mazes and labyrinths to explore themes of entrapment, madness, and the cyclical nature of violence. Throughout the film, the image of the maze is used as a recurring visual motif, appearing in the hedge maze that surrounds the Overlook Hotel, in the winding corridors and stairways of the hotel itself, and even in the patterns of the carpets and wallpaper that adorn the hotel's interior. This image system serves to underscore the sense of claustrophobia and disorientation that pervades the film, as the characters become increasingly trapped and lost within the labyrinthine confines of the hotel. At the same time, the motif of the maze also serves as a metaphor for the characters' psychological states, as they become increasingly lost and disoriented within the twisting corridors of their own minds. Another key aspect of creating an effective image system is to use it sparingly and subtly, rather than hitting the audience over the head with heavy-handed symbolism. The most effective image systems are often those that operate on a subconscious level, creating a sense of visual and thematic resonance that the audience may not even be aware of on a conscious level. This requires a delicate balance between clarity and ambiguity, between making the visual motifs clear enough to be recognizable and meaningful, while also leaving room for interpretation and multiple readings. It also requires a willingness to trust the audience to make connections and draw their own conclusions, rather than spelling everything out in a didactic or heavy-handed way. Ultimately, the power of an effective image system lies in its ability to create a fully realized and immersive story world, one in which every visual element feels intentional and meaningful. By carefully selecting and deploying a set of visual motifs throughout the film, writers and directors can create a sense of visual and thematic unity that resonates on a deep, emotional level, drawing the audience into the story and keeping them engaged long after the final credits have rolled. In the end, the art of cinematic storytelling is a complex and multifaceted one, requiring a deep understanding of the technical, aesthetic, and emotional principles that underlie the medium. From the careful crafting of dialogue and description to the deployment of visual symbolism and image systems, every aspect of the screenwriter's craft plays a crucial role in shaping the audience's experience of the story. Throughout this exploration of the art and craft of screenwriting, we have seen how effective dialogue can be used to reveal character, advance plot, and create a sense of authenticity and emotional truth, while visual storytelling can be used to create a rich and immersive story world that resonates on a deep, unconscious level. We have also seen how the use of image systems can create a sense of visual and thematic unity that binds the disparate elements of the story together, deepening the audience's engagement and understanding of the story's underlying themes and ideas. Ultimately, the goal of any great screenplay is to create a fully realized and emotionally resonant story world, one that feels vivid, authentic, and alive in the minds and hearts of the audience. This requires a willingness to think deeply about the story's themes and characters, to explore the visual and symbolic possibilities of the medium, and to trust in the power of the audience's imagination and intelligence. As we have seen through the various examples and analyses throughout this discussion, the most effective screenplays are often those that strike a delicate balance between clarity and ambiguity, between the concrete and the abstract, and between the conscious and the unconscious. They are the ones that use dialogue, visual storytelling, and image systems in a way that feels organic and intentional, drawing the audience into the story world and keeping them engaged on both an intellectual and emotional level. For aspiring screenwriters, the key to mastering these principles lies in a combination of study, practice, and experimentation. It involves immersing oneself in the great works of cinema, analyzing the techniques and strategies that make them effective, and then applying those lessons to one's own writing. It also involves being willing to take risks, to push beyond the boundaries of what is comfortable or familiar, and to explore new and unconventional ways of telling stories on screen. Ultimately, the art of screenwriting is a deeply personal and idiosyncratic one, shaped by the unique vision, voice, and sensibility of each individual writer. But by understanding the fundamental principles and techniques that underlie the craft, and by being willing to explore and experiment with those principles in one's own work, any writer can begin to unlock the full potential of the medium, creating stories that resonate with audiences on a deep and enduring level. So as we conclude this exploration of the art and craft of cinematic storytelling, let us remember that the power of the screenplay lies not just in the words on the page, but in the way those words are brought to life on the screen. It is through the alchemy of dialogue, visual storytelling, and image systems that the true magic of cinema is born. And it is through the dedication and vision of the screenwriter that those elements are woven together into a cohesive and compelling whole. In the end, the goal of any great screenplay is to create a story that lingers long in the minds and hearts of the audience, one that resonates with them on a deep and personal level. And it is through the mastery of the principles and techniques we have explored here that such stories are born, shaping our understanding of ourselves, our world, and the human experience in all its complexity and beauty. Conclusion. Throughout this enchanting journey, we have explored the depths of the storyteller's craft, uncovering the secrets and techniques that breathe life into the tales that shape our world. We have seen how the intricate interplay of plot and structure, character, and theme can create narratives that resonate with the very essence of what it means to be human. But perhaps the greatest magic of all lies not in the stories themselves, but in the way they connect us to one another. In a world that can often feel divided and disconnected, stories have the power to bring us together, to remind us of our shared hopes, dreams, and struggles. They are the threads that weave the tapestry of our collective experience, the mirrors that reflect back to us the beauty and the complexity of the human spirit. So, as we come to the end of this journey, let us carry with us the lessons we have learned and the magic we have discovered. Let us remember that every story we tell has the power to shape the world around us, to inspire, to heal, and to transform. And let us never forget the true power of the storyteller's craft, the power to connect, to empathize, and to make sense of the chaos and the wonder of the human experience. For in the end, that is what stories are all about. They are the way we make meaning out of the madness, the way we find beauty in the darkness, and the way we discover the extraordinary in the ordinary. They are the magic that lies at the very heart of what it means to be alive. So go forth, armed with the secrets of storytelling, and weave your own magic in the world. Share your stories, and in doing so, share a piece of yourself. For in the telling, you may just find that you have the power to change lives, to touch hearts, and to make the world a little bit brighter, one story at a time.
Words on a page, worlds come alive, characters breathe, stories survive. Through time and space, we're swept away to realms where imagination holds sway. Fiction's magic, a double-edged sword, entertains and provokes, strikes a chord in hearts and minds. It leaves its mark, illuminating truths in the dark. Fiction reveals from pride to prejudice, love to war. We learn what it means to be human and more. Fiction's magic, a double-edged sword, entertains and provokes, strikes a chord in hearts and minds. It leaves its mark, illuminating truths in the dark. Escape the chaos, find your reprieve in tales that help us to believe. Friendship's power in standing tall. No wonder that lies within us all. Fiction's magic, a double-edged sword, entertains and provokes, strikes a chord in hearts and minds. It leaves its mark, illuminating truths in the dark. So read your stories, let them unfold. The gift of fiction more precious than gold. In a world of chaos, be the light that guides through the darkness of the night. From epic tales to flash so bright, novels paint with strokes so grand, while short stories voices make their stand. Words flow free, stories unfold, each born unique, some shy, some bold. From flash to novel, all have worth. Fiction's magic brings tales to birth. Novellas find the middle ground, not too brief, not too profound. Flash fiction packs a mighty punch, in just a handful, quite a bunch. Words flow free, stories unfold, each born unique, some shy, some bold. From flash to novel, all have worth. Fiction's magic brings tales to birth. Experiment, find your own way. Short or long, let your voice play. The story's heart will guide your pen in fiction's realm, now and then. Words flow free, stories unfold, each born unique, some shy, some bold. From flash to novel, all have worth. Fiction's magic brings tales to birth. So write your tales, let them soar high, in forms that make your spirit fly. For in each word we'll see so clear your voice or style, your story's dear. Creativity's a heart that beats, new stories that sweep us off our feet. It sparks ideas fresh and new, painting worlds with vibrant hue. Let your imagination soar, open up a brand new door, unleash the power of your mind, leave the ordinary far behind. Characters with quirks and flaws, worlds that break all nature's laws. Ask what if and let thoughts fly, push beyond the standard try. Let your imagination soar, open up a brand new door, unleash the power of your mind, leave the ordinary far behind. Play with structure, bend new rules, make words your magical tools. Take a risk, don't be afraid, that's how masterpieces are made. Let your imagination soar, open up a brand new door, unleash the power of your mind, leave the ordinary far behind. Dream big and let your freak flag wave. Creativity's the path to pave. Write bold tales that captivate. Your unique voice will resonate. Since dawn of time, tales have been told, captivating hearts both young and old. Stories weave their magic spell, drawing us in with tales to tell. The power of stories, strong and true, engaging minds with something new, evoking empathy, touching souls, taking us to uncharted goals. From page turners that we can't put down, to deep emotions that make us drown. Characters we live through and feel, their triumphs and sorrows become real. The power of stories, strong and true, engaging minds with something new, evoking empathy, touching souls, taking us to uncharted goals. Universal truths lie within, love and loss, where do we begin? Crafting tales that resonate deep, these are the stories our hearts will keep. The power of stories, strong and true, engaging minds with something new, evoking empathy, touching souls, taking us to uncharted goals. So weave your tales with all your might, let your unique voice shine so bright, for in your words magic resides, the power to change lives of lives. Stories grab us from the start, holding tight to mind and heart. With these tips you'll learn to write tales that shine with brilliant light. Structure, plot, and character, immerse us in your theater. Connect with readers, touch their souls. Your words will reach amazing goals. Build your tale with care and thought, like Harry Potter's world was wrought. Create a path to climax high, with themes that make your story fly. Structure, plot, and character, immerse us in your theater. Connect with readers, touch their souls. Your words will reach amazing goals. Paint your world with vivid hues, let readers feel and hear the news. Be brave, explore what scares you most. Your honesty will be your boast. Structure, plot, and character, immerse us in your theater. Connect with readers, touch their souls. Your words will reach amazing goals. Now go and write with all your might, stories that will shine so bright. Touch hearts and change lives, you'll see the writer you were meant to be.
Writers face traps along the way that make our stories go astray, but we can learn to spot these snares and craft our tales with skill and flair. Don't ignore your weaker parts, learn from others, use their arts. Push through when the going's tough, your passion for words is enough. Be honest with your writing's flaws and seek out feedback without pause. Spread widely, join the writing crew. There's so much knowledge waiting you. Don't ignore your weaker parts, learn from others, use their Your passion for words is enough. When walls appear and plots get stuck, don't give up, don't curse your luck. Try new approaches, break it down. Your perseverance earns the crown. Don't ignore your weaker parts. Learn from others, use their arts. Push through when the going's tough. Your passion for words is enough. Keep writing, learning day by day. Your unique voice will find its way. Believe in growth, embrace the fight. Your story soon will shine so bright.
Writers face traps along the way that make our stories go astray. But we can learn to spot these snares and craft our tales with skill and flair. Don't ignore your weaker parts. Learn from others, use their arts. Push through when the going's tough. Your passion for words is enough. Be honest with your writing's flaws and seek out feedback without pause. Read widely, join a writing crew. There's so much knowledge waiting you. Don't ignore your weaker parts. Learn from others, use their arts. Push through when the going's tough. Your passion for words is enough. When walls appear and plots get stuck, don't give up, don't curse your luck. Try new approaches, break it down. Your perseverance earns the crown. Don't ignore your weaker parts. Learn from others, use their arts. Push through when the going's tough. Your passion for words is enough. Keep writing, learning day by day. Your unique voice will find its way. Believe in growth, embrace the fight. Your story soon will shine so bright. Lost the backbone, strong and true. Guiding stories old and new. Ears read us page by page. Keeps them glued at every stage. Write your book with care and might. Make it grip and shine so bright. Characters and themes entwine in your story's grand design. Like a map from start to end. Plot shows where the tale will bend. Conflicts rise and twists unfold as your story's path is told. Write your plot with care and might. Make it grip and shine so bright. Characters and themes entwine in your story's grand design. Ask what happens, where it leads, how it serves your story's needs. Challenge heroes, bring surprise. Let your plot points scale and rise. Write your plot with care and might. Make it grip and shine so bright. Characters and themes entwine in your story's grand design. In hyper close to be, you'll just set free, so for thee. is hooked until you're done. Craft your story, make it soar. Leave them wanting so much more.
Stuck in a rut, feeling confined. Time to leave comfort far behind. Explore new genres, styles and ways. Your writing skills will brightly blaze. Versatility is the key to unlock creativity. Adapt and grow, embrace the new. Your stories will shine bright and true. From romance tales to gritty crime, new skills you'll learn one page at a time. Roll with the changes, stay aware. In every challenge, growth is there. Versatility is the key to unlock creativity. Adapt and grow, embrace the new. The stories will shine bright and true. Learning, growing every day. Let curiosity lead the way. Push boundaries, take the lead. The rewards you'll gain, your vanity. Versatility is the key to all creativity. Adapt and grow, embrace the new. Your stories will shine bright and true. So roam the realms of words and tales. Your imagination sets the sails. With open mind and fearless heart, your writing journey's sure to start.